mark on.
The strength of metal.
Leave your mark on. Leave your mark on. Go. Leave your mark on. Leave your mark on.
The new Classic Mark III. Get your mark on.
And so it begins. New levels of smooth for your skin. Move so slick. Ooh, it's gonna click. Go. Leave your mark on. 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 Leave your mark on.
The exciting new Mark III grooming range. Get your mark on.
Yo, my god, everybody. I hope you guys are having an amazing and an interesting day because we are already here to make it more amazing and interesting. This is me, Darshita, and I do have my co caster, Sam. Edge will be joining us later on to take you throughout the last day of Gillette 7Sea Invitational Esports partner Sky Esports. Now, I'm excited. I've already fastened up my seatbelt. How are you doing, and what's the temperature there, Sam?
I'm just as you said, I fastened my seatbelts as well because
Oh.
we keep talking about it, right? Roller coaster. The roller coaster is going to have a crash today. I mean, if you don't have the safety harnesses today, I'm pretty sure our viewers are also going to be, I would say, in for a tough ride. But as you asked about the temperature, it's too damn hot. I mean, I understand it's the weather outside, but I'm talking about the action inside the games that we are going to be witnessing. It's going to be one hell of a joyride for us, as we always keep talking about it. But Darshita, today is the D-Day, the judgment day for the 24 teams. Out of those 24 teams, 8 teams will be saying a goodbye, and I'm pretty sure goodbyes are always hard. I hope none of them have to say goodbye, but best of the best teams have the chance only to become the grand finalists.
Right. It's the time to conquer because, as you said, Sam, it's going to be the last day of semifinals. Now, we have been waiting for this day since a long time. I mean,
Yes.
the day we started this journey, we all were waiting to have a look on the top 16 teams who are going to get qualified and unlock the amazing prize pool for themselves. Well, talking about prize pools and everything, let's just have a quick look on what this entire tournament is all about. We started our journey on 25th of March, that's semifinals, and we ending it today, 29th of March, where we have 24 teams. And the next one, grand final, Sam, starting on 30, ending on 3rd of April, where only 16 teams are going to get qualified.
Now, the format is right in front of you, but one thing that I want to bring back our audience to is the break that was there yesterday.
True.
That break can be a momentum, I would say, creator or a momentum breaker. There were a couple of teams who actually managed to get their, I would say, chicken dinners at the last moment of the matches, and it looked like we are going to be seeing one hell of a journey for at least the last day. But because of the holiday, the break, whatever you may call it, for teams to re-energize, I hope they bring in that same momentum and carry forward. If they have this as a momentum breaker, if this is the speed breaker that they did not want, it's going to be very difficult because yes, there are going to be 6 matches, but for all the groups, the 3 groups that we have, only 4 matches each. And once they play their fullest and qualify, becoming the grand finalists for Gillette 7Sea Invitational, the prize pool of $20,000 gets unlocked, and from there on, the battle to the champions title, and whichever team is going to be the champion will be getting $8,000 for themselves.
A huge amount, man. Such a huge amount. On the second place, you get $4,000. Third place, you get $1,500. From the fourth to the eighth place, Sam, we even have $700 on stake. Ninth till the 13th position gets you $300. So till 13th, you get rewarded. But after that, the 3 last teams, unfortunate for them, but they wouldn't be getting anything but the title of qualifying for the grand finals of Gillette 7C Invitational. On the other sides, we have 2 individual prizes as well. That's going to be the MVP. That's the only individual talent gets rewarded with $1,000, and the teams with most finishes gets $500 for themselves.
Um, how close is this battle going to be, Darshita? Because as you were saying, right, it's now time for teams to understand that they have a potential to unlock the prizes. The battle that they've been putting up for the last 3 days and today is the reason to qualify into the grand finals. But before we qualify into the grand finals and talk to you about the grand finals, here are the three participating groups and 24 teams in them. Starting off, it's going to be GODLIKE, TSM, REVENANT, CHEMIN, Team Forever, Blind, Global, Marcos. Group B consists of Soul, EXO, OR, Orangutan, 8-Bit, Insane, Walkouts, and Rivalry. Group C consists of SKYLIGHTZ, XSPARK, 7Sea, ENIGMA, NIGMA Galaxy, HYDERABAD, HYDRAS, Revenge Esports, and Team Entity. These are going to be your 24 semi-finalists. From here, we are going to be talking about 16 grand finalists at the end of today, and when we start off again tomorrow in the same time and when you're seeing us right now. But again, I'm going to be letting you guys, I would say, give you time to hit that like and subscribe, because there's just going to be, I guess, around maybe 5 or 10 minutes maximum before we start off the first match that is going to be on Erangel. And you know, the action is going to be super intense. But Darshita, we have generally seen a couple of interesting scenarios being bought here at, I would say, events where we kind of do a change, where generally if you use Erangel Miramar, we switch up and make sure we shift the change into starting off with Miramar as the first match for the day. Let's see if that happens. But now, time for the overall standings before we end today, to see how much of amount of efforts and destruction has been done on and the end of day 3 and after match 18. OR standing strong in the first spot with 122 points and having 9 points in terms of difference from SKYLIGHTZ in the second position.
9-point difference, that's going to be true, Sam. But again, you know, right? We were talking about this day. We're talking about a day of comeback. As you said, a break can change everything. So maybe, just maybe, that Team OR, they can be pushed down. It's just all about being consistent throughout. SKYLIGHTZ and Global, they are giving a tough competition to each other on having equal scores. That's going to be 113 for both of them. Hyderabad HYDRAS and NIGMA Galaxy, 108, 107 respectively. But that's the overall standing for the first side. Now, if I take you throughout the overall standings for the second side, this is the side I'm really, really concerned about. But because the only reason they are either getting pushed down or they are just climbing up. There's no between in staying consistent at all.
Yeah, consistency. We've been talking about it, Darshita, but none of the teams have been consistent, as you said.
True.
Every time we see a match, there's a different team coming up. Yes, we are seeing that a couple of teams have gotten their second chicken dinner as well, but it does not matter. SKYLIGHTZ is in the second position, 10th position for Marcos. These are the only two teams who have got two chicken dinners in their name, but still it is not impacting heavily in the overall standing. It's all based on the performance and how, I would say, complete hilltop or whatever you want to call it, complete mountain range of a performance that we are having. The graph not being steady, it's kind of very interesting. And now that we have come to the last day, we still don't have a clear idea, because anytime a team performs really well, Darshita, you have seen them, they jump 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and 11 to 12 spots in terms of the position that they are in, and get to either the first page or stay in the second page. So that situation still is there here on day 4. That is the last and the decider day for the semi-final. So again, telling you guys that anything can happen today in the last matches, where some of the other teams can come out really, really strong. So I'm looking forward to it. Enigma did close out with a wonderful chicken dinner. Let's see if they're able to carry it out today, because the action, it's going to be heated up, but there's a break. But this is the third page that I was talking about. The difference in points is too high, but there are 3 teams here, Darshita, with 1 chicken dinner each. And this is what is surprising. The teams with chicken dinner are also here, and there is 2 teams in the first and the second page without chicken dinner having their position.
Completely agreed on that. Now, you took me back in time, Sam, by, just telling our audience that we have teams jumping up 12
Yes.
position, because after jumping up 12 position with one specific team, if I talk, the history repeats when they fall down really bad on the next map itself. So I really don't want that to be happening again and again, because as we were
Yes.
discussing about it, that's the last and the final day. But right now, looking at the overall standings of the third side, I really want to talk about the sides of Rivalry and Team Forever. There's just a 1-point difference between both of these teams, but they haven't even crossed the half mark century. Now, if I take you back to the first side, I guess we have OR standing strong with more than 120 for themselves. So
Yes,
Team
122.
Forever and Rivalry, they got a huge competition. They got to give everything that they can to make it happen and to qualify, because the match schedule is all set. We were talking about something different, but no, Erangel and Miramar are going to repeat itself thrice again for the last time.
Exactly. I thought there could have been a change up in schedule just to make things interesting. I understand because this is the group stages. Changing it up right now means you have to shuffle the groups here and there. So keeping it normal so that teams also kind of have that same situation, especially because as we were talking about the overall standings itself, right, Darshita, we have seen that any time in the overall standings, as we were discussing as well, teams and everybody have been switching up in terms of the spots that they're in, the placements they are in, and it does not matter which map you put them on. It is happening on every upcoming map. So I wouldn't even say that let's change the schedule or something, but I'm pretty sure our viewers, right, as you know, as we said, the tournament is getting interesting. But I'm looking forward to what happens on Erangel. Interesting is has been this, I would say, case from day one. But also one more thing that we have been talking about is that we have 16 new and different winners out of the 18 matches that we have seen. So there are going to be 6 more matches today. Wishing for 6 new different winners. But Darshita, if I take your opinion, do you feel like we are going to be seeing new winners today or a lot more repetitive winners?
A new winner maybe, because
Hmm.
again, right, I mean, I may be taking you back to the same topic again and again, but the point remains the same. The homework has been done.
Yes.
Everyone got their time to sit back, realize, and talk about what mistakes have happened. And trust me when I say this, Sam, a lot of small mistakes are being just done here and there. I mean,
Hmm.
may it be in a rotation, may it be uncalculated or unwanted fights or anything. It is the point that there are a lot of small mistakes happening all
Yes.
around, but again, these mistakes, they do count, because in the end it's all about qualifying. And if you don't qualify, I completely understand that you guys learned something out of this entire journey, but 4 days of hard work and not getting rewarded. Unfortunate for these
Hmm.
teams. But again and again, we'll be repeating ourselves, because that's the last day. That's the judgment day, and you got no other options today. Either put your
Exactly.
all in, do something out of the box that you have been planning to do since a long time.
Hmm.
Fortunate for you if that works in your favor, and who knows that you get qualified in the first or the second page itself. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, the flight, the fuel, everything is done, and it's the time for Erangel in this day, the last day of semi-finals, the first match. The god is already here, the fly path is here,
Oh,
and oh
what?
my god, Sam, this is beautiful. This is gonna be interesting. What's your thought about this?
We were just talking about it, right, Darshita, that today is the last day, but there is going to be a lot of surprises and the action is going to be super intense. But get ready, audience. There are going to be a lot of smooth saves coming through. And I'm pretty sure, just like we've seen in the previous days, of how difficult it is. But when we see those clutch moments coming in, those save moments coming in, it's very brilliant. But for you guys also to get smooth saves, you can check out the limited edition Gillette Mark 3 razors. It is to get your mark on and get your game face on, and I'm looking forward to how these teams have got their game face on today, Darshita, because as you said, this is a decider day, this is the judgment day, and it's not going to be an easy day for anybody. Irrespective OR is on top, they are also going to be having a tough time. But again, they can be worry free. Same goes for SKYLIGHTZ. So the top 5 teams can be kind of worry free in their position. But one thing that I want to look out is out of all the teams here, 8-Pit,
Ouch, that
Walkouts,
hurts.
Rivalry, oh my god, the circle. As I'm talking about the teams who are going to be having a tough time, the circle wants to make sure it is going to be even more devastating. A southern western circle. Ouch, that's got to hurt.
Hurts. That's true. That's definitely gonna hurt, because now that the circle is covering some land areas out of. Okay, let me talk about that later on. There's gonna be some kind of things happening on the second side of the screen. That was a bit
It's a
juicy
meetup,
a
team
while
meetup.
ago. Yeah, probably that's gonna be the case. Sam, look at the beautiful thing that they had. They just met. They just waited. Both of them were in vehicles, not taking any damages. They went on their own way. Beautiful way to start the match of Erangel itself. But yeah, I was
Wishing your
talking about
opponent.
this circle. Damn true. I was talking about the circle out there. The bridge is something right now I have my eyes on, and so is the case with OG, if I'm not wrong.
Exactly. Bridge is going to be very crucial, and we are going to be seeing bridge fights, I think, very soon. And gatekeeping in bridges is something that we have all loved in general. But the map itself has not enabled it, and teams are also understand that it's not an easy thing to have gatekeep on the bridge, right? You do it, you're able to get a couple of finishes for yourself, but after that, you let yourself, I would say, get known from the for the other teams from various different directions, and they can try to gatekeep you, or they can try to push you into a corner near the bridge. And when you're near the bridge, you don't have a lot of spaces to kind of hide. So it's going to be difficult. Let's hope that kind of a scenario comes, and also how teams can get out of it is going to be something that we'll be wishing for. We are seeing right now Soul looking good in terms of at least the weaponry, and in terms of, I would say, the medkits, and I'm pretty sure the grenades as well. They have to look forward to better helmets and vests. A couple of them having just level 1 and both level 1 helmet and level 1 vest, a couple of them getting themselves with the level 2, but I'm pretty sure this is not going to be enough. But again, Soul, to fulfill their souls, they'll be looking forward to those chicken dinners so that they can do a lot more. But Aditya, he's checking out that cool Lambo. He's headed in the showroom. I think he just bought himself a new one. Nice, Aditya. Okay, I think I should try and get that one for myself, Darshita. I mean, at least in
Looking
game,
forward to
right?
that. Oh yeah, definitely. Why not, Sam? Everyone is just looking forward to that. Atanki, on the other side, Aditya. As you're talking about this man, we are having him on screen again and again. Lucky you, man. Talk about one team. You have that on screen already. We have Aru on the other side. Insane. The name itself says that these players are insane, but insane gameplay is something I've been waiting for since a long time. Prison is the place they are finding themselves good with. They are having everything that they need. I mean, the utilities, you talk about grenades, you talk about helmet ways, but I don't see a good helmet on Mac right now. Why are you doing that?
Yeah, I'm also
No.
confused because look at this. Siam has level 3 helmet, level 3 vest. I mean, looks like Siam is ready for a complete war right now rather than trying to just get that victory or trying to play together. He's just equipping himself with all the best things out there available in Erangel. Let's hope it works. Same goes for, let's look for if it works for Godlike, because still they have to find those better equipments to get ready for the upcoming fights.
I agree on that. Equipments at the end of the day, what fight you take upon depends on completely that. But right now they're looking good, right? Yasnaya, we always find them
Hmm.
in the areas of Yasnaya. But trust me, when I see someone else going in Yasnaya, I feel like there's gonna be a bomber match happening. There's gonna be a fight, definitely a huge one. But talking more about fights, there's nothing happening nearby. It's almost been 5 to 6 minutes, and with the zone and the fly path that we had, I mean, we were so amazing. We were so excited to see some initial fights happening. As I talk about it, are we gonna see anything happening nearby? Is all the
Hmm.
hopes that I got, because still 10 minutes, Sam. I don't feel any fights happening nearby.
I agree with you. It's still the early stages, so it's going to be very difficult to see the fights happening because, as we saw, right, in the first, I would say, drop, we saw 7C as well as, was it OR, I think, wishing all the best to each other and then just moving out. And also, it's kind of very difficult to go in for a fist fight and win it out when you both of you don't have anything. So it's a good call coming through. But look at OG, as you already said, they're already packing themselves at the bridge. They're holding themselves off, but right now Soul understand that there might be a team looking forward to coming to the same compound that they're holding, so they're trying to, I guess, hide their vehicles, like make it seem like nobody's been here, and maybe go in for a jump surprise. But as I said, go check out the limited edition BGMI Gillette Mark 3 razors to get your game face on and get the mark on for yourselves, because at the end of the day we also see the best mark moment of the day. I mean, that's going to be setting an exceptional benchmark itself, so we're going to be waiting for who is going to be bringing that mark moment for today. But wait for it, we'll be seeing that at the end of the day. But viewers, I want to ask you guys, what do you think that this first matchup of Erangel that we are seeing, who has the highest probability, or who wants that chicken dinner? Do you think, as we were talking about it, we have 6 matches today, can we see 6 different winners, or is it going to be repetitive winners?
I thought you were gonna ask me that question, Sam.
I
But
asked
again,
you
coming
already,
back,
Rashita,
okay.
on the start.
Okay, nevertheless, let's not talk about that for a moment. Concentrating on the sides of Team EXO, but do I see always Bolte somewhere nearby the sides of 8-bit? Always, no, you don't do that. You are gonna have Madman right exactly in the front. Always Bolte knows that. He got up with all the information. He saw one player nearby, and that's where he decided not to go alone, not to fight alone when I have my teammates with me, and that's why he decided to go back to his teammates. And now I guess the entire squad is looking forward to a fight. Look at Ois
Hmm.
Bolte. He came in front. He just gave a call. The entire score was ready, and they were like, "Wait, man, you got our back." they all went forward with them. Now I'm just looking forward to what happened next out there. On the other side, we have Global Esports, all the 4 surviving players for them. Again, looking good. A beautiful match, I guess, for them when they secured 33 points. The previously, I remember them taking a chicken dinner.
Oh yes.
But again, after that, it's like a decent amount of point that Global has gathered for themselves.
You can see the points list. It just came through. It had. You can pause again to just check out the points, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be coming up on our screen later. But why we're witnessing the map along with the player is going to be that you can see the top northeast edge where Rozok's edge circle is there. You can see Godlike, OR, and Global Esports. These three teams entering, and now Godlike can easily enter, and as soon as they enter, they can kind of dodge OR as well as Global Esports, and they can actually meet up Insane. But it looks like we're going to be having a meetup of BGMI on Potato Hills. But before that, OG, they're looking forward to fighting off with a team. I'm not too sure if they're looking forward to Soul or if there was another team which was with a green play card. I'm not too sure about it. But as we were talking about the points table, it's right in front of your screens, and you can see the amount of points. This is specific for this group, guys. There are 24 teams, but you can see the numbers have been kind of jumping here and there. It's basing on the A and group teams only, not all the 24 teams. So you can see in this at least matchup of A and B, second position is for Global Esports with 113 points. So you understand that they're on the top and they're looking good in the number of total points. But wait, I guess there might be some kind of I think discrepancy in the points. We'll check with the production team and confirm, but we know Global Esports are still somewhere in the top and they are doing really well. We will tell you about the exact points as well later on. But Darshita, the second circle is here, and the second circle still favoring the southern western edges.
It's pretty interesting, Sam. I mean, my hopes are really up, but right now, Punk, he's gonna get himself into a fight too low to fight it out. First, he needs to patch himself up before going out and just fighting it out. And look at the map. No vehicle, why?
What?
Oh my god, look at Fierce. Pretty excited this man he is. He just took his vehicle off and jumped. But right now, a bit serious because they have a fight right exactly in front. That's going to be Soul on one side, and if I'm wrong, that's OG on the other. So it's like Patty, I would say, again in the burger itself. It's just been stuck between two of the sides of burger. Not sure whether to fight it out or to wait. But again, there's a disadvantage, Sam. They are holding a warehouse, and you know, right, warehouse has 2 entries. So my thought of having both the teams entering from different side and 3 teams fighting it out, it's really high right now.
It is going to be really super high, but my apologies. I was wrong. SKYLIGHTZ and Global Esports are sharing the same number of points. I was just going in for the confirmation. I got a little bit confused. I thought about some other team over there, but as you said, it's going to be a sandwich situation for some of these teams because the circle just switched up, right? It's going to push teams to close together, but again, let's see if it'll be a lot of conversions coming through, because you can still see all the 16 teams are surviving. We have hit the 10-minute mark. The fights are about to start, but let's see which is going to be that first team either losing a player or losing their entire squad. Walkouts and Blind, they are in oppositions right as of now, but we will talk about them again if they initiate in a fight. But now look at this. It's going to be godlike Neo. He has been crazy and exceptional. He has 19 finishes for himself, and contribution for his team has been 36. This tells you that the whole team of Godlike has been contributing. It's not like Neo is popping off, but yes, in terms of how we are seeing Neo play out, and especially also be in the top fraggers list, tells us that Neo is also one of those favorites who can get that MVP. And if you guys, I would say, paid attention, the MVP gets $1,000 for himself. He gets it only for him, not the entire team. And there are prizes after the 4th where teams don't even get 1,000, Darshita.
Completely agreed on that. Now we have one more fight. We're talking about Global Esports, right? So we have a fight between them, but a grenade goes, boom, Sayang, down to the ground. That's going to be Team Insane. They are having a casualty already. Global Esports, they have started popping off in a beautiful way, in a well-confident way, but that's going to be one down. The second one goes down as well, but an instant trade comes, and that's going to be one player from Insane down. A equalizing fight because both of the teams have lost 2 of their players. Jazzy is looking forward to a grenade, but on the other side, EXO has a fight with Believe. Grenade goes. Manya really hits the ground. No, he doesn't. He's just patching himself up. But right now, Team Global Esports, they are into a lot of difficulties because Knuckle is low on his HP. One more grenade goes. Knuckle gets caught here. Insane Adi down. Knuckle, beautiful. That's gonna be him taking 2 players, saving his entire team. 1v3 against Team Insane. That's Global Esports Knuckle, but Godlike going
Oh
in for
no.
third party right behind, ready to fight it out.
Oh no, this is unfortunate for Global Esports. What a start, as you said. Yes, Mane could have survived, but right now, I'm not too sure if Global Esports have all the resources that they wanted. There was a push-up, Knuckle did hold it, but yes, all the other 3 players is surviving. Godlike, they shouldn't kind of become chaotic here and make small mistakes, because we know how upper ridge advantage works certain times for other teams, and certain times it becomes their own disadvantage. But right now, they play it really, really well. Yes, Clutch God does fall, but for them, they don't have to be worried about any other fights. They've wiped out Global Esports. No other teams are coming their way. They can easily get Clutch God back to his feet, ready for the next race and ready for the next fight. But what a play of events. Back to back, 2 teams have been eliminated on a stretch, and also in the same piece of land that the action initiated. First it was Insane, and followed up by Global Esports. Yes, it was kind of a third party advantage that Godlike took up, but that's how BGMI allows you to play. And right now, after that, we are seeing here Marcos trying to gatekeep OR, because Marcos said, we are the first ones to reach the edge of the circle. We are not going to be letting you creep in. But there is one player from the back lines of OR who has already creeped in into the circle. Marcos, they need to read it right. But if they don't finish this fast, there's rivalry on the other end, Darshita.
Definitely are. Marco's gaming star right in the front. Look at Atanki now. He is going in for a grenade, but he'll be fortunate. Now, unfortunate is Austin Vortex falling down to his own death in the start 15 minutes itself. This is not happening. Star, he has a lot of grenades all around and is a huge job of dodging. Couldn't dodge for a long period of time, and that's going to be Star. He was shining bright. He caught the opponent eye, and that's how he fell down. Or they got one for themselves, but on the other side, if you talk about Marco's gaming, eventually after having a great chunk of the play zone, they were denied of everything. And now Marco's gaming, after losing one of their players, Sam, they have decided not to get into this fight, save themselves for the upcoming ones, and just go out of that fight. After Revenant, I guess Austin Bodex was down to the ground. They patched themselves up, and that's going to be one more fight happening. Not just one, too many all around.
Exactly, there's a 3-way fight here, a complete triangle, a Mexican standoff, if you call it. OG, CHEMIN, as well as I think EXO. These were the 3 teams over there. But right now, OR, they did push back. Marcos got the ground for themselves, but as you did say, Austin Vortex, yes, he did fall. But look at this 8-bit madman's grenade took his own teammate out, and Team Forever also trying to capitalize with the third party, and the pressure is just too much here in the Judgment Day. It's making teams make the mistakes, and I think 8-bit might be actually out, and we'll be looking forward to the live status. But right as now, Austin Vortex, who has been down, he is right now going like a monster, doing the damage, but finally again falls down along with his teammate Paradox. Now it's up to Top Dog, as well as another player who needs to make this work. Top Dog finds player 6, brilliant positioning coming in from him. That should be a knock, and finish is what he was looking forward to. But now Uwais Bolte is the last surviving player. In the meantime, Godlike, they've set another third party. They're going to be finding Paradox, and Paradox is out. Godlike is rushing in, and both these teams have come in as I would say a snack for Godlike, and they are looking forward to reaping it. But Top Dog, he's making sure he gets those finishes before he goes out. There's Neo, S-Power doing the damage. Max Kush is already out. Now it's only Revenant surviving, and Revenant's only last soul surviving player is going to be here, and that's going to be, I think, Top Dog. Wait, it's going to be 2 players. Kyo makes the damage. He finds a knock, but it's now Z-God down. It's going to be difficult. OR and TSM were having a fight, but what happened towards Godlike? Z-God is still surviving, and Uwais Bolte becomes the last player. Immediate trade on Oya, but look at this. Uwais Bolte was hiding, but it was not enough. Clutch got zoomed right past him, and he got to know the position. But right now, Z-God is taking the zone damage. It's getting difficult to revive him. They're thinking of letting him go. I understand this is the 4th and the 5th circle. The zone damage is going to be too much, and that's the reason they're making this call. It's a hard call, but it's a team call.
Like, just going in for destruction. I mean, I've heard that this team goes boom on the last day, and that is what they are doing. On the other side, we have Team EXO. Now, EXO, they have found the sides of OG, the team I was talking about a while ago, who had their eyes on the bridge itself, looking good, but on the other side, walkouts, they
Oh
get
no.
eliminated. Unfortunate for them. Punk, Fierce, Snacks, and Sensei, the four standing players, strong for the sides of EXO, but from OG, we only have Believe. Now, Believe, he has to believe that he clutches it because that's the only option he got. That's going to be a 1v4 situation. He has a watchtower to work around with Snacks, right? Exactly in the front. Believe, you got an opportunity. You have four players. You can take down one or two. Oh my god, Believe, look at this man. He was going in for a grenade. Godlike eliminated. What did just happen out there? Godlike, after causing so much of destruction, gets destroyed itself, and that's going to be one more team done and dusted.
The same thing that they were trying to do on the other teams after getting 10 finishes for themselves happened on them. Marcos and Soul found them and they came into a sandwich situation and they completely destroyed Godlike over there. A brilliant start coming in, but I think they did not think it through. But right now, Believe, being the last surviving player, does the damage on Snacks, but immediately EXO will be able to revive. But TSM looking strong after the initial finishes that they've gotten. Now they've spotted two different teams. One is going to be Rivalry. They've done the damage as the knock, but on the other end, they know there is Soul, so they cannot push up close. But look at the amount of space they have inside the circle for themselves. They are out in the open, I understand, but the amount of space in the circle itself, it's too high for them, and that's the reason. Kind of like a square, I would say, split is what they're playing at, in four different corners, four different directions are where TSM players are looking at, and they're making life difficult. Marcos Dawn looks like he's the last and sole survivor coming in for Marcos. Blind also looks like they just have a couple of players surviving. Okay, make it three, I guess. They did lose one player, I presume, but the circle finally takes a southern but eastern shift this time, which pushes out TSM outside the circle. Now Ninja Jod, he might be right at the edge, but now Soul and TSM might have a fight here. But Rivalry, they've pushed up to Marcos. It's going to be difficult. Soul has found a couple of players from Rivalry. They're doing the damage. Can they get the confirmation? CHEMIN's Destro gets a confirmation on Punk, and now CHEMIN looking forward to raining their grenade parade. Will they be converting a lot more is the question. They've not gotten the finishes yet, but the grenades are not at all stopping. It is still doing the damage. Punk needs to be revived any moment, otherwise Destro's next grenade can connect, and look at that connection. It knocks two players. Snacks, who was reviving, Punk, who just got revived. Both of them are down.
Two players down already. That's gonna be one from Delta PG down there, Sam. But look at that, the 3v2. Sensei and Fierce, they are far away. So the hopes of reviving again gets denied. That's gonna be one more player called Fierce is trying to go in, but Justin, he decides to go more aggressive with that vehicle. The confidence says everything, and that's gonna be Team EXO eliminated completely. Esports, they are looking good with the way they have started, but on the other side, we have one more fight happening between the sides of Team TSM and Soul. Now, both of these teams, they are out of the play zone, and we have always seen both of these teams fighting out in the play zone. Not sure why, but again, you need to pay due respect to the play zone, because at the end of the day, if you start hitting back damage on damage, that can be devastating. But look at that. Fortunately, both of them have decided not to fight it out in the open. They have decided to go in for a zone, but Tsunami. No, Delta PG is standing. He has no idea where Tsunami is. Tsunami is being a sneaky climber here. Delta PG, you be safe, man. You be safe, or else there's a huge tsunami in your life already.
Exactly, there's a snake crawling through the bushes, and it's going to be biting you anytime right as of now. But it's going to be difficult as well for the last surviving player, Tsunami, because he does not have the information, Darshita. So Tsunami, he'll be looking forward to, I think, prone down for a long time, and once he gets the information of the other players from CHEMIN, that's when he's going to be starting off just like CHEMIN is doing. But CHEMIN also don't have all the information on Soul, but they know they have the numbers going on for them. They have 5 finishes in their name, and that is the confidence that they have, that they can pick up a lot more fights. Deadpool, as he was jumping across the compound, bullet does connect, but it is not enough to do the damage. And look at him, he's immediately boosting himself up with the pills, and his health will start recovering very soon. But now look at this, the fight is kind of dulled down because teams are a little bit further apart, and especially this is the 5th circle. We'll be seeing the 6th circle, and in this 5th circle itself, just 6 teams are surviving, Darshita. So soon this Erangel map has led us to have only few number of teams, but this circle again taking kind of only a western shift has given the advantage to just Blind.
Again, history repeats, Sam, when Seoul and TSM are fighting out of the zone. Again and again, this case is happening that, these teams they're trying to fight out in the blues, but that is not a position to be. Out of all this happening, Blind has a beautiful place. Look at them. They have an inner wall cover to work around with. They got their eyes on the sides of CHEMIN. And if CHEMIN, don't try and understand all that Blind are trying to do, it can be a lot more difficult for them. But again, there's a tree right exactly in behind, just denying the visions to both of the team, and that's where the fights they are getting prolonged. Now TSM, they have decided to go in for zone, but will Soul be able to do that? Because TSM Blaze, he has all his eyes on the sides of Team Soul. They already got the play zone. There's just one player out, but footstep, he caught his footstep, gets heard out there. Omega down to the ground. We're fighting about TSM and Soul, but that's gonna be CHEMIN Esports. Tsunami Robin, he gets down. Destro takes Akshat down. That's gonna be equal trades happening all around. Soul Goblin, he has his eye on TSM. So 3 teams are fighting it out hard, but we have 6 teams and 17 alive players yet.
How is this going to be working? It looks like players from Soul are falling one after another. It's going to be one last surviving player who's trying to revive the other ones, and it is Hector. He does give life to Akshat. There's still one more player who's down. That's going to be Omega. With TSM, they need to be smart about it. They did not. They get punished a little bit, but there are a couple of smokes. I think they should work on those smokes. They've deployed them. I hope there are no further connections coming in from Blind, but they're not stopping. The spray is still coming through. Hector and Akshat, they're thinking that they can do something brilliant. They try to push out, but it looks like one player, Omega, he gets caught out in the play zone, does the damage, and he is already knocked out. And now look at this, players are falling one apart and one after another, and that is going to be CHEMIN making sure the entire team of Soul is eliminated in that 5th position. TSM somehow they managed to, I would say, make sure that they are able to survive. They just move away from the death trap, and now they are back up and running. But Darshita, here's what, they've utilized a lot of their resources. You can see bandages very little, first aids very little. I'm not seeing any medkits at all. Even the boosters, it's very low for all the players from TSM. But this is going to be the last 4 teams surviving. The probability is equal for TSM and CHEMIN because they have all the 4 players surviving. I'm sorry, Blind as well. Blind, CHEMIN and TSM have all the 4 players surviving. But here is where 8-bit is still surviving. You know, the last surviving player, Tsunami, he still is there. He's still not out of the game. But if CHEMIN wins today, we are going to be having a new victor, a new winner chicken dinner team, because CHEMIN still as of now has not had their first chicken dinner. I'm looking forward to it.
Sam, I just am seeing how much plus rank points will CHEMIN get if they win it out. Now, that's everything that, we see at the end of the day. On the other side, the sides of Team Blind, they are out again. TSM, they are out again. By saying out, I mean they are out in the blue. They are out of the play zone. And Team CHEMIN, I guess, they have all they need in the play zone itself. But what they are not up with is the information of Tsunami. I just saw a grenade out in his hand. Will he be just going with that or no is a question. But right now, Justin is trying to take as much as he can, trying to do as much damage as he can on the sides of Team TSM. But again, that is not working in his favor. Blind, they got 2 players out already. This is going to fast right now. Ninja Jot down to the ground completely. CHEMIN is just trying to deny all the entry, all the widget, everything that they can to the sides of TSM. One grenade goes on the sides of TSM, but I doubt that's going to get any connection. Well, Blaze, he hits back a lot of damage, but damage is everything that they need to satisfy. Delta PG punishes Spy with a brilliant headshot, and that's going to be one more from Blind down. The last hope is the last surviving player. Not sure where he is. Blaze, he just compromises himself, and that's where he gets punished. Not yet down, but the last player I was talking about is gonna be William. Tsunami brings a more on the sides of 8-bit, but finally CHEMIN Esports Robin puts a full stop on the Tsunami he was trying to bring in.
I mean, Tsunami spotted players from CHEMIN way long back, and it was CHEMIN itself finishing the player off. But Williams, as he was trying to creep, a grenade does come his way. He gets knocked, same blast. I'm not too sure whether it was a grenade or not, but Destro gets knocked. But because they're all inside the circle, it's still working out. Williams will be patching himself up, but still, the grenades are not stopping. Look at that chip damage after chip damage. Because of the number of grenades, he's unable to survive, unable to patch himself up. And the last grenade coming in from Delta PG will put an end to him. 2 players from TSM are down. Now it's up to Ninja Jot. I guess he's the last surviving player. No, Aquinox is also there. IGL 2v4 situation. If they play it smart, they can do the damage, but plays OP was out in the open, and that's going to be a confirmation. Ninja shot will be spotted in between the bushes. What a brilliant knock coming in from Delta PG. Now it's all up to Aquinox, and Aquinox, the IGL, he is also the assaulter who does the damage when his team needs. We have seen him also on the top fraggers list, but I'm looking forward to what Aquinox can pull off. A 1v3 situation because one player is knocked, and that's where the concentration of 3 players from CHEMIN is. They're just holding that player, reviving that player, and they do not want to make any kind of mistakes. They also know that there are smooth save movements coming through in this Gillette 7Sea Invitational, a lot of them, and teams generally fall apart even in a 1v3 and a 1v4. In my mind, on Miramar, we still have Marcos, Dion, but let's see what Aquinox can do. A brilliant grenade coming through, but it was a flashbang, which does kind of flash him for a moment, but now look at the grenades coming in. If Aquinox throws one of it, his position will be compromised. He does it.
And that's where
That's the
he
end.
gets punished. Champions, the first ever match of semi-final goes in the favor of CHEMIN Esports, a chicken dinner that they were waiting for since a long time, because
Oh,
they were the
yes.
only team in the second sides of the overall standings having no chicken dinner. CHEMIN Esports got there, and now I'm looking forward to the rank that they have pushed up with this brilliant victory for themselves. Aquinox, I loved the patience and the trigger discipline this man had. Man, oh man, he was just waiting, and not even moving a single muscle. But after that, he just went for one grenade, and that's where everything got destroyed. CHEMIN Esports, they took their last finish, 14 finishes plus 15 placement points. That's a 29 of total that they got in the first match itself. This is how it is starting, Sam, and that's why you remember I asked you for the temperature at the beginning itself.
I told you, right? It's too hot. I don't think even AC or any kind of cooler is going to be sufficing, but I'm pretty sure CHEMIN were not happy, right? We
True.
were talking about them that their performance has been a little bit kind of worrisome situation, and I think they understood that they have been losing a lot in terms of their I would say position, just because they were not getting to that chicken dinner spot. We were always seeing them on the top, but certain times when we were seeing them on the top, they either did not have the finishes for themselves, they were working on placement. If they had the finishes, they were not having placement points. But right now, they understand this is the last day. They do not want to have a situation where they get pushed out of the overall standings just because they didn't have a chicken dinner, just because they did not have one good game, and this one good game is going to be giving them the boost. As you said, I'm looking forward to where this is going to be boosting themselves. Is it going to be 8 spots further, 10 spots, 12 spots, or maybe they're going to be setting a record? Because till now, I think maximum we have seen teams jump is going to be 12.
12.
Above that, none of the teams have done it. Same goes for, I would say, the total number of points. It's going to be 33. I'm looking forward to how much damage CHEMIN have done here with just the first match on Erangel of these semifinals of the judgment day, the decider day. And if this is the kind of situation that we are going to be coming in the all upcoming matches, I think I cannot sit with my blazer on, Darshita. I just cannot.
Okay, please do not be saying that, because right now, after witnessing what all happened out there in Erangel, I mean, you already saw, right? I was sitting here, I went too far there already with
Mhm.
dancing so much out here with the fact that these matches, they are just going bonkers right now. And
Oh,
the fans
yes.
out there, the chat out there, they are already going bonkers. But out of all what happened in Erangel, I would love to talk about one team, and that's Godlike. Now,
Oh.
we always have talked about Godlike being aggressive. I mean, when Godlike is aggressive, they get something for themselves. But when they try to play in a complete different style, that's where they get denied for everything, right? So, Godlike, they started it off with a third party on. If I'm not wrong, that was Global Esports and Team Insane
Yes.
having a fight. There was a, you know, there's a beautiful 4v4 fight going on between Global Esports and Insane, where Global Esports, they beautifully eliminated the sides of Team Insane completely, where I guess Knuckle did a 1v3 against Insane. But
Yes.
after that, what happened? Just how, instances turn, this table turns around. Godlike, they decided to go in for a third party. Now that's where Godlike started with their destruction. But as you keep on saying that you do not like the taste of your own medicine,
Hmm.
Godlike tasted a third party itself, and that's where Team Godlike eventually got eliminated.
Unfortunate for them, but
That's true.
here's where what we have to point at. Now, CHEMIN, after getting them their chicken dinner. They were with, as you said, somewhere around 14 finishes. But Godlike, in the starting 12 or 13 minutes of the game, they had 10 total
10 finish.
finishes. Imagine if they just survived. I'm pretty sure it would have been a record breaking match. But if this is the way that Godlike have showed us, I understand it. It is bound to happen, as you said, right? Certain times when you go for multiple third parties, you do not even kind of be ready that there can be a third party on you, and that's what happened over there. Soul and another team spotted them. I think it was TSM or CHEMIN. These two teams spotted them out and got like they had nowhere to run. Wait, it was not actually Kemen, it was Soul and Marcos. Out of nowhere, Godlike did not know where to fight with, and I think it was all due to rotation. It was not even a third party that they were picking. It's just because they were rotating from the third party that they finished on Team Forever as well as Revenant. But we are talking about the fight so much. Why not witness the action again? Because it was just super intense. So it all started here. Darshita already mentioned Global Esports and Insane. Knuckle, look at the position. This hold and immediate shot coming through. He just swinged right and then went in for a wide swing on the left. But look at this. Joker did do the damage, but there were just too many players from Godlike and nobody to help. And Joker, unfortunately, as soon as he fell apart, everybody one after another from Global Esports fell apart, and that was the end. But this fight was very interesting. Revenant thought they had the upper hand, Team Forever thought they had the upper hand, but eventually it was Godlike.
It was godlike everywhere in the starting 15 minutes itself. Or Aditya, then he got himself into a fight. But at this point of time, EXO, I guess they eliminated the sides of OG completely. Yeah, that was the last surviving player, believe, out there. EXO eliminated OG completely. But what happened next was EXO got eliminated itself by the sides of Team CHEMIN Esports. Now we'll talk about right later on, because right now Seoul, they were holding a beautiful position. They were trying to just go ham over their enemies. Punk was caught, and there was the fight I was talking about. EXO and CHEMIN Esports got themselves into a fight. A beautiful grenade by Destro. Snacks revived his teammate out there, but again got punished there and there. And that's how CHEMIN Esports, they capitalized over that fight. Sensei was on a long distance, but get caught by Destro itself. Here's last surviving player. Couldn't do more because Justin was more confident at this point. Just took a vehicle right in front of his face, and that's how he lost. That's how Goblin got down. Vehicle, something was trying to look forward, but Aquinox, he just denied everything out there.
Unfortunately, TSM had a brilliant position, I would say. Their strategy was nice, but the circle kept pushing them out every time. Darshita, it never favored them. Even though they were close to the center, it did not work in their favor. It kind of worked for CHEMIN. They played it smart, they rotated it very smart in the last few circles. It kept helping them out, but Ninja Charger did not give up. Look at that knock on Robin. I think Dextro was also knocked over there. Yes, 2 knocks, but then Delta PG making sure the numbers even falter, making life difficult, and Ninja Charger had to peek. He thought that he could have gotten a knock on Delta PG, and as soon as he peeked, Ninja Charger gets punished. Now look at that, one last grenade coming in from Aquinox, reveals his position, and that's the end of the match. But here's the standings for you. Very close to reaching 30 bomber match. 1 point away, but yes, at least getting the chicken dinner in their name is going to be really good. But again, the performance that we were missing, right, Darshita, that was from TSM. They are in the second page, not a lot in terms of the finishes, but we saw them doing the damage. It was mostly on those, I would say, knocks, but finishes I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing in the next upcoming matches.
Agree on that. Blind on the third position with 4 finishes. I mean, a while ago, Blind was holding a beautiful position, Sam. I even talked about them holding an inner wall cover. What happened next was, as you say, zone, pushing them out, and that's where everything got turned around. Soul on the 4th position with 12. Godlike on the 5th position with 11. That's going to be 10 finishes. Now, as you said a while ago, Sam, that the position, if it could have been better, Godlike would have been maybe in the top 3. I mean, look at
Exactly.
the difference we have in the 3rd, 4th, and the 5th position itself.
They got
After that,
eliminated at 13 or 14, Darshita.
that's the reason they got one single
Oh
position
no, wait,
points.
that I think then the 12th, my bad. 12th
Oh yeah,
position.
12th position, 1 placement points, 10 finish points, and that's a total of 11. 8-bit on 9th. That's 8-bit got 9 for themselves. 6 is what Rivalry and EXO got. 4 for Revenant and Global. Marcos and Forever with 2. And shocking, but we have 4 teams with 1 single point. That's going to be OG, WALKOUTS, OR, and Team Insane. Now, Team Insane was the first team to get eliminated. The only reason that they got 1 single point was the 1 finish that they had.
Exactly. They took down Manya, and that's the reason they have it. But look at this. OR does something ring on your mind? That's that OR are on the top. Are they still? No, they're not. 8 spots is what Kevin
Oh
have
my
jumped.
god.
8. And they've regained that first spot for themselves. And you can see finally that the first page of the overall standings has all the teams with chicken dinner. SKYLIGHTZ, I mean, I understand they've not played their match, and that's the reason they've been pushed down. But look at them, look at the other teams. I'm now worried for the other teams, especially in the first page, because everybody has played their 13th match. It's only SKYLIGHTZ with 12 matches, and SKYLIGHTZ have a huge chance of getting a lot more points in their name. And if that does not happen, it's going to be very difficult. If SKYLIGHTZ miss out this opportunity that they have an entire match to capitalize, and also that they have an extra chicken dinner, it's going to be tough. But Blind also in the third position, jumping 4 spots up with 117. Global Esports, even though the performance went a little bit bad for them, especially because of the third party, they got some points because of which they're clashing in at 117 along with Blind. And 1 point away is going to be TSM with 116, but at the fifth position.
At +8 ranks, TSM and CHEMIN Esports, they had the most beautiful match with themselves. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming -4 position, 113 of total. Team Soul and Godlike, they are tying up in the total points that they got themselves for. But again, it's looking good, right? They are in the 7th and the 8th position, so the competition level, it's getting increased and increased. Right now, safe and secure is what this side is looking, but not good, because we have a lot of red marks here. Hyderabad
Oh,
HYDRAS with
yes.
108, NIGMA Galaxy 107, 7C 104, Entity 103. I mean, these teams, they haven't been playing in the previous match, so maybe a green match is something I'll be expecting after the next match is done. EXO on the 13th position with 13 matches played itself on a total of 102. Marcos Gaming with 101. But that's the end of 3 digits, Sam. On the 15th and the 16th position, we have Revenant and Enigma with 88 and 83 respectively. That's double digit again.
It's a worry situation coming in for EXO, Marcos, and Revenant here, Darshita, because these three teams have played their 13th match, and every other team in the second page have not played. They're still at the 12th match that we ended on day 3, that was day before yesterday. So all these teams can topple down EXO, Revenant out again, and they can push them even maybe out. But right as we're talking about the last page, here is what the changes have happened. And just because 8-bit survived a little bit further down the line, 8-bit's position, you can see there's a jump, and it looks like at least at the last few moments of these matches, 8-bit wants to sneak their way in. The possibility is there, as you said, the triple digit mark has gone. It's now double digits. 88 is kind of the benchmark, at least for end of Erangel, but Miramar, it's going to be a different benchmark. But insane 78 points for them. Walkouts with even a chicken dinner, they're not looking good. So these three teams, Orangutan, Insane, and Walkouts, still out. Darshita, it looks like they might even be out of the tournament if they don't think about it through. It's going to be taking them time, I understand, but look at the other teams, how well they've adapted. Even 8-bit, they're performing really well. But one thing, as a viewer and a caster, I'm really liking is we are still getting new winners at the last day of the Gillette 7Sea Invitational. I mean, say last day of the semifinals. So this tells you that the competition till the last match cannot be completely concluded.
This is why it is getting more and more interesting, Sam. Now, what are these teams left with? The teams that have played the first match, you got your last 3 chances. The team that haven't played a single match, that's going to be Team C. We will be meeting them in Miramar. Again, they got 4 chances. For the last time, ladies and gentlemen, we got just 5 remaining maps. I mean, still not able to get over the fact that we are on the last day itself, because the level of competition that we have right now is just getting more and more interest in intense. I mean, how many eyes do I use? I don't know right now, because it's the last 5 map, and it's the time for Miramar, Sam, the map that I've been waiting for. I mean, you keep on saying, right, that's my favorite map.
Yes.
So the time we have been waiting for since a long time, it's already here. Miramar time, ladies and gentlemen. And now, I'm not going to discuss about the fly path, the predictions and everything. All I have my eyes on is the number of ranks these teams are getting pushed up and up. I mean,
Yes.
that's shocking, right?
It's completely unbelievable of what we are seeing, and this is the last day. In the last day, we shouldn't be seeing huge jumps coming across. Maybe one, two, or maximum of three spots is the jump that should be seen. But if we are seeing still eight spots as a jump coming through, that does tell us that even the last page, I'm kind of rooting for the teams on the last page to make a jump. I mean, that's when the competition even gets even more interesting. It is already very interesting because the last page teams are putting their efforts and all the blood and sweat, but it is just that they're unable to completely stay till the end of the match. That's where the, I would say, points, the treasure chest opens up of the number of points that you can grab, and I think teams need to concentrate on top of it. But right now, because of the change in group, you're going to be seeing A and C will be starting off with their first match on Miramar. So all the best to them, but especially being the last day to start off on Miramar can be kind of, as we tell it, right, very useful, because Erangel, you would have played it so much that you will be always ready for it. But Miramar, the opponents might not be ready for you. They just finished off on Erangel. They might be thinking about Erangel still, and that's when you can jump in as a surprise and start eliminating players and get the finishes for yourself. But again, there is a lot that we can talk about in terms of strategy, but I want to ask you, Darshita, the flight path has already switched up in terms of giving us a surprise on Erangel. A southern favored flight path from west to east, favoring only the military base. I mean, I don't even want to pay heed to Gatka, Pochinki and other regions, because even though it was a little bit close by, that flight path looked like it was screaming the name of military base. Do you think we are going to be seeing a similar one? I'm not asking for a prediction, but do you think it's going to be a similar one in terms of flight path that is going to be giving us a surprise as well as the players?
For the same, Sam, because it's just getting these teams into more competition, right? The
Hmm.
tough the competition is, the amazing the matches for us to witness, and that's
Yes.
something that I am rooting for right now, because it's the last day. I mean, yeah, for the players out there, it's going to get more and more difficult. We already
Hmm.
saw the pressure that the teams have when 8-bit Juicy, he took down, sorry, Madbin took down Juicy, his teammate itself, with a grenade. We know how
Yes.
much pressure those players are having right now, because it's not about getting rewarded. I mean, rewards are something you're gonna get when you unlock them, and for unlocking you need a key, and that key, you get that key only when you are in top 16. So right
Exactly.
now, to get that key, you need to be in top 16. You get rewarded with a key, and after that, you go, you find that lock, you unlock it for the beautiful prizes that we have in this Gillette 7Sea Invitational. So it's gonna be beautiful. It's gonna be amazing. I'm not talking more about the map, everything right now, because everything is under pressure right now. So is the temperature. I
Exactly.
mean, we've been talking about it since the beginning itself. I'm interesting. I'm just waiting when the fuel is already filled in the flight itself, and when the flight takes off and we get to see what is happening. But right now, Sam, the only thing I'm missing is the game face of the players. I mean, we
Hmm.
saw that on the day one, we saw that on day two itself, and right now, when we need to see it the most, we are missing it the most.
I mean, that's kind of how surprises are, right? Now you
Yeah.
just asked for it. Maybe we are going to be seeing it very soon. But as you said, for all of viewers also to get your game face on, check out the limited edition Gillette Mark III razors, and it's especially made for BGMI. It's a special BGMI edition. If you're wondering about the purchase link, it's down in the description. You just need to scroll down, press show more, and you'll find the link and go purchase one for yourself. I mean, there's certain goodies for BGMI specifically. I think there's a pop socket for you. So make sure you check it out so that, again, we all love, right? Whenever we get kind of special limited edition goods, try to get your hands on it, because I've already said limited edition. We don't know how long the stocks are going to be lasting. But if you want to get yourself a smooth shave, just like these teams are doing smooth saves for their teammates, we are looking forward to you. I mean, we saw, I would say, a smooth save movement here on Erangel was Justin's rush, the way he jumped right in between the players of EXO. That is just commendable. That you need to have nerves of steels for that. It's not an easy spot to be pushing yourself to and then taking players down. I mean, it's like there's a bear trap, you're jumping on the bear trap, and the reaction time of the bear trap and your reaction time is quicker. You kind of eliminate the opponent, and then the bear trap closes and you survive. That's the kind of situation that I would say he survived from Justin, but that's going to be a lot more in terms of risky plays coming in from many of these teams. They understand the, I would say, the normal play of just wait and play, rotate and play, go in for finishes is not going to be working. You have to pull something out brilliant. You have to completely dominate a particular map, and that's how you'll be winning. But if you agree with me, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe along with the bell icon, because this is still the semifinals, guys. We are still saying that it's the last day, but for the semifinals, after today, from tomorrow, you're going to be seeing your grand finalists, top 16 teams. But right now, it's time to get our game faces and the players' game faces on as we are heading to Miramar. The flight, it started already gliding, but let's see if it's going to be giving us a favorable flight path or a surprising one. Right as of now, it's just gliding on top of the beautiful sandy dunes of Miramar. And again, it is still southern favored, but not like it is favoring only one particular spot like it did on Erangel. But it is going to be difficult for teams who want to get over to El Azhar, Tierra Bronca, Campo Militar. El Pozo should not be difficult, but from north, from El Pozo, La Cobreria, it's going to be a little bit tough, Darshita. But Circle, I'm looking forward to it. You always request for no lostliness. Who knows what's going to be happening? What are your thoughts?
Okay, wait a minute. I'll be giving you a surprise, Sam, by
Okay.
saying that I want Los Leones.
Oh,
This
wait.
I will be rooting for Los Leones.
Okay, guys, I'm done. I'm happy now. Darshita has chosen Los Leones. I'm happy. Finally, yes, let's go. BGMI gods, please give us Los Leones. Darshita is also okay with it. I am also okay with it. We want to see Los Leones because that's where the compounds are going to be. And we are going to be getting Los Leones. BGMI gods. I mean, I have no other wishes. I have no other fulfillments that I need. Darshita, I think it's about how casters kind of sync. That's only when BGMI gods sync, I think.
Every time we go to a map, and before everything, we'll be texting each other, Sam,
Yes.
on what prediction we have to
Yes,
make next,
that's
right?
true.
so
We'll,
that
we'll,
so that
we'll sync
somewhere,
like that.
yeah, we will probably be doing that. But right now, what I'm looking forward to is the zone has played a different game, but we already have one player down. That's gonna be a beautiful start of Miramar itself, where more than 50% of the map gets deleted, I would say, in the first
Mhm.
circle itself. That's gonna be interesting. Impala is a
Oh.
compound I look forward to. We have one elimination even. That's gonna be unfortunate for the team, but fortunate for the one who got finished, and none other than Knuckle got himself one at the initial 3 minutes itself.
What and how? Okay, this drop clash at Picado was just brilliant. I mean, we were just talking about how we synchronize. It looks like Global Esports, they're synchronized after what happened in the previous matchup. They said previously it was like we were moving around and we got into a fight. This time, we're not going to be moving around and getting into a fight. We're going to be choosing our fights, and Knuckle chose his first one, got that finish for himself, got the first pick of Miramar for his entire team. But right now, I'm looking forward to if is there going to be an answer, a retaliation coming in from NIGMA Galaxy. The wait is still going to be there. NIGMA Galaxy have not left the compound. Global Esports being and playing smart, they do not want to get isolated here, because on Miramar, isolation is the most disastrous thing that you can do as an entire team, because it gives away your position for easy. But look at NIGMA Galaxy. They have positioned and strategized themselves in various different directions. But wait, what? Now I'm seeing the Enigma Galaxy properly. They just had 3 players who dropped down on Miramar. Out of that, 1 player is already out, and they're just left with 2 more players. A 4v2 situation. Max, yes, he's on the top. He might be able to get 1 knock, but this is going to be an ouch moment for Enigma Galaxy. This is not going to be their mark moment.
Hurts. That definitely hurts. Now, Nigma Galaxy, either they get out of that fight or just capitalize over 2v4, and that is something that is next to impossible. Now look at Max. He has up with all the information he needs. He knows there are players, but is he firing? No, he is not, because he's been isolated and he's away from his teammates. That's where the difficulties are. MJ, he's been eliminated already, and I guess Max's location has already been compromised, because I see all the players from Global Esports deciding to take more finishes for themselves. I see different guns. All the players are playing with all different guns, but Wixie, now all this man got to do is survive, because at the end of the day, if Max gets eliminated, Wixie can be the one to run away out of this fight, even right now, he can run away out of this fight because controlling a situation where you are 50% down of the manpower itself is out of your hands.
It is out of the hands, and global esports, they're reading it right that Nigma Galaxy, they should be hiding in a spot that they're unable to reach or completely on top. Now Vixie, he's seen all of this happen right in front of his screen, so he understands that now Max's position is going to be very difficult to help. And Max, the call is there, and that's the reason he's preventing for global esports from climbing up. But Vixie, you need to start pushing from bottom. If he does and times it perfectly, Max can push from top, Vixie can push from top at bottom, and they can both corner global esports one after another. And if they're stuck to one single floor, maybe that 2v4 situation works, Darshita, because that has happened. The situation has been turned around, but Vixie's position gets compromised. They're spraying him through those steel sheets. It's going to be very difficult for him to survive. The smokes are his only hopes, and he's looking forward to putting that smokes up. But Joker, look at him. I mean, that's a Uzi, my friend. How are you going to be even trying to spray with it with a hollow sight? I mean, I know all of you are well trained with your spray control and you understand how every gun has different sprays. But come on, that mid-range spray coming through, it's not going to be that easy to pull it off on Vixie. I mean, if there was a different gun, maybe even in UMP that we have seen, just like now AJ, he has an AKM, it should be good. But Joker is not giving up that Uzi at all, Darshita.
Looking forward to what is happening here, Sam. I'm scared. To be honest, I'm really scared of what is happening because this fight is getting too much prolonged, not for a longer period of time. I guess Max was waiting for me to say something, and that's gonna be one player down. But Max, he gets instantly cleared there and then. Now, Vixie, he has a big job to do here. I doubt he'll be able to do that because, again, he has compromised himself out there, and now the only option he got is to run. But will he be able to do that? I really doubt, Vixie. No, do not peek there. Do not, I say, because Nakul has his eyes on you. Joker is down to the ground, but any movement will be revived. What? Vixie eliminated one player from the sides of he took down one player from Global Esports. So I guess Global Esports has two players down there already. Vixie is getting caught, is getting a lot of damage on himself, but Global Esports, they need to patch their players up, eliminate Max completely, and maybe try to go in for a close range fight rather than fighting. No, AJ, why?
I am completely losing my mind. 4v2, 2v4, and it looks like Vixie, the last surviving player for Nigma Galaxy, he's making it happen. I mean, we talked about this. This should have been an easy clutch and easy finish coming in for Global Esports, but finally Nakul finds Vixie. A tough battle right as of now, and all the players of Global Esports survive just by their, I don't know how to say it, but just by their teeth, just by their fingers, just by their, I'm not too sure, maybe a point trigger, or just by, I would say, luck. I don't know what specific word to use to define that thing. That 2v4 was about to work in Nigma Galaxy's favor, Darshita. That should never happen. But that's the potential that we were talking about. That's the skill set that every player has here in Gillette 7Sea Invitational. You cannot doubt anybody as a player because this is a team game. The team game eventually gives you those efforts in terms of fruition of chicken dinners, but it's never a YOLO solo play. YOLO solo play can find you a couple of finishes, but it never works out to completely getting a chicken dinner. Yes, when you believe in your teammate and you give him the right calls and information, again, that is still a team game, because of which your teammate kind of gets a little bit relief that he has all the idea that he needs in terms of the fights that he needs to pick. But unbelievable was that spot for Global Esports as well as Nigma Galaxy. It should have been the most easiest fights to conclude, Darshita.
Right now, I'm looking forward to the upcoming zone. Take me to Los Leones and Impala, please, because that's gonna be almost okay. I mean, we are having a lucky day, Sam, aren't we?
I agree with you.
I mean, what a beautiful day we have today. I mean, Sam was so happy that he, just went speechless for a moment. Impala and Los Leones are the compound that I'm looking forward to. I've always been saying this, that Impala is a place that I've been rooting for always, because that's the best possible compound ever that you'll fight in this specific map. Now, out of all what has happened, we got one team, eliminated completely. That's going to be Enigma Galaxy. But right now we have our eyes on Godlike. Godlike, they got 0 finishes. They haven't started yet. But Somraj, he decides to go get himself into a fight. That's going to be one player down. But Somraj, an instant trade comes and Striker, he won't be having mercy out there. It's just eliminating him completely. 7C Aladdin gets caught by Enigma entity. Enigma will be taking one more on Aladdin, and that's going to be one more player confirmed.
I mean, this is Miramar. I understand players get isolated, but how? Why are you giving up your position so easily? Look at this. TSM finds Deadpool isolated. Yes, the players are together in the close compounds, but why was he jumping out in the open? SKYLIGHTZ still exchanging blows with Hyderabad HYDRAS. One confirmation coming through, then there's a knock coming in from Hyderabad HYDRAS. Not too sure where that fight is going to be, but blind, unfortunate. They're getting caught in a third party situation. From one end, it was TSM, from another, it was a different team. But right now, team. Wait, whether it's Hyderabad, yes, it's Hyderabad Hydra still, but SKYLIGHTZ, they say that we have done enough in terms of investing for a fight. We have already lost two players. We cannot give up a lot more. Yes, the other player who is already being lost from Hyderabad Hydras, it's not looking good, but Carry, he comes in clutch. He saves his teammate, but look at this, XSPARK and GODLIKE, they're having a fight of their own. Not too sure who's completely capitalizing on top of it. It is blows being exchanged. Unfortunate clutch god, as well as Jonathan, the IGL, as well as the main assaulter, the goddamn, I would say, Rainmaster of bullets. He's out in terms of a knock. It's going to be difficult to reviving him, and look at XSPARK, how quickly they're acting to make sure either Jonathan and Clutch God do not come back to their feet. They should be eliminated in the positions that they are in. Otherwise, GODLIKE, they might be reactivated and reincarnated. But now X-Scout, he knows where the player was knocked because his teammates gave him the call, and Scout goes and finishes the job. Now Jonathan's end should also come very soon, but Z-God and Neo are going to be the only two survivors. But why are they so far away from each other, Darshita? You saw Z-God, you saw Neo as well, but both of them are not on each other's screen. And surrounding also, even in that small square map, we cannot see Neo where he is close to Z-God, and same goes for Neo's map where close Z-God is. GODLIKE, I don't know what this was.
It's difficult for the entire team to get out of that situation right now. But look at that. Jonathan, Team XSPARK is just waiting to finish Jonathan. I don't know why are they waiting, because at the end of the day, they are in the play zone. They are in the blue itself. They need to get out of that position or they'll be hitting back a lot of damage and utilizing a lot of utility out there. On the other side, we have Blinds. Now, Blinds, they got a beautiful match, the previous one I'm talking about, but right now they're not looking good after they have lost one of their players. We have CHEMIN Esports, the winners of the previous match. Now the zone, it goes towards the areas of Impala. Again, a 50-50 cut, a 40-60 cut, I would probably say it this way. The small island out there, you can see, I mean, I just wish if I could see one team over there, but I doubt that's gonna happen because play zone, it will be shrinking in the same area around.
Exactly. I mean, I understand it would have been even more interesting if the player would have gotten themselves to the island and the circle was still favoring that island. It would have been very interesting, but as we know, at least the riverbeds is something that we can expect. And also one more thing that you always keep asking about it, maybe a couple of water zone. I mean, very close water zones we've seen only a couple of times. I mean, it's not even handful, only I would say rare moments that we have seen that little bit of the water bodies are there. This time the chances there. You did ask about whether we can have the island. I don't think about the island, but little bit of the water bodies. But Blind right now are about to be surrounded with a different team. CHEMIN was already surrounding them. There was TSM, but right now 7C. But just like Blind, 7C have also lost the player, and it is Aladdin. We saw him being eliminated to Enigma. Unfortunate, because Aladdin was kind of isolated, and we talk about it. Isolations are not something that you should give up, and you should never separate from your teammates. On Miramar, Erangel is something that you can try and recover, but Miramar, look at that. Do you even kind of see good covers that players can hold? Equinox with his teammates, they have a complete compound for themselves, and this is one position I really like, because I think out of all the positions in Miramar, look at the number of trees here. So good position, and Blaze, he immediately has a chance to run back, and I guess he was getting hit from 7C. They were providing the cover fire, and yes, it was
The case. 7C, they have lost Aladdin. Entity when take down Dawn. So Marcos Gaming will be losing Dawn even. On the other side, Revenant, we have right exactly in front. Entity Shadow will be taking, but do I see GODLIKE taking into a fight even after being two players? I mean, we just saw a 2v4 in the beginning itself, so the chances of that happening was something I was scared of. But yeah, that's going to be the case. Entity Troy on the other side can have a great view on Star, because Star is right exactly in the front and he has an upper ground advantage to work around with. But Paukilo, he has left the place completely. Star is being left behind. A lone survivor is what I can call him out there, and he needs to get out of that 1v4 once again, where he is in the blue. Entity, do not fight in the blue itself, because that can be devastating, not just for Marcos but for Entity as well. But out of all this happening, we have Revenge, CHEMIN Esports getting into a fight. Godlike Neo will be taking one on SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Gamla Boy Revenge, that's the disadvantage I was talking about. One player gets punished. Akshay, he just compromises himself, and I guess Destro with this grenade, he can make it work in his favor. I mean, a beautiful connect. All there is waiting for Akshay, runs away for his life. Beautiful dodge it was.
It was, but still, look at this. Two players are still stuck. It's got to be Mighty, and I think it should be Sonic. And finally, Justin's grenade connects if it was not anybody else. Sonic Fox is in a different direction. It was Final Boss as well as Mighty who were together, but Mighty is also now knocked. Now, Sonic Fox sees the drop, but Delta PG is better. He connects those bullets, and everybody from CHEMIN survived, and nobody from Revenge does. That's going to be the end for Revenge. What a play coming in from CHEMIN, Darshita. They jumped down from the hilltop, the advantage that they had, and they still converted. You saw the health was a little bit better on their opponents from Revenge, but the spray was better from CHEMIN.
About confidence, and right now confidence is speaking a complete different language. Playzone will be taking one player. Now that's the reason I was trying to shout it out loud that Entity should move out of that position. And now look at them, they are faltering down like dominoes. One more player gets hit. That's going to be TSM Ninja Chord. So Team TSM, they have lost their beast, they have lost their monster, and that's going to be Ninja Chord. Now after, even if they lose Aquanox out here, it can really get difficult for the entire squad. Global Esports getting a lot of damage on themselves. Joker gets eliminated completely. Now one more player who's down already can be confirmed any moment, because he's at the edge of the blue. At any moment with the zone upcoming shrink, that's going to be done and dusted for him. So Team TSM, they have decided to not wait and finish him off completely. Let's just look forward to a better position, and TSM right now are looking forward to that. But on the other side, look at all those players. Knuckle, as I was saying, gets eliminated by the play zone itself. But right now what I'm talking about is Marcos, CHEMIN, Hyderabad HYDRAS, Enigma and 7C. They in the close quarters. There's near to no breathing space in between, so the fights are something I'm looking forward to. Destro will be taking one on Entity Noob. CHEMIN Esports, the beautiful position that they have right now, they're just making it work in their favor. Shadow goes down because of a grenade. 7 finishes for CHEMIN Esports.
If I have a chance to talk to the players of CHEMIN, I want to ask them what they had for breakfast or lunch or whatever they had in terms of food. Because look at them, they're not stopping. First match, they were brilliant. Now they've already picked up fights with 2 different teams, and they're looking very successful. One team, it was a clean, complete elimination. Another team has been spotted. They're looking forward to eliminating them. After that, they'll be looking forward to another team. It does not look anytime soon they'll be stopping. But right now, Hyderabad HYDRAS, they've found a player from Enigma, and that's going to be the player count falling apart for Enigma. Yes, they have still 3 players, but losing a 4th player, especially when you don't have a lot of finishes. I think Enigma only had 1, but now Delta PG finds a player. That's going to be Rex. Rex immediately going into hiding because he knows he does not have the chance. But look at CHEMIN finding players from 3 different directions. They spotted Hyderabad HYDRAS, they spotted Enigma, they spotted 7C, and now they're also picking up a fight with Revenant. So CHEMIN making use of the higher ground advantage in a brilliant fashion, and nobody is able to contest them. Nobody is able to retaliate because CHEMIN are playing very smart in those higher ground advantage. They're not going in for overpeak. And look at that, Robin. He did go up. Immediately Ace Black wanted to spray, but Robin was just too way quick. He immediately went down to the dip, and now it's not going to be easy. Ace Black is reading this right, but is finding no connections. Justin on another knock on Paradox.
Agree with everything that you said, but there's just one thing in my mind. Now we know, right? CHEMIN Esports, even if one player falters down, that's gonna get them difficulties. Why?
Yes.
Being the reason on the second side, because they are out in the play zone. Team Forever, they got a best ever position in the entire play zone. Team XSPARK, easy entry for them. Even CHEMIN Esports got an easy entry, but if they do not do it right now, it can be difficult for them, because all the teams out there, you always have your eyes on the team at the top, but let's just have more detailed strats of Delta PG himself, who just took one player out. That's a total of 22 finishes he got for himself, and 35% of contribution, which lets us know that not just Delta but the entire squad has just done a lot of destruction in the entire semi-finals till now.
Exactly. If we see CHEMIN and Delta PG and Destro, these were the players who were in the top fraggers list, and that's where they want to get back to. Enigma losing players one after another. Evo is right now down. Now it's up to Rex and Eggy to pull this off. Hyderabad Hydras in the same similar quarters as Enigma, so this is going to be a fight between them as well, and Carry was waiting for it. Eggy right now looking forward to pushing the corner, but it's Carry who wants to push up, but Eggy was better. But wait, what happened? It was a cover fire coming in from Ace Black. I did not even see Ace Black, and that was a brilliant timed effort coming in from Carry and Ace Black to make sure Hyderabad Hydras survive, but not Enigma.
Done for one more team, 11 teams and 30 total live players. But Neo, this man was causing destruction, gets a full stop on that, and that's going to be Neo down to the ground. CHEMIN Esports takes one on 7C again and again. We see CHEMIN Esports getting themselves into a fight. Destro will be confirming Blind Williams. Always bold, they will be taking one from Blind. So Team Blind, they got decimated by two teams, and that's going to be the end for Blind in this Miramar action itself. Delta PG, again, you need to go in the zone itself, because right now, no, don't, Delta, he will be just jumping off there. Why in the world? Why? No, Paukilo. Oh my god, this man confirmed Paukilo with the jump he had. 12 finishes for CHEMIN Esports. This is looking brilliant, but they need to be careful. This is something I was scared of, and that's going to be Delta PG down to the ground. Neo gets punished. Blaze with that grenade in his hand. He can make it work, because Scout tried exactly in the front, but no. Scout denies that grenades anyhow. Delta PG gets confirmed, I guess, and that's going to be one player of GE. Manya gets caught by Z-God. That's going to be global. Godlike Esports still surviving. Destro holding a great upper hand advantage, but one more player from CHEMIN Esports gets down to the ground. Now, the fact that I told a while ago, Sam, if one player falls, the entire team falters down, and that is definitely happening.
Exactly. As soon as one player went, players from CHEMIN are just falling like dominoes. There's nothing to stop. It's like loose marbles right as of now, that unable to hold themselves off. And Justin is still trying to make sure his team survives. But look at this TSM and XSPARK going ham on each other. And right as of now, it's going to be, I would say, TSM's Blaze OP trying to do all the damage, trying to push back XSPARK. And he has done the job. Ultron is down. You can see, I think Mavi is also down. Scout should also be down. And it's getting difficult for XSPARK to make this comeback happen. Scout is back to his feet. He's going in for a revive for Ultron. But look at the grenade coming in. It's going to be timing really well. I think it should be getting a confirmation as well. And yes, it is going to be getting a confirmation of Mavi. It drops Fearless down. But Scout, he is the man right now in his own stance and mood. He needs to be right now working his magic. If he finds, he's going to be eliminating TSM and letting XSPARK survive. Aquanox, he has been confirmed. There's still another player surviving. That's going to be Blaze OP. He has a medkit. He has a first aid as well as bandages to play with. But Scout, look at the amount of grenades and everything that is raining down. No connection is still found, because Blaze is not moving in towards right. He was moving straight, but Scout finally gets that confirmation barely to get Fearless back online. Now Justin also being the last surviving player, and this is just magic happening on Miramar, that players and teams are losing each other, and it's coming to a count of 1 or 2 players surviving from every team. Look at Revenant also. They had everybody going for them, but they just have 2 players. And Team Forever, they did pick up a fight with Blind, and now they have 3 players. So the last teams that we are seeing, none of them have all the 4 players surviving. Everybody has at least minimum of 1 or at least 3 casualties, and is being survived with just 1 player.
Because Z-God has a huge responsibility, but Rampage, CHEMIN Esports, Justin, this man is going mad. Someone needs to put a full stop on the domination CHEMIN Esports is showcasing right now. Z-God barely surviving, gets caught. A tree is all that he has, but right now he'll be trying to reposition him and get a better of what he already has. A grenade is something he's looking forward to. Scout is not up with the information. Grenade goes. 2 players are right exactly in the front, but falls short, and that's why the grenade gets denied. Now Z-God, he needs to patch himself up. He only got 4 bandages, Dustin. He is right, exactly in the front. Gets caught, gets punished. Is not yet done. He is waiting in those inner wall covers. 17 is what Team CHEMIN Esports has got. If they get 20, I am just gonna sit back and don't know what would I do if they hit 20 right now.
Unbelievable. This is what we said. Just making sure that the players survive a little bit longer, and if they've gotten the chicken dinner, the records that we were wishing to be broken of 33 in terms of the total points right as now in Gillette 7Sea Invitational that we have, that would have been broken. Still, the possibility is there. I mean, all of us remember that 1v3 that Marcos Dion did. So the possibility for Justin doing the same is there, but he needs to survive till the last fight, till the top 2 teams are there, and then looking forward to clutching it. But now XSPARK, they're also looking forward to holding their horses, making sure it works in their favor. Kyoya, unfortunate. How did that happen? A vehicle blast. I'm not too sure if it was some other opponent that came through, but it was his own vehicle blasting in close quarters and getting that confirmation. I mean, it's still a knock, but not a confirmation. But confirmation is going to be on Fearless coming in from Team Forever. Unfortunate for XSPARK as Scout is the lone survivor. Look at Z-God. He wants to push up. Scout is there. Scout connects a couple of his bullets. Let's see who's better. Z-God is also connecting, and Z-God is better. I guess he connected at least one of this into a headshot, because of which, unfortunate for Scout, even though they hit a lot of damage on Scout, it was XSPARK being eliminated and GODLIKE still surviving. What a move coming in from Z-God, and he needs those medkit, he needs those first aids, he needs those bandages because he had none of it. And now Kyoya, even though he had kind of gone down, Revenant had another player because of which he's still surviving. But look at Z-God, there's nothing stopping this man. He's still pushing up. This Team Forever from a different direction who can spot him out. But look at Z-God, he pushes himself to a crate now. He will be stealing everything and getting all the better equipment for himself. Pushing up to Justin. Z-God looking like a monster. He's converting those bullets. He switches the gun and gets the confirmation on Justin. But look at the grenade coming in from Revenant. This might be the end of GODLIKE. Unfortunate, but still Z-God is surviving. Team Forever pushing up. Revenant and Core is down. How is this fight changing up now? GODLIKE as well as Team Forever. A 1v3 situation is going to be right in front of Z-God. We know this man can do it, but there are too many players from various different directions, and he was getting sprayed from 2 different directions. And it is going to be Team Forever getting that first chicken dinner, Darshita. Gear up. Team Forever still are not out of the game.
Can see them in the second sides of the overall standing. That's all I can say, because how many finishes did they get, Sam? I mean, near to 5, 6, 7, 8?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
Less than
more
10.
than less than 10, but more than 8. Somewhere nearby is what we can definitely expect. So they are gonna get a huge jump with this. But again, Team Forever, they are popping off. But am I too harsh to say that it's too late? Maybe or may not be, because again, they are on the third side of the overall standing, not just third, but on the second last or the first the last position. So it's gonna get difficult. But let's just see how much boost this team has got after getting this beautiful victory for themselves.
I need a break. I couldn't handle
please.
that. Z-God, come on. Like, what went through his mind? It's like he got himself some, I would say, adrenaline shot. I'm not too sure actually if he did take it like in game, right? There to boost yourself, to get your health better. It looked like he just took up that shot and he went on a rampage of killing everybody, rampage of eliminating everybody. He first took down Scout, whereas XSPARK had the advantage in terms of the numbers. They were the ones who kind of eliminated players from GODLIKE, and Z-God said, I've spotted you guys. I'm not going to let you guys survive. You guys made the damage on GODLIKE. Otherwise, we could have had a chance of getting a chicken dinner. And look at him. After that, he pushed up. He saw a crate, took that opportunity, got better equipment, became the master of Miramar over there, started doing damage. And Justin, he was ready for a fight with Revenant as well. But a grenade came his way. It did do the damage. It stalled him for like, I would say, 5 or 10 seconds, but then he was looking ready. He spotted a player from Team Forever. I think it was player 6. He was spraying him down, but just because of the distance, right? It was a little bit close to mid and long range was the distance, and he could not connect the bullets. And as soon as player 6 recalled that he's out in the open, Z-God is looking forward to eliminating him. Another player provided the cover fire, and Z-God could not do a lot. If Z-God was able to isolate those fights, as I said, he was almost becoming the master of Miramar over there. He was kind of getting that Miramar going in his favor, not in anybody's, irrespective of the numbers. What a brilliant try. This map I'm going to be remembering in Z God's name. And Godlike kind of love, I would say, Miramar, because the amount of destruction that they're able to put forth and force on the opponents is seen a lot on Miramar. Erangel, yes, they perform, but Miramar, they become like a destructive team who kind of bombard all the opponents out of the map.
Been amazing. So why not? Let's have one more look on the top moments, the highlights of this specific map. It all started with GE and Nigma Galaxy having a fight. Now, here, I mean, I was about to say that a 2v4 situation getting prolonged for 6 minutes. I've seen that happening most of the time, right? 2v4 that gets prolonged for 6 minutes is something a bit shocking for me. But on the other side, Enigma, they started taking off the players of 7C. Marcos were caught by Entity. Now Don, I guess he was already down to the ground, and there was one more player out there taking to, just took him out. Marcos Gaming, they were caught, and that's where difficulties begin. Entity, they were out in the blues trying to take one player down. Star, he was left isolated where he got finished, and eventually he was caught. But CHEMIN Esports, I need to talk about this team right now. Confidence is what I will say was 100%. But what went wrong was not getting into a zone when they had everything.
Exactly.
We saw the map, right? We saw the map itself. CHEMIN Esports, they had good number of finishes, but they didn't opt for the zone, and that's where they got punished. One player faltered, second one fell, and eventually the entire squad got eliminated. Justin did all the hard carry. He got 7 in his name, or
Oh,
maybe 8.
yes.
But that was done. Neo, the when Z-God and Neo, this duo was a destruction for the entire one. But Neo, he was left out alone, and Z-God was left out alone doing a beautiful job.
Exactly, but I really like this timing. I did not even see Ace Black. I'm pretty sure none of us did. Even Enigma did not. It was a surprise coming through. But Justin, a brilliant play coming in from this man. The way he was able to hold his ground, trying to make sure Kemen survives a little bit further down the line in the overall standings as well as on Miramar. But this fight was just brilliant coming in from TSM and XSPARK. The blows were being exchanged both ways, but then Scout with his own magic, and we know how good of an assaulter Scout is. He grabs the opportunity and eliminates the team. But yes, if XSPARK survived with more numbers in terms of the players, I think XSPARK would have had their chance of getting a chicken dinner as well, because Scout was looking really good. He was on top form. But as soon as he lost players, he kind of started getting a little bit worried. But look at this, when he knew that he had a chance of helping his teammates and making sure his teammates survive, that time he was looking like complete indestructible force. And yes, he did make it happen, but then Fearless falls back, gets eliminated as well, even though after this revive. But this map was complete a roller coaster. Look at this. Kemen, as you said, Darshita, we saw them in a couple of moments having all their 4 players. Delta was fighting, Destro was fighting, Robin was fighting, and now it's only Justin fighting, who's trying to eliminate players one after another. But I think it is all, as you said, right? Timing it. You need to understand the circle keeps moving. Before the circle moves, at least try to figure a way to move in your own mind which would be a better spot. But look at the Z-God, the way he was functioning was just brilliant. Yes, Team Forever got the advantage of eliminating Revenant, but look at the Z-God, he was ready with the spray, and this is what I said, always bolte from a different angle. As soon as the call was given, he did do the damage. Otherwise, Z-God, he could have brought it to a 1v1 situation very soon. But Global Esports making this mistake of kind of getting into a disadvantage was very unfortunate. But right now, Team Forever, they're going to be the chicken dinner team who get themselves the chicken dinner. But because of just 7 finishes, Kemen are going to be snatching away at least the first spot in terms of the match standings of Miramar with 25 points. And now, Darshita, look at the amount of point difference that Kemen is making. They're already in the first position with another set of 25 points. When OR have not played in this group, it's going to be bringing a lot more in terms of I would say difference of where Kemen is and where OR is standing right as now. The Team Forever, I'm pretty sure this team is also about to make a jump.
Team is about to make a jump, but again, I mean, I'm just having my eyes on Kemen and Forever. 17 finishes? I mean, what destruction Kemen has just showcased. This was a mad level performance,
Back
and
to
it
back.
could have been better. It could have been better. I'm forced to say this, Sam. It could have been better
I
if
agree.
the zone was calculated. We could have seen one more back to back chicken dinner, but they got it on a good notes back to back. I mean, On the start itself, I said I do not want the history to repeat, the team getting a chicken dinner and faltering in the second map. It was a history not getting repeated,
Yes.
but it could definitely have been better. And trust me, audience, I'm forced to say that. Godlike on the third position with a total of 17, Revenant with 12. XSPARK and Hyderabad Hydras, they are tying up in the total of points that they got. That's going to be 11. TSM 9, Global Esports got 5, Enigma, SKYLIGHTZ, and Entity got 2 for themselves. 7C Marcos and Blind got 1. But unfortunately, Revenge and Enigma Galaxy couldn't even get one single point. Now you ask me for a difference? Look at that. 150 has been crossed. That's a total of 156 that CHEMIN Esports got for themselves, still standing really strong. And now this is what I'll call a beautiful balance between placement and position. 77 placement points, I mean the highest, 79 finish points, again the highest, and again a best ever balance between both the aspects.
Exactly, it's very difficult to maintain a balance, and Kemen are showing how to do it. But right now, look at this. Godlike are also not giving up in terms of their performance. He got played brilliant, 127 points, but the difference right now, till date, we just had a difference of like 9 points, 11 points, 10 points, 15 to 20 points. But right now, it is getting close to 30. I mean, I'm pretty sure we'll be causing it if Kemen is performing like this itself. TSM in the third with 125, OR pushing down themselves to the fourth with 123, Global with 122, Hyderabad Hydras at 119 in the sixth position, Blind getting pushed down to the 7th 118, and SKYLIGHTZ being the 8th team right as of now with 115. We just talked about it, right, that SKYLIGHTZ were one of the only teams in the first page that did not play their first match of the day, so they have the opportunity and the advantage. But the other teams, they said, we are not going to be giving SKYLIGHTZ the opportunity of grabbing points and running away to the top spots, and they started eliminating one after another. First, they got into a fight between Hyderabad Hydras, and I guess then it was XSPARK eliminating them. Oh wait, no, it was Godlike also. So kind of a mix and match in between, and SKYLIGHTZ were unable to do a lot. They got 2 points for at least playing the match, so it's not completely bad, but it will not be enough. But I'm looking forward to what has happened on the second page, Darshita. Has Team Forever made their entry? They got their first chicken dinner. It was one of a new team that we have seen as of now, and I'm really loving how we are seeing. We talked about it, 16 new winners, but right now we are at 18, 4 more matches to go. I wish we reached the 20 mark. If we reach 20 different winners in this Gillette 7Sea Invitational, that means out of the 24 teams that we had, the competition was so close that even though teams are coming into the last day, they're not giving up. And Team Forever, I think it's going to be hard luck. As you said, it might be a little bit
That hurts.
too, I would say, I wouldn't say completely too late, but yes, we are at the last few matches. They just have a couple more matches to play. So I think Team Forever, they need to gear up.
I mean, I was too harsh when I said that it is too late, but truth is, already here. Team Soul on the ninth, Nigma Galaxy. We have entities 7C, Marcos, EXO, Revenant, and Enigma being the last team. And the only team in top 16 with double digit and not a triple one. Look at that. 100 is what Revenant got, Enigma got 85. So the probability chances of Enigma getting pushed down and new team coming up, yes, it can happen. But a bit difficult for Revenant to go down and a new team to come up. Now, that's the huge difference we have in the 15th, 16th, and the 17th position. But again, from 15th to 19th, there's like just a 10-point difference. Look at that, 100 and 110. Just a 10-point difference is what we have. I mean, it's gonna get really interesting right now. Marcos is looking good with the number of placement points that he have. That's gonna be 74, but finishes is could have been better again, right? 28 is not a good amount, but no, Team Forever. Oh my god, just
Hmm.
a single rank up. That hurts. That really hurts
I
because
agree with you.
Forever they still have 20 points difference from the 17th team itself, and 85, I mean near to 30 points is the difference they have. So to qualify with the two remaining maps for them, they at least need a 50 or a 60 bounce, and that's difficult.
I agree with you. It's going to be too difficult, Darshita. It's not at all going to be, I would say, uh, I don't know. I want to make it sound that it is doable, believable, reachable, but it's too hard, right? Even if you try to put up the words to make it match. 2 more matches for Team Forever. They have to get to, I would say, if Team Forever are able to reach triple digit, that is meaning that they have to get close to 20 points in the upcoming games, make it 40 in total. There might be a chance, but the chance will also still be very light. It's not going to be easy. But again, same goes for the other teams: Rivalry, Revenge, Walkouts, Insane, 8-Bit, XSPARK, Orangutan. All these teams still looking forward to their way in, but still getting pushed out. But look at this: the entire, I would say, last page has played only 13 matches, and Team Forever is the only team which has played 14 matches. All the teams need to understand that they will be playing 16 matches. The last page teams, they have 3 matches to play. So in terms of points, if we like kind of want to speculate, 20 being the average, 60 points can be made for everyone except for Team Forever, where they can make 40 points. And this is why we said at least some kind of a momentum, some kind of points needed to be built from day one. Team Forever, they couldn't do it, and as you said, just 1 spot up is not enough. 4 spots up is going to be for XSPARK, but still they're in the third page, so that 4 spots up did not make a difference in terms of, I would say, this specific matchup of Miramar. But in the whole picture, I think that can slowly push them up to the next page if XSPARK keep up the same performance that we are seeing. They're looking aggressive, they're looking good, they're getting finishes, a couple of placement points here and there. So XSPARK, let's hope they make their way in. But will Walkouts be able to make it? The team which got the first chicken dinner ever in Gillette 7Sea Invitational are in the third page and also the 21st spot.
So much to talk about. The way this things are turning out to be, it's just getting more and more intense, interesting, but at the same time, a lot of pressures on the player out there, because what we are left with is Erangel and Miramar repeating itself twice, and that's done for semifinals. Erangel
Mhm.
Miramar, Erangel Miramar, where we have Group B performing thrice, Group A performing twice, Group C thrice. Group, I mean, I don't know what more do I say after looking at this schedule, because at the end of the day, the only match, Group B and Group C, they have a advantage compared to what Group A has, because look at that. I mean, Group A, they will be done on the Erangel itself, whereas Group B and C, they got a
Exactly.
chance on Miramar to push the players down in the second side itself who are from Group A, and that's a huge disadvantage for Group A. Now it's gonna be interesting because it's Erangel, a classic vanilla map that you always call it, Sam, but
Hmm.
unfortunate for me, I wouldn't be here. That's gonna be Ed joining you with a map start. So before I wanna, before I go, I wanna make it more interesting for the players. And I want the same fly path we just witnessed. Now,
Okay.
please agree with me. Please agree
Yes,
with me, because
yes.
you know, right?
BGMI
When
gods, we are
when
agreeing.
yeah, when we just synchronize in something, the things happens, right? So BGMI gods, we want to fly path. There was same like a previous one, but the only
Hmm.
thing different I want is fly path favoring military base, the zone going to Sivani. Man, oh man, what a huge competition. It will be no one in the play
Yes,
zone, and that's gonna get all the teams into difficulties, but we are here for difficulties, right? Difficult
exactly.
moments is something that we are rooting for. BGMI gods, again, we are having like a same assumptions. Please make that work in our favor.
Let's hope for it. The Erangel matchup that we saw first was very interesting and intense as well. The second one can be super intense and interesting as well. We have to just wait and watch. And as you said, the flight is going to be starting off very soon. We're back into the refueling station. It's back in its hangar. Every player is also getting in. So, the boarding time takes a little bit before we actually go for takeoff. But right now, Darshita, as you said, there is going to be Group A, which is not going to be playing in this. It's going to be Group B as well as Group C. But Group A will be playing the next consecutive matches, that is going to be on Miramar and Erangel to end it. So for them, all the best, as you said, because they just have 2 matches back to back, and after that, their fate is on Group B and C of how they play it. Whether they're able to push out those teams from Group A, or whether it's going to be those teams pushing up to the better spot from where nobody can push them out, even if somebody tries to gain entry. Just wishing every team, I would say every group, every team, all the best. But because from here on, once we start off on Erangel, we are reaching the halfway mark. Once Erangel ends, we are done with the first 3 matches. Next 3 matches is what we are left at, and after those 3 matches, we are going to be getting our 16 grand finalists. I mean, as you said, right? It's so unbelievable that we are coming to the last day of the semi-finals, but still feels like we just started off yesterday. And I think that yesterday's break that was there for all the teams, it is proving really good. Kemen, they played out really, really well, but it looks like Darshita right now had some issue over here, and we are immediately jumping that she's jumped out. I think she went in for a drop
Oh,
or jump over there,
no.
but I think
Hmm.
it's just her camera because we can still hear her. So we'll be clearing that out very soon. But I hope there's some kind of a lag, or if it's not. But here's what I wonder here, viewers. I'm going to be asking you that do you think that we are going to be getting a similar flight path? Me and Darshita have agreed, and she's again back with us. So do you think that is going to be the similar flight path where we see that it's going to be completely southern favored and giving us one hell of a show? If you agree with me, and if you're already enjoying it, as I say, do hit that like button as well as subscribe, because yes, this is still the semi-finals. This might be the last day. You were thinking that why is the action so intense? Is it the grand finals? No, not yet. I mean, if this is semi-finals and if we are kind of getting a feeling of grand finals, Rashita, what is expected in grand finals? I'm now confused. I don't know how to contemplate that while we are thinking about how
Okay.
mind boggling this was.
I'm sorry to cut you here, but do you know how to read minds? Why the hell in this world do you read everything that I have on my mind? I was just about to, sitting back here, I was having a second thought in my mind, giving it a second thought that, oh my god, these actions of semifinals are getting so interesting, so intense. If this is what semifinals is, what grand finals will be like. And the moment I just got a chance to talk about it, you already said that now
Mhm,
why do you need to do this? Just as you can read my mind so clearly, so can the players. So
mhm.
re-strategizing every now and then can be a great great one for everyone out here, because right out of the box is something that we are rooting for each and every time. But ladies and gentlemen, we were talking about the halfway itself, so why not discuss more while we enjoy the flight, while we enjoy the beautiful scenario right up there. And even welcome back Edge to the English desk, as this guy was waiting for a long time to be here. And I just checked my WhatsApp, and this guy was like, when is the match starting?
Exactly. Is it my time, Edge? It is your time. Are you
Yeah.
here?
I am. I mean, definitely, yeah. As Dashta said, I don't know why is she revealing all my messages, but it's okay. It's okay. Well, it is my time. My time is now, and it's kind of I'm excited because it's the final day and last 4 maps. Well,
Mhm.
guess what? I'm gonna be here for the final 4. I am looking forward to see if it's actually gonna come true, Sam. I mean, the teams now we have only 2 repeated winners, if I'm not wrong. So
Yes.
there's a good probability that we might get 22 as well.
Mhm.
If that happens, it's absolutely insane. But right now, it is going to be the 16 teams once again jumping in. Teams, so well, they've been performing really well. They are, I mean, except the first day where they kind of struggled a bit, but after that they kind of picked up the momentum. And I think, as you
Yes.
guys said, the rest coming in yesterday, the break, well needed
Ooh.
and well deserved by all these teams. Well, let's see what they have in store for us, because the zone is completely towards the center of the main island. So, that anyone on the military base, well, they got to make their way back to the main island right now.
Man, this is complete, I would say, change of what we saw in the first map. I mean, it was kind of favoring the edges itself. Previously, it was favoring the entire military base island, but this time we saw Lipauka, Milta Power, Novo, and military base also coming into play. With the circle said, I mean, previously we kind of gave favor to both military base and bridges in the southern area, southern western areas, so teams can have a fight. But this time they've kind of disregarded everybody. Georgiopoulos is so difficult to reach. Zarki is difficult to reach. Severny, shooting range, all these areas are so difficult to reach, and teams are going to be having a lot of drop clashes. Look at that, the number of teams here. They want to make sure they catch everybody while they're making a run. Sol will be finding the first player on SKYLIGHTZ, immediate knock and a drive by, and that's going to be Gamla Boy out. He is a brilliant fragger, and now they've lost one of the fraggers. SKYLIGHTZ already having a casualty, and it's just 2 minutes of the game. Here, Edge.
Looks like we still missed touch, huh? Okay. So gonna take a second. It's okay. It's okay. It happens, and now we are, you know, I'm actually looking forward to see if we're gonna be having any team eliminations real quick, because a couple of drop clashes, but no real eliminations coming. And Goblin gets the first pick, and after that, well, let's see. I mean, the team elimination has not happened yet. So Rivalry, on the other hand, they're trying to make their way back, getting themselves a couple of vehicles there, trying to get into those buildings right now. Ooh, a lot of damage dealt. Okay. How did they take the damage here? I'm not really sure, Sam.
I'm not too sure as well. I mean, I think it's all drop clashes that happen. Maybe somebody spotted them, did the damage. So I did take, I would say, use my brain to try and think about it. But when they are already running and moving into a different position, it's not going to be easy to understand how it's going to be working out or what happened. But I thought there's going to be a lot more action here, Edge. I mean, we saw so many teams in close quarters, but we only ended up seeing one initial pick, and that's all. Only one player. Wait, there are two players actually out of the game. I'm just looking to who that second player is. We should be having 63 players playing. We have 16 teams, that's right. Who is that second player who's out? As the first player we saw on our finish feed, it was Gamla Boy. He's out, and it's going to be a 3-player squad coming in for SKYLIGHTZ. It's going to be a tough fight and tough situation in terms of reigning control on Erangel. We know there are going to be covers that you can play around with, but always those covers do not work out. We did see that CHEMIN Delta PG, he was able to find Ninja Jod in the first matchup through the bushes itself. So you can never rely on any compound or cover or tree or bush. So you have to play your own. EXO, they did play brilliant. EXO were able to eliminate an entire squad. That was OG on Erangel I'm talking about. But after that, when they were trying to move across, they were unable to hold their horses, and it was them getting eliminated. So let's hope that EXO have a better run here, because Miramar also kind of wavy performance is what we are seeing coming in from EXO.
True. So maybe SKYLIGHTZ, they're coming in with a disadvantage, you know, having a man less, but they can still put up a really good performance. You know, it all depends on the positioning and the gameplay that they decide to go in with. We're not having the top 3 teams here in this particular matchup here. We have OR who's sitting on 4th position with 123 points. I mean, everyone's at the bottom right now. I've been talking about insane walkouts, Revenge, and Rivalry. And I mean, Team XSPARK and 8-bit as well, but 8-bit, that's a really good jump. You know, they overtook teams like Walkouts and Insane, the teams that actually got themselves a chicken dinner. 8-bit, they didn't get any chicken dinners yet, if I'm not wrong. So I mean, and also they had a really bad day 1 and day 2. So even after that, they're still sitting on 19th position. They have a really good chance of making it to the top 16 and qualifying to the grand finals. But apart from that, I mean, Walkouts, the team that got the first chicken dinner, unfortunately are sitting in 21st position right now, and the chances for them, you know, of them qualifying are kind of, you know, getting slim right now. So they need to work on it, because once again, I think they have like 2 matches left, 2-3 matches max. So if the, you know, every single thing, every single point, every single map, every single finish counts for them. They got to make sure they put up their A game, because once again, Sam, last day of the semifinals, the only thing that matters is qualification. Exactly. It doesn't matter if you're in 1st position or 16th position. You got to qualify for the grand finals, and then you need to play for those top. I mean, top 1 is what everyone wants, but if not top 1, a top 3 finish is also a good one.
I would say, as you said, right, it's that everybody wants the first spot, become the champions. They should not immediately look for it, but stride their way across the standings and get to that first spot and then become the champions. But yes, that story is still to be written. The book itself is still to be open. We'll be waiting for it, but right now let's see how Insane are going to be performing. Insane, they are also having a tough time, Edge. They are also one of those teams who are in the last page of the overall standings, and it's not looking really good. They do have a chicken dinner in their name, but what will they do with just one chicken dinner? We saw already Orangutan have it. Walkouts, they were the first team having that chicken dinner in their name on day one, and nothing has worked out. So I know we might be a little bit kind of pointing teams here, but this is also the last chance for them to qualify, Edge. If they don't qualify here, then they have to wait for an entire other tournament and then just have to sit back, look at their performances. I understand every team is gaining experience, but as you fight and progress in terms of experience, that's what everybody wants. Walkouts gearing up, ready. They have good vehicles for themselves. I mean, Lambo is going to be an exceptional one, but let's hope their performance is also going to be exceptional. We're looking forward to it. No teams right now to contest, but as soon as the second zone forms, the 10-minute mark is hit, we're going to be seeing fights.
2 more minutes, Sam, for the 10-minute mark to hit, and still the first zone is coming into play. So a lot of time for these teams, but we did see that initial drop clash, and after that, just one player being caught off guard by Goblin, and it's all silent. Too quiet now. That's over. No fights. Everyone's trying to get the loot, but I mean, everyone knows, right? As I said, final day, points are crucial. I mean, finishes are important, but it's all about the points and the finish on the scorecard. Right now, it's going to be another fight here between EXO and 7Sea Aladdin, trying to, take down the player that he wanted to, but instead he gives away his position. And right now, he's got to be careful because EXO, they kind of split up, and Sarang and Aladdin, oh, never mind. Never mind, they're also split up. The 7C, Aru out in the open. He gets taken down on his knees, but can he get the finish? I don't think so, Prince. There is a really good cover fire coming in from Atanki and Aditya. Aru is out in the open, though. Full of more hits, and he will be going down to Prince. First finish for the side of 7C and OR. Well, not the kind of start that they wanted.
Exactly. They were the teams who were in the top, Edge. They were in the first spot, and right now they're not being seen in the first spot. Other teams are taking their position, other teams are taking their mark. 7C are also one of those teams who are in the second page without any chicken dinner. So 7C, if they play smart, not only will they be confirming their spot as becoming the grand finalists, because we know, right, becoming and getting to a position of the grand finals is not going to be easy, especially when we are seeing teams making jumps in the spots, in the position, in the ranks that they are in. So the possibility of other teams trying to push them out just because maybe a match did not go in their favor, they were not able to get points, maybe 7C can be eliminated. Or on the other end, I don't think they will be having a situation where they can be eliminated, but let's hope it is not that situation. And as I was asking and looking forward to who that second player was out of the 64 players when we had just 62, it is NIGMA Galaxy. They don't have, I guess, maybe they did not join up with a fourth player or something, but we just see that they have 3 players, or maybe they had a casualty, so it's going to be getting difficult for them. So as you said, Edge, they've been putting up a wonderful performance. We can see that they have good loots this time at least, but insane. What can they do? This should be a match in their favor. Same goes for XSPARK. So if one of these fights works either for Insane or either for XSPARK, one of these teams can this question mark is still going to be there, can make their way into the second page.
They better, because there are a lot of people that want to see them, in the grand finals, including me. I want to see Team Insane coming in as well, in the top 16 and, fighting their way to the top in that grand finals, if everything goes right for them. But it looks like Maxio P is trying to take this fight, but why is he initiating a fight that's kind of, unnecessary? He was just going out. So yeah, so Hector right now breaking the windows, making sure that he has a bit more vision, a bit more, clear vision. Yeah, so as to who's coming in and who's going out. But Sam, you haven't seen me yet, did you? I mean, I got my face trimmed now.
Okay. I don't know what to make out of it. I mean, okay. I'm going to leave you to continue it.
So, yeah. That just came into my mind because I just saw the Gillette Mark III there, and that was exactly what I used to trim it. I was like, I don't know why I said it, but
you can't just stop like that, Edge. Right? I'm wondering what you're trying to say, and then you just go silent. But okay, let's not at least move our viewers away from wondering what we are trying to talk about. He's just here. Edge is mentioning about the smooth shave movement that he had. So you guys also try it out, especially with the limited edition Gillette Mark III razors to get your hashtag game face on. The link will be in the description. You can get a very good goodie for your purchase, and make sure you check it out because I'm pretty sure you do not want to miss out this limited edition Gillette Mark III razor. You can get your hands, you'll get a BGMI goodie as well. Let's hope and see who all those views will be, so don't miss out the chance. But right now, Hyderabad Hydras, they do not want to miss out the chance of being eliminated. They want to be qualified. They spotted a team, they're looking forward to fighting out, but not too sure if the fight is going to be initiated or not. OG as well, so it's kind of right now gatekeeping situation coming through, but nobody actually getting involved in a fight. It's just holding off each other and watching each other's position. Carry finally looking forward to spraying his billets, but OG, there's one player, I think he's isolated in the North Georgia Pool apartments, whereas his teammates are in the South Georgia Pool apartments, so it's going to be difficult for him. But OR, they're finding players from 7C. Immediate knock and finish coming in, and 7C will be losing player. And now OR immediately getting exchanged blows coming in from Insane. That's a third party, and they lose Aditya. And players right now are falling one after another. Hector providing brilliant cover for his team, whereas Soul could slam in, and Soul have done the damage carry. He's caught in a very easy spot, gets knocked and eliminated near the refrigerator. Unfortunate that Hyderabad Hydras could not cover him, and now Hyderabad Hydras are making a run out, but Striker gets caught. And Hector, this man, he's not letting anybody move out at all. He has his eyes set on in a complete, I would say, 0 degrees to 270 degree fashion, and nobody is able to move out from this radius.
Striker's gonna go down. There's no way he's gonna survive that. No one's gonna let him survive. He's just in between two squads there. Hyderabad lose another one, as he's gonna be the one stealing the finish there. So, well, they wanted it, but OR on the other hand, they lost two as well, while 7C had man down. 55 players alive, 16 squads still in. So we didn't have a squad elimination just yet. But you know, it's just the 15-minute mark, about to hit the third zone coming into play right now. Everyone's still waiting patiently. Now teams like, as I said, Team XSPARK, 7C as well, they gotta play really cautious. They gotta be aware of their positioning. They're in the zone, yes, but they gotta make sure they don't take any casualties up until at least top, let's say top 12, because then they might have a really good chance of coming out on top. Because Team XSPARK, we're still waiting for them to get themselves a chicken dinner. But as I said, once again, 18, if I'm not wrong, 18 different winners, Sam, in 20 matches. Now that, I don't know if that's a, record or something, but that's impressive. That tells you how close the competition is, and that tells you how close, and this fight tells you how close Rivalry was about to get eliminated by NTD there. But now they made their way into this building, making their way into safety, but those Molotovs are being thrown in. They gotta be careful here.
Exactly. Molotov grenade follows up. Servi, it was bouncing right in front of your face. Nikhil is also down, and now Entity, they have complete control edge. Look at Entity just moving in. They're completely brute forcing their way. Noob is here. Zeno is watching all this, but then Noob comes and he understands there should be somebody hiding. Gets Noob down. Zeno is the one player trying to survive right as now. Let's see if he can do the damage. Yes, he does. He makes sure that 1v4 situation which was there, he brings it to a 1v1. He drops 3 players. Zeno, a valiant effort coming in from him. A brilliant try. Unfortunate Entity had the numbers. One after another players were pushing in, and Zeno could not hold his ground. And that's going to be the first team to be eliminated on Erangel here on match 3 of the Judgment Day.
Oh boy, Judgment Day, and I don't know how to judge Rivalry based on that grenade frag that it was bouncing right in front of him. And
Exactly.
it was a bit too, he could have been a bit too late to respond there, but looks like Wiki is trying to take down one of the players on the side of NTD, and that's Noob. And wait a second, did he not tell me that it's actually, oh wait, we'll talk about that in a second, but right now it's gonna be Noob going down to Wiki. Confirms that. And I thought SKYLIGHTZ was the one with 3 players. I think it's NIGMA Galaxy coming
It's
in.
NIGMA Galaxy, yes. SKYLIGHTZ lost their first player as soon as they dropped
that was the
because of
first
Soul.
one. Yep.
Exactly, but right now Seoul are having a little bit of a difficulty as players from 8-bit are kind of dropping them one after another. Seoul have already lost a player. Entity, as they were about to make their move out of the compound, the blue play zone was pushing them, and 8-bit also, as I said, Seoul are having a very tough time. They are inside the circle, but they should be the ones gatekeeping. But rather than that, I think as they were rotating, this happened that 8-bit took a fight. But look at this, 8-bit understand that they're so very close to getting qualified for the grand finals. They're making it happen, irrespective whether the fight is in their favor, whether the information or not. But Tsunami, he reigns right in between, who was not able to cause any tsunami. Madman, who was there to provide cover fire, did not work, and right now it's Wraith who's already pushed up. Wraith finds a connection, but Nigma Galaxy, Wixie, he's trying to do a damage from a different position. The spray is coming in. Whose connection is he trying to find? I'm unable to understand. Wraith, I think, is doing the damage and getting confirmation on players from Seoul, and Raid does the damage, and Raid will be the reason that wait, no, Hector is still surviving. Hector managed to patch himself up, and Vixie, he's looking to steal those finishes, but Hector, he's smart. He wanted those finishes. He gets those finishes. Now he's healing Omega. Juicy is the last surviving player. Tsunami is relaying the information, but look at the number of grenades coming in from Nigma Galaxy. They are already looking forward to the finishes. They're already looking forward to getting this into a third party. Can they be successful? Eggy on the other end from Enigma is finding a player from EXO. That's going to be Sensei there. IGL and Omega gets confirmed along with Hector. That was the grenade that Nigma Galaxy were trying from a long time, and finally get that confirmation. Unfortunate for both Soul and 8-bit, but 8-bit still have one player surviving. That's going to be Juicy. I hope Juicy is going to be surviving for a long time, but at least 4 finishes Soul got before they went out of Erangel.
But they still have no placement points, so only 4 points for themselves right now. But look at the zone coming in once again. 80 to 20% ratio, and it's going to be a bridge involved as well. That's going to be, pivotal coming in. That fight is so important, and the control of the bridge is also important, if you ask me. Because a lot of players will be making their way from the, from either the bridge or the water. So, having that area covered by your teammates is going to be really beneficial, if you ask me. And it looks like it's going to be another fight between Enigma Galaxy and 7Sea. But 7Sea, they have the vehicle, so they're trying to cruise in. Oh, look at Entity Shadow coming into the picture there. We didn't even see him on the map. But he comes in now on the other side. Looks like Team XSPARK. They are trying to avoid this fight, trying to evade the situation. But, Fearless almost went down there. Mavi, he gotta be careful. The bridge is out in the open, and there you go. It's never,
Mavi!
never. No.
What? This was just reckless Edge.
Exactly. That was so unfortunate, and then it's gonna be Punk taking advantage of that, and he's gonna be taking him down. Well, Team XSPARK. Doesn't look like it's going their way, and there you go. They've been shared. Insane gets the second finish onto Mavi, and now 7Sea trying to take down players on the side of Enigma Galaxy, while Insane Adi takes a triple with the grenade.
Grenade parade. This is what we love. Grenade action is what we always wait for Fears immediately exchanging the blow. But Enigma Gaming coming in as a third party. I'm not too sure how it's working out. Walkouts are also here. So Insane are falling apart. Adi gets the confirmation, but Enigma Gaming will be getting a confirmation on Adi. And that's Adi out. One brilliant grenade. That was not enough for him to survive. But at least I guess he got 2 finishes for his efforts. But we will see and look forward to the confirmation very soon. But look at this. Pukar right now trying to do the damage, but right in front of a screen, it's going to be Enigma Galaxy versus 7Sea. Vixie is one of the last surviving players, or I guess he's the last surviving player, and yes, he is, but he's still doing the damage. Now, it's going to be the same situation because 7Sea is also only Aladdin surviving. He's in a different position, but Vixie, before he goes in for the fight with the player who's surviving, is looking forward to those finishes so that in case something does not work in his charge, he at least has finishes to play with. He gets a finish for himself. Walkouts also get a finish on Insane Sayam, and they are still pushing up. They're not giving up at all, and I'm not too sure how it's going to be working out. Enigma Galaxy, Vixie finally finding Prince as well, and now a 1v1 situation created. Mac? Wait, Deep? Hello? Drowning? On Erangel?
Okay. How? I think maybe he was shot down there. He's trying to evade. Something happened, but yeah, it is what it is, and it looks like the play zone is going to be taking down Jelly as well. While all this is happening, Team Exo, they get eliminated. And now Vixie is the only one surviving for the side of NIGMA Galaxy. But down to 9 squads. Well, we still have only 16 players though. 9 squads, yes. But a lot of solo survivors there in OR Esports. They're going to be eliminated as well. Down to 15. And Vixie is dominating right now. Although he's a sole survivor for the side of NIGMA Galaxy. SKYLIGHTZ is eliminated as well. And now 15 players, and look at that bridge. I told you that's crucial. And now everyone that has to make their way in has to fight off of those players, you know, on the bridge as well. 6 finishes for NIGMA Galaxy, and if Vixie can just stay alive for maybe a couple more minutes, pretty sure he's gonna do a lot more. But beautiful Molotov, not gonna be dealing any damage. But Entity Gaming, oh, they're gonna be feeling the heat, and they're gonna be out in position number 8. Oof. 14 players, and I mean, if you do the math, simple math, it looks like every team has 2 players alive, but it's gonna be Revenge with 1 player, and that's Akshay. And if I'm not wrong, it's gonna be 1 player on the side of 7C and 1 player on the side of NIGMA Galaxy. While all this is happening, ENIGMA, they have 4 players surviving, and Vixie looks like he wants to take this fight on the side, on the player on the side of 7C. Aladdin, he's out in the open. It's gonna be AK being pulled out against a player with the UMP, but the smoke is coming into play against him. 7C, Aladdin goes down, and with that goes the hopes for them on getting that chicken dinner for this particular map. 13 players, 6 teams now. 7C, they get eliminated with 3 finishers, if I'm not wrong. OG Believe, on the other hand, gets himself a knock. Can he get the finish? ENIGMA looking strong to get their 2nd chicken dinner. Well, they didn't start off the the season well, but to that, they picked up the momentum slow and steady, and now they're looking really confident. They have good finishes, 7 in total right now, and they still have 4 players surviving. I mean, Eggy is almost gone there, but nevertheless, he's still surviving. For now, 3, 2, 1, and I think Eggy is gonna go down. So that's gonna be Believe getting that finish, and Evo, almost took down Believe there. He will manage to do so. Beautiful headshot with the M4 mid-range. And Akshay, the sole survivor for the side of Revenge, he's down in the water, Sam. And if he takes a couple of hits, he's gone. He's trying to survive at this point, but it's going to be Abrar from the walkout side, taking down ENIGMA's Evo Italy. And now, he's got to be careful here, because everyone's looking to take down ENIGMA.
I'm not too sure what's happening here. There are a couple of teams who just have 1 last surviving player, and there are a handful of teams who have all their 4 teams surviving. Look at the Juicy as well as Revenge final boss, as you said. OG also has 1 surviving standing player. The other player was already knocked, but the standing player is out by getting hit with the play zone. Even Vixie was the last surviving player for NIGMA Galaxy. He gets confirmed from walkouts. Walkouts are looking really, really strong, but if you talk about ENIGMA, they have 7 finishes. Yes, they have lost the player, unfortunate, but Ash, my man, it's too early to go in for the heal battle. I don't think it's going to be working out in his favor. Mr. Spray, he'll be finding a player. That's going to be Evo. ENIGMA Gaming have the last 2 surviving players. It's going to be difficult to survive, but you are OP. He's also about to get confirmed. Rex will be getting that confirmation online, and he brings this 4v3 fight to a 3v3 fight. NIGMA Galaxy are done, as we saw. It's 7 finishes. Vixie did a brilliant job the way he fought. But now look at this. Juicy spotted out Akshay, and Akshay has no clue that Juicy is right behind him. He has a UMP to play with. He wants to spray with it, but Akshay, where is he throwing those grenades? Is he throwing it into the water or towards Juicy? It is towards Juicy. I thought he did not spot him. Juicy also has a grenade in his hand, but I think both Akshay and Juicy, it's going to be very tough for them to make their way out, but Juicy's grenade is better. It finds a connection. It has done the damage, and Akshay, he's looking forward to patching himself up. But look at the number of first aid kits that Akshay has. He does not want to stop, but Juicy's grenade, it connects. Does not matter the number of first aid kits, does not matter the bandages. It's going to be the grenade which does the damage, and Juicy still surviving. The last 3 surviving teams, 3v1 situation, and I'm not too sure who has the advantage. Juicy gets found, the damage is being done to him. He's trying to crawl his way through, trying to make the slight inclinations and dips in between. Erangel is there, he's trying to survive in that. I'm not too sure if he will be able to, because the play zone is also crumbling from his end. But walkouts, they've done the damage, they've found a player. Abro are finding the second now, and immediately going in for the confirmations, and Evo is the last surviving player, and the play zone confirms it. And 3v1 situation, walkouts, they're making it happen here, Edge.
Forget about walkouts for a second. How did Juicy survive all this? He was supposed to go down a long time ago, and now in a 1v3 walkouts, this is gonna be a walk in the park for them. But maybe not yet, or maybe just now, because Juicy, he goes down, and walkouts finally, after getting that chicken dinner, the first game of the semifinals, they finally get themselves the second chicken dinner. I mean, they needed this. They needed to come out on top. They needed those finishes. They needed this victory. They needed the 15 points, and oh my god, they deserved it. But you gotta give it to Juicy, man. I mean, you gotta give it to Juicy. He got at least 6 points, 6 extra points for his team, just surviving and getting that finish as well. Walkouts, on the other hand, I don't know how they managed to take down Enigma there, to be honest. I mean, that fight, it looked like Enigma had the upper ground advantage, but the movements that was coming in, the movement coming in from walkouts players was absolutely beautiful to watch. And yeah, one of the main reasons why they managed to take down Enigma and come out on top as well.
I agree with you. Right now, I feel like walkouts, we were just talking, they were the teams who got the first chicken dinner ever for themselves on Gillette 7Sea Invitational. Started off in a brilliant fashion, and we were waiting for their comeback. I mean, we just saw Team Forever getting their chicken dinner, Walkouts getting their second chicken dinner right now. Both these teams are in the last page of the overall standings. It's not going to be affecting a lot, but we're going to be talking and reaching into this very soon. But first, let's take a quick look at the highlights itself, where and how all the action started. We saw that 7C and OR were getting in a fight. Soul, their push and fight with Hyderabad HYDRAS. Soul did make it work in their favor. Then Rivalry, the push and the slamming coming in from NTT. Desync and Zeno, they did try to do it. And Zeno, 1v3, what a brilliant 1v2. And the last surviving player, he pushed up. And unfortunately, Zeno could not hold it. And Shadow made sure his team survives. But look at this. Nigma Galaxy, they wanted to hold off NTT. And they did hold them. And Shadow was the only last surviving player from NTT. And he did try to do it, but the play zone was already doing the damage on him.
Yep, those were some initial, drop clashes happening. But after that, sorry, there was just one drop clash that happened, and after that it was completely silent. But after that 15-minute mark hit, there were a lot of fights happening. And Enigma Galaxy, well, they were looking really strong, especially Vixie, dominating a couple of fights there. But this brawl right here between 8-Bit, Soul, and Enigma Galaxy coming into play. I mean, Enigma obviously third partying, was absolutely beautiful to watch, because Soul's Hector, I believe, he was unfazed, right? He was going ham with M4s, with AKs and everything. Well, I mean, Enigma Galaxy from long range, they were just shooting. Although not a lot of connections coming in, but they were shooting. Team XSPARK, on the other hand, they were not having a good time there. But this fight again, 7C losing multiple players. Although Aladdin did manage to survive till the end. I mean, until the top 6. But after that, he did manage to go down there. And as you said, XSPARK, unfortunately, drowned. Even in the highlights, I'm not really sure how it happened. But I think he was taking a bit of damage there, and then he kind of drowned to his death. But yeah, it happens sometimes. And the pressure and everything, the positioning, well, it happens. But here, Enigma had 3 players surviving. What do you think went wrong for them?
I mean, see, there was a number advantage that Walkouts had. Even though Enigma did do the damage and eliminate Yua OP, Walkouts did not want to give up. They immediately sprayed bullets on top of Enigma, and players together fell. If Enigma 2 players did not get knocked simultaneously, maybe Walkouts could have lost it, but Walkouts understand where they are coming from. They're already in the last page. They want to make their move. They want to get back in the game. They want to get back in the grand finals. I hope this does give them the boost, but yes, they still have to be worried about the next upcoming matches, next upcoming teams. Walkouts, they do have 23 points for themselves. Enigma also, they are at the 16th spot edge, so they're very close to being eliminated. 18 points in total for them. Third position is going to be coming in for Team 8-Bit with 16 points. Team 8-Bit, they're slowly, I would say, walking right now, not running yet. They want to make their way into the second page. Orangutan also, look at this. These 4 teams, one team is very close to being pushed out to the third page. The other 3 teams right now looking forward to getting their way in the second page. Orangutan with 11 points, clashing with the same number of points. It's going to be Enigma Galaxy Revenge with 9, 7C with 6, NTT with 5, EXO having 4 points at the 9th spot, along with the next 2 teams. That's going to be Insane as well as Soul having same number of total points. Over on the other end, along with Hyderabad Hydras, there's not a lot that we are seeing them do. Even going for SKYLIGHTZ, these are the top teams in the first page, and we are not seeing them a lot in terms of the performance. They have 3, 2, and 1 point for SKYLIGHTZ. XSPARK has just one rivalry with nothing in the entire matchup of Erangel. It feels a little bit bad and disheartening, but I think this is the level of the competition that we are witnessing, that nobody wants to give away even a single point.
No one wants to, lose. No one wants to be in that third page. Everyone's trying their best because right now, rivalry esports, things are looking grim for them. Because even this matchup, they only got 0. They got to work on that. But let's take a look at the overall standings right now. Once again, it's going to be CHEMIN Esports still holding on to their crown with 156 total points. Godlike Esports, on the other hand, 14 games played, 127 total points. That's a huge gap, but CHEMIN, you know the kind of team they are. OR Esports, well, they're back on the third, 126 total points for them. Not a great performance this match, but once again, just enough to get them over TSM, who's sitting on 125 points. 122 for Global Esports. HYDRAS holding on to that 6th position with 121. Blind Official, 118. But look at NIGMA back in the first page, 118 for them as well, sitting on 8th position. But Sam, I mean, gotta say, CHEMIN already, secured the spot. But
Yes.
I mean, to be honest, everyone in the top 5 or top 6 at least,
Top
have
8
secured
also
their
you
spot.
can say, Edge, because 118 is a huge point difference.
True. Can be. I mean, yeah. Unless they have some incredible, unless they
Yeah.
drop 30 bombers the next 3 matches, Enigma Galaxy as well almost secured their spot. But the way that CHEMIN's playing, man, absolutely impeccable.
Exactly. There's no team that we can talk about, Edge, that has like come close to the way CHEMIN is functioning right now. The
True.
first 2 matches that we saw coming in from CHEMIN, I don't know. I even said I'm not too sure what they thought about today and how they woke up and what they had, what was their plan, what was their game strategy, whether they bought their plan A, whether they came with their A team, whatever it was, they were just functioning like, how would you put it, like a very well oiled machine or an engine. That's how they look. Yes, Miramar looked a little bit skeptical, but look at the way the number of finishes they got. They got 17 finishes and then got eliminated. So, in terms of the damage and taking points, they did that. But second page is right in front of your screens, and you can see SKYLIGHTZ, they have been pushed to the 9th position. Seoul here, 1 spot down, but still looking good, maybe to qualify. Again, not just confirming it. 7C slowly jumping up, but still not yet a single chicken dinner. Same goes for Revenant, they do not have a chicken dinner. Entity Gaming at the 12th spot. They were looking forward to their first page, but they have 110 points. EXO with 106 in the 13th spot. They have also jumped up a couple of ranks. Enigma understand that they can come into a situation where they can be eliminated within the blink of an eye, and they don't want that opportunity to happen. They'll be jumping 2 spots up with 103 points. 15th for Marcos with 102, and a clean century for Revenant, and no chicken dinner, as already said, is going to be sitting at 100 points for Revenant. Now, if you come and if you want to discuss about how close is this matchup going to be, when we head over to the next page, you will be seeing, I'm pretty sure the next teams are either close to century or sitting at 90 points Edge. 95, 96, because we saw XSPARK, they did not perform here at least, but we saw 8-Bit, we saw WALKOUTS, and we saw Team Forever in the previous match. So these 2 teams right now are the teams that you have to watch out for. That's going to be WALKOUTS and 8-Bit. How close have these 2 teams come up?
But also, look at the difference between first position and 16th, 56 total points. They played the same amount of games, and look at this, 17th to 16th,
See,
1 point. So WALKOUTS, they're on the brim of qualifying, but at the same time, Revenant, they're on the brim of being eliminated. So they got to make sure that the next how many games do they have again? I believe they have 2 games each left.
yes.
So they got to be really, really careful there, and they got to calculate everything to perfection. But one team that is going to have the biggest, obstacle right now to go through, Rivalry Esports, 49 total points. They need at least, let's say, 80 points in the next 2 games. And that's close to impossible, Sam.
Exactly.
I mean, it's still possible, and it's going to be really, really hard for them. And with the way that they're performing right now, ouch, I don't know if that's going to happen because they barely got 50 points in 14 matches. Can they get 18 too?
Exactly. It's very difficult right now. In 2 matches, they have to pull up close to 80 points because you were right. You might think that, wait, why are they talking about 80 points when the team Marcos and Revenant, they're close to just 100? That means they need to get close to 50 to 60 points. I mean, those teams also have still 2 more matches to play. So the number of points in terms of difference, they're at least going to be reaching 110 or 120. So rivalry, if they want to get and make themselves qualify, they need to buck up. But right now, same goes for Team Forever. You can look at this page. There are 4 teams with chicken dinners, and none of these teams are in the first page or the second page. Walkouts have 2 chicken dinners. They got it right now, I understand. After day one's chicken dinner, they've gotten their chicken dinner today, I feel. But still, why this situation for walkouts? It's because the other teams have improved in the days that we have seen. It's not that walkouts did not do anything. Walkouts, we saw them, they're performing brilliantly, they had finishes, but the other teams adapted. They put them in a situation where they did not were not able to think about it a lot. But now Miramar, the halfway mark as we have reached, we are coming very close to the conclusion of who those grand finalists are going to be. Edge, just 3 more maps and we'll have our grand finalists.
We will be just Timor, Miramar, Erangel, and Miramar again. Well, can we have? I mean, already we have a repeated winner, right? So there is still a good chance of having 21, if I'm not wrong. So talking about the other teams now. I mean, CHEMIN, they're looking strong, so they're going to be jumping in once again. They have 2 matches back to back, if I'm not wrong. So they're going to be looking really confident to they're going to be sitting on top for sure, but they're going to establish that dominance moving into the grand finals. That is what you need to do, right? Get that fear in your opponent's head. That is how you win the entire thing. Sometimes that small doubt, that 1% of fear, that when your opponents see you, they're like, oh, this is CHEMIN, we got to be careful, guys. That that small benefit of the doubt, that's all they need, CHEMIN, and they will strike. They'll strike hard. I mean, everyone's playing absolutely phenomenal from that side. Justin, there's come back doing his work as well. Destro doing a lot of heavy lifting now as well. But another one that I'm looking forward to, Team Insane, right? They still can qualify. They are going to be having a tough time. But yeah, there's still chances. But a lot of fans are going to be disappointed if they don't see XSPARK qualifying.
Yes.
They're sitting on 21st position right now, and they are really close to qualifying as well. All they need is 2 good games. And I don't mean 30 bombers. I just mean 2 good games, like let's say 15 or 20 points each. And maybe they can have a chance of qualifying. I'm not saying they will secure it. I mean, for them to have a chance of qualifying, the teams in, let's say, 14 to 16, they need to have a bad game, right? Revenant, Revenant are the only one that's going to be, looking forward to being eliminated by other teams because they are sitting on 100 points right now, while walkouts are on 99, just 1 point difference. So not really sure, but as you said, Sam, the top 8 teams pretty much already confirmed their slot.
Exactly. I think I need a breather right now, Edge. The way today is phenomenal. That's one word that I would use. It's been really, really good. The teams have been performing so damn well that we are still unable to contemplate and give you a clear-cut picture of who the top 16 grand finalists are. I mean, we come to a conclusion. We've already done that the top 8 who you're seeing is already going to be the teams who will be walking away and becoming the grand finalists and kind of starting to think about what they have to do in the grand finals, what kind of strategy they have to pull out. Because now from semifinals to grand finals, the momentum will exponentially change. Now we are seeing that teams are placed in groups. If group A and B are playing, then C is out. If group A and C are playing, then B is out. So these changes means that one group at least gets to sit out, meaning a set of 8 teams are able to sit out. When you go into the grand finals, there's no chance of you having a break. You play back-to-back matches with the same teams again and again and again, and you have to make sure that time you do not have any problems. If you have problems that time, GG is well played, man. That's how what is going to be happening, Edge.
Yep, GG is well played. It's what it's gonna be. I mean, everyone's gonna be playing 6 matches back to back. That's gonna be hectic,
Yes.
chaotic, and exhausting as well for the players. Because 6 games back to back has to be exhausting. Because I mean, that's 4 to 5 hours at least,
Mm-hmm.
right? At least I'm saying can go up to 6 hours, but depending on the matches. But it is gonna be exciting. It is gonna be tiring, but one thing's for sure, everyone's gonna be aiming for that top one spot. I mean, also we have MVPs, right? I mean,
Yes.
where are those? I mean, yes, there are a couple of contenders for that right now, but I'm still waiting because a lot of players they start picking up the pace once the grand final starts.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just hoping let's say, I mean, players like Insane's Neo, right? Now he's a contender for me, if you ask. I mean, everyone's favorite, the MVP himself. Sometimes we call him the MVP. So Jonathan from Godlike, another one that I'm rating. He's still hasn't popped off quite, quite well. He did have some good games here and there, but still waiting for him. Or's Artanki, on the other hand,
Mm-hmm.
as well. He's doing some real good damage and having some beautiful finishes to his name, and also global esports, right?
Oh
Manya,
yes.
he was having a really good time. And I forgot who's the player from 7C. Was that Sarang? Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Spray God.
Spray God.
Spray
Even
God was the
Sarang
one
as
that's
well.
having. Sarang is popping off, but Spray God is consistently delivering.
Mm-hmm.
Right? He has never disappointed. 7C, yes, even though they're not coming out on top, they still keep delivering every single time. That is what you need. The consistency coming from the players first, and then from the team, right? You can be you can be getting eliminated, you can be losing players at the start, but if you survive till the end, like how CHEMIN does, that's basically CHEMIN's game plan. You take those fights, if you lose players, you just survive till the end, get as many position placement points as you can, and make your way to the top. And to be honest, I think that's working, Sam. I mean, you can
Mm-hmm.
see one.
I think okay. Edge, I think we just kind of had you being stuck in between. Just like these teams are kind of getting stuck in an iffy spot, whether when you're picking up a fight or not. But it does happen. You just need to find a way to fight back. And I'm looking forward to how these teams are going to be, especially now that Miramar is upcoming. Edge, it's not at all going to be easy. It's going to be a
True.
very tough situation that these teams have to go through. I mean, Erangel kind of gives you a chance to try and go and hide, try to make a run. Miramar does give you a chance to go and run, but it's not always easy, right? If you run from a different team, you get spotted from another team. So these kind of situations do happen. So let's get our eyes over there, get our viewers on Miramar. The dunes are here. Let's hope that does not happen. If it happens, it happens. You have to be okay with it. But this is going to be day four's match number 4. And a couple of the teams will be finishing up with their 15th match today, whereas another set of teams will be having just 14 matches, still waiting for their performance, starting off in Erangel.
They are starting off on Miramar now. So I mean the flight path is gonna be crucial, and it's kinda at the center, so you can make their. I mean, they can make their way wherever they want to. I want to say it again. The team that I'm most interested in this time is Rivalry, because as I said, 80 points in 2 matches is close to impossible. But I want to see if they're gonna at least give it a shot, or have they given up? Because I don't want them to just go ahead and be like, guys, we're already most probably out, so might as well just have fun. No, I want them to at least try their level best right now. Show us what
Mm-hmm.
you've got. I mean, okay, this might be the end. After today, this might be the end of their journey in this particular tournament. But coming in the future, they are they're going to be coming in strong, hopefully. And look at the zone. All the surprises once again towards that west southwest there, and teams like Global Esports. Well, they have a long way to travel.
It's going to be a huge journey for all of these teams. I mean, they've done a huge journey already, but a flight path from Campo Militar heading close to Puerto Paraiso, along with a circle which is going to be going away from the flight path itself, favoring the southern western edges. Insane looks like they want to be those sneaky players who slowly rotate around the circles, then make their way in the last few fights, and they've headed down into the Los Higos, where I mean, it's very less number of times anybody even heads their way, and kind of I'm not too sure what their plan is, but as I said, maybe those late plays coming through. But at Chumasera, we have Team Forever as well as Walkouts meeting each other. But Beard Baba, he has a vehicle and he is driving it right close to the Team Soul, and Soul previously as well, when immediately drop came in, they found the player from SKYLIGHTZ who was also looking forward to making a run with his vehicle, and they did do the damage. But look at GODLIKE, they're going to be at Hacienda del Patron, but nobody to contest over there, and they'll be, I would say, easily looking forward to loot, and they're close to San Martin as well, so immediately can make their way into the circle once they're happy with their loot.
Get as much loot as you can, get everything you need, because Miramar is the kind of map that has a lot of open spaces and very less places to hide. I mean, uneven ridges are something that you can use to, you know, cover yourself. But, I mean, you won't be finding any loot unless it's player crates. So, you gotta make sure you're well stacked, gotta make sure that you have weapons. I mean, once again, Sam, they gotta have weapons of different ammunition, right? 5.56 and 7.92 instead of having the same thing. Because then it might be an issue with the ammunition and the damage being dealt as well. So they gotta keep that in mind as well. Also, medkits, grenades, and also a lot of smokes needed as well for this, because you can use. I mean, the only way to survive in the open spaces are those smoke screens for you to cover yourself up and then make your way to maybe one of the buildings, get yourself into safety. But here's the thing: once again, I'm waiting for a sniper fight between any of the players.
It's Miramar, as you said, it's going to be something that we'll be looking forward to if it's going to be working out or not. As you said, right, I'm also looking forward to that action with snipers. But again, you need to be very quick, fast in terms of if you miss your shot or if you're able to connect your shot, what's your next plan of action? Because a lot of these teams on Miramar, they do the damage, but after that, they let it go. So damage is not going to be giving you points. It's going to be the number of finishes that you're able to grab. And Team Forever right now looking forward to getting one of their own. They're at Chumasera, but it does not look like anybody is going to contest them. Easy is going to be the loot that they'll be able to grab, but Team Forever's player 6, yes, as I was about to say, his backpack, helmet and vest need a, I would say, upgrade. He finds an upgrade on his backpack, gets the level 2, but helmet and vest is still looking forward to the level 3, whereas his teammate Max Kush is a level 3 backpack but level 1 helmet. So Max Kush, you also need to upgrade your utilities and your equipment.
I mean, you gotta be lucky to get yourself a Spetsnaz helmet there. Ooh, I saw someone having a level 3 helmet and a backpack. I forgot. Okay, I think that was Fierce there for a second. I think he has both level 3, so he was quite lucky. It's Snacks, actually, with level 3 helmet and level 3 backpack, but he needs the vest. So, you gotta be careful. You gotta be a little lucky, and you gotta be careful as well, because sometimes there are multiple players trying to find that, good loot, the high tier loot. And you might be in for a surprise. And also, Sam, you can also do this. I mean, I don't know if it works here at this level of competition, but sometimes when I usually play, I just go for if there's a level 3 helmet. I just wait there. I camp at the helmet. So as soon as someone comes in to pick it up, boom, headshot, take him down. Well, I mean, people call me camper, but I win, so I'm happy.
I mean, that's a strategy, right, Edge? You bait your opponent in thinking that, oh,
Ayo.
wait, there's lucky goods. There's like, these goods are going to be helping you in the last fights, but if you don't survive for the initial fights itself, what's the use of your thought about thinking about the last fight? But yes, it's a good strategy.
True.
But I
And
think...
also,
Yep.
if you're baiting, you gotta be on point. Because, sometimes you wait for that player to come in to take the helmet, and then he takes it and then shoots you. Right? You gotta be on point
Yep.
with the timing. You gotta be... Sure, you gotta bait, but if you're baiting, make sure that you're baiting good. While that's happening, Beard Baba, on the other hand, he's gonna be the first one taking out one of the players there, but another player on the side of Soul is down, so that's Soul having 2 players on their knees, and looks like, oh, wait a second, it's confirmed. Never mind. Omega goes down. First finish on the map of Miramar right now. 63 players alive. 16 squads still going in. 6 minutes 40 seconds is when that happened.
This is unfortunate. The first pick, you should not be letting go of it so easily, but I think the player got isolated. But right now, Raid is isolating 2 players from blind. But look at that. Immediately, I think they grabbed a vehicle or something and they're immediately going downhill, or they're just walking downhill. I'm not too sure, but the icon is a little bit confusing right now. I think they're just using the dips maybe. Shadow, I guess he's spotted Madman. He's relaying the information that let's take down Madman. And Spy OP as well as another teammate. I think Shadow, no, it's going to be Deadpool. They're looking over to push to raid as well as the other person that's going to be Madman. But the connections coming in from Shadow, they're actually not connecting. It's going to be a Mini 14. He has his scope along with it to make sure it works, but the shots are being missed. But right as of now, he has a 6x. Can he do a lot more is going to be the question. Immediately 8, but going into cover, Raid does not want to, I would say, give away his position a lot and jump out in the open, because we know even the tap shots certain times do connect and certain times even take you down.
Gotta be careful. Gotta be on point, but gotta be careful with the positioning, especially when you're sniping, because you never really know what's gonna be coming in from behind you. You gotta watch your 6 at all times. Blind, on the other hand, now repositioning themselves back to safety. They're making sure, and look at them, they're being so cautious. Every single thing, all 4 directions. They're checking it. They're making sure that no one's being spotted there, and at the same time, they are kind of split up 2-2, which is decent. Which is like pretty much defaults there for any team as of now. But I think they have enough. I mean, I don't think they have enough, utility coming in. Because look at that, only one. I believe that's a painkiller there, energy drink. Sorry, but that's it. That's it. That's not good enough. OR on the other hand, well, taken a lot of damage, but it's still the first zone.
You cannot be happy and sitting just thinking that it's the first zone, it's okay, I'll make my way out. There's nothing that you have to be worried about. But we've seen even the first zone being way too, I would say, damaging, not because that when you are coming out of it that you're able to pick up fights that you want, or you're happy that your rotations are working out, but because you have to invest your resources. Look at this. Aru
True.
was investing, before him it was Aditya, before him it was Atanki. Everybody one after another. You were utilizing the resources not for a fight. But what is this, Ninja John? Footstep. Was it 3 players or was it 2? Or I think the bike itself, I saw it as a 3rd player over there. But okay, I mean, the aim was right, but because it was a vehicle, it did not pass through the window.
But did you see where he landed though?
Yep, on the ledge.
Wow, style points for him. But
Yes.
while this was happening, I saw an explosion there from the side of EXO, taking out one of the players inside of, I believe, Marcos. Went down Pau Kilo there. So that's going to be the second finish. And they got to be careful while EXO is trying to make their way to a good position. There are some fights happening, and OR might be in for a surprise here. Because I don't think they know that EXO's on their way.
Surprise is always there. This is Miramar. You have to just wait. I mean, either you wait or somebody else waits for you. But right as of now, OG, they're picking up players from Global Esports. They're taking advantage. I'm not too sure if they got the entire team. We did see, I think, a knock and a finish coming through. On the right side that Wizguard was about to turn, we saw, I guess it was Nakul who was looking forward to, maybe before this, trying to provide cover fire, but now it's a little bit too late. Orangutan, they have all their players going on, but what is not going for Orangutan is going to be the number of points that they are and in the position in the overall standings that they are. They're in the 3rd page. They also want to make their way in. EXO, they also know they're in the brink of kind of being maybe eliminated, so they want to get points and stabilize their position. They're doing the damage. They found a knock on the player Blind, but look at this. Sensei is pushing in. Snacks is a little bit too late, but the timing was perfect from Sensei. As the revive was just confirmed, Sensei pushes up and does not give any second for the players from Blind to react. And look at Sensei, he's not stopping. He's going in a different direction where another player was found, and he's just rushing. It's going to be Spy OP, and Spy OP, I think his position has been seen a little bit, and Sensei, he's about to get him confirmed. Spy OP's position was already called from Snacks, and Sensei puts the end to him, and that's going to be a brilliant find and elimination coming in from EXO.
Ooh. While this is happening, there was another fight there. Global taking down one for themselves. And I mean, both these teams, EXO and Global, are looking really good right now. Blind's going to be the first one getting eliminated. Well, unfortunate for them, but they still have one more matchup, and this gives them enough time, to think about what to do and how to make sure that they secure their spot. But Juicy and Madman, teamwork there, and the two players on the side of EXO. Ooh, I thought that was one of the opponents there, with the vehicle there, but that wasn't Crash, so they're okay. But that's some beautiful tag team performance coming in from 8-Bit. Robin coming in as well now. XR being third-parted. CHEMIN and 8-Bit trying to destroy the hopes of EXO to getting that second chicken dinner. And now Madman takes down Snacks, finish him off. And then we're down to 3. Sensei goes down. Punk goes as well. Fierce goes. And with that goes the hopes on the side of EXO. They're down and out in position number 15 with 4 finishes and no placement points whatsoever, Sam.
Unfortunate, Edge. This is not what we thought about, but it happens. This is Miramar. It enables all these third parties. And now CHEMIN, even though they finished off the fight and kind of third partied and sandwiched EXO, their position got compromised. I'm not too sure if 8-Bit are going to be pushing it up and trying to take the fight, but Soul, they already have a disadvantage, and that's the reason they understand that let's not pick up fights being the aggressors. Let's find the teams who are looking forward to aggress, who are looking forward to maybe having a fight with a different team, and try to third party if they're going to be in the close proximities. But right now, talking about close proximities, CHEMIN is in the close proximities of GODLIKE, and GODLIKE have their eyes set on them. I'm not too sure if CHEMIN is going to be coming on top or is it going to be GODLIKE. The connections are already on Robin, and Robin, he had to jump out of the truck. He jumps and he saves himself.
Yep, Robin now going in to safety there into that hood. More like Robin Hood. Haha, bad joke again. But well, he's back to safety, and CHEMIN, they gotta make sure that they don't take this unnecessary fight with the team GODLIKE there, because they do have a really good position advantage as well. High ground, they're playing into their favor, but CHEMIN coming into this, they're sitting on top right now, right? They're sitting on top. They wanna increase. They want to get that couple more point advantage into their favor, a couple more point lead. But Insane, okay, looks like it's going to be a fight between them and Team Forever. And I see another squad coming in as well. Rivalry, okay, 3 teams right here will be going against each other anytime soon. And Jonathan, on the other hand, takes down Delta PG, while Deep on the side of Insane, I think, took one of the players inside of Rivalry down.
Right now, I'm not too sure what's going to be happening. There are players being exchanged, blows being traded out. But Jonathan, he gets the damage on himself. I mean, it happens, right? If you overpeak, somebody is going to be finding you. Insane, I hope they have a better run because they also want to make their way into the first page. Global Esports looking good. They are one of the top teams that we are seeing, and I'm pretty sure they will be qualifying into the grand finals. But right now, Insane, in the down, there's going to be Global Esports. On top, there's Rivalry. So they're looking forward to picking both the fights together, trying to push back Global Esports, simultaneously not letting Rivalry push up and go into a different spot. They want to connect the bullets. Siam, his grenades do connect, his bullets also connect, but still the confirmation is much awaited, and Adi finds a confirmation as a knock. On the other end, 8-Bit are also fighting with OG, and they get the knocks in their favor, and it looks like one after another the players are falling apart, and it's going to be OG completely getting confirmed. Along with OG, OR are also there. 8-Bit picking up 2 different fights, one with OG, one with OR, and they're making the damage happen. Siam finally connecting his grenade, getting Nickel down, and now they're pushing it up. They're making sure Rivalry, they timed this perfectly, denying Rivalry any kind of advantage in terms of either reviving the players or either getting a couple of points. But still, look at the amount of resources being invested in the fight, Edge. No finishes yet, only knocks.
Knocks everywhere, but yeah, you're right. No finishes whatsoever as of now, but they're going to be reviving. The team is back once again. Rivalry Insane. They're trying to take down multiple players. It's going to be 8-Bit taking one of the players inside of OG down. Driga goes down and out. Rivalry takes on one, but Neo here takes down. Sorry, actually goes down to no footstep there. But the vehicle is back, and Orangutan Gaming are down and out. ESM Shadow G is in deep trouble. Jonathan needs to connect one, and he does with the M4. Finally takes him down. And Shadow G, well, he's got to be, waiting. He's got to wait now for his team to come in and help them while all this is happening. Insane, on the other hand, taking a lot more frags for themselves. And Clutchcard, as you said, he was in a good position, and now it looks like he's not in a great position because Ninja just took him down, and I think he's looking for the grenade finish there coming in onto him. Neo, oh, never mind. It's Ninja actually trying getting that finish with the grenade as well. And Playzone, well,
What?
being the MVP, takes on 2 on the side of Insane.
Insane. Why would you do that? Now, CHEMIN, they found Global Esports. 8-bit finding players from Team Forever. OR also finding players from Team Forever. But the last 2 surviving players that we are seeing right in front of our screens is going to be ZGOD and Neo from GODLIKE. They're looking forward to pushing back TSM. TSM have still not got the higher ground advantage. They're still looking forward to push up the high ridge. But let's wait and watch what's going to be happening. ZGOD repositioning himself for a better angle where he can fight with TSM. Whereas Neo, in the meantime, there needs to be a brilliant crossfire for this to work. A 2v4 situation can be turned around. We did see NIGMA Galaxy were fighting with Global Esports. It did come down to kind of a 1v2 situation from a 2v4, so the possibility is there. ZGOD has spotted a player. The grenade does connect. Aquanox, he gets connected with those bullets, but it is not enough to get that knock. But Neo was around the corner, and this is the crossfire we were talking about. And Neo comes out as a surprise, and now Shadow is trying to push, but Neo has a grenade in his hand. He's looking forward to timing it perfectly. I think it should connect. Aquanox, he's around the corner. I think this should be a confirmation. Neo receives the damage, but from a different position. Neo gets eliminated. Ninja on the other end finds ZGOD, and it was Revenant's Paradox helping TSM here. Unfortunate for TSM. Aquanox has been lost. He's their IGL, but still they have 3 players going in for them. I think they should be ready for the fight, but right now the play zone is also crumbling. It's going to be putting them in a very bad spot. Ninja understands they've utilized a lot in terms of the resources. They need better helmets, they need better vests, they need grenades and even smokes, and that's what they're looking for to pick up from GODLIKE's crates. I hope they get it, but GODLIKE, they got nothing on Miramar.
Absolutely nothing. Looked like they were gonna do a lot more than just couple of knocks here and there, but now I set on 8-bit once again because they got 6 finishes and they're looking really confident as well. They can confirm their slot in the grand finals after this if they get eliminated in top 5. I guess 6 finishes is decent, and a top 5 finish is gonna give them enough points to just be confident. It doesn't really matter what happens in the final match for them. They will be qualifying if that happens. But Abrar is still trying to take his team towards victory, and Aditya goes down there to the explosion. If that Lambo explodes, Aditya might just explode with it. Riot, he's trying to take it down. Oh, never mind. Oh, you didn't see him? Riot, how did he miss it? I thought I saw him right on the scope. You could see it for a second, but now Aditya is back. But that zone is gonna take him down, and Aru is like, you know what, Aditya, I'm sorry, but you gotta go down, fella. OR lose another one, and 8-bit 7 finishes.
They want to get in. Edge, they want to make their way in. They want to become one of the grand finalists. Looking good right as now. Let's see how much more they can do. Right now, they are looking forward to hit a couple of shots on CHEMIN. They did spot them, but CHEMIN are kind of close to the center of the circle, so it's going to be difficult to fight with them. But right now, Revenant kind of getting caught between TSM. It's going to be difficult, but they are also caught between CHEMIN, so it's a third party fight coming in. But the major advantage, it is TSM taking on top. But look at Soul, they're getting surrounded from walkouts. CHEMIN's Delta PG, he'll be finding one player. There's going to be another one, but it's going to be difficult. So Revenant right now the last surviving player, whereas Akshat, he's pushing up, he's moving into a different direction. He's the last surviving player for Soul, and he is looking forward to making sure that Soul have a lot more points to make sure they qualify. But Top Dog's grenade, on the screen I could only see Paradox, so I thought it's only Paradox, but right now Top Dog is also doing the damage. CHEMIN finding a couple of players, and that's going to be 8-bit Madman falling. Ninja Jot gets a connection with a grenade on Akshat, and that's going to be Soul out. 8-bit, yes, they've lost the player, but they have 7 finishes going on for them. They should play a little more cautiously here, and they might be able to do a lot more. But now the play zone, it's crumbling. They need to start moving in. Thankful to the ridges that they have, that they can cover themselves. But there's another player, I think it's from Marcos, that's going to be Don. He's hiding right behind a boulder. They need to finish him Edge, otherwise he's going to be backstabbing or making a surprise jump where maybe 8-bit or CHEMIN might fall under pressure and might start losing players because the play zone is also there and the circle it's moved away. But look at CHEMIN, how quickly they've acted. As soon as the circle moved, they also moved.
That's the best thing about them. The best thing about them is that they adapt to the situation so quick and they react in the perfect way possible. And Beard Baba takes down no footstep, but OR in deep trouble because Ninja Jot has their number. One of the players inside of TSM is bleeding. They gotta make sure to, revive him back to his feet. But Marcos get eliminated as well. We're down to 17 players. 5 squads right now. We're about to hit that 23-minute mark along with 6 zone coming into play. CHEMIN looking strong to get another one for their name. 8 finishes right now. And Revenant go down. Well, now I'm kind of looking forward to see what walkouts are going to be doing, because now they have a really good chance. And actually, I think just give me 1 second. I think walkouts. Yep, walkouts have overtook Revenant in the overall scorecard, but no footstep takes on Beer Baba, and Oaru takes down one more. Tsunami though, there are a lot of players, but he's unable to connect anything, unfortunately, to the side of walkouts as of now.
I mean, unfortunate, but he's done the early damages, so walkouts are in deep trouble. But right now, Tsunami is looking for to push up. He spotted the players from OR. Atanki, it's going to be very difficult. He's trying to run around. He wants to get inside the buggy, but before he could, he does get knocked, but immediately exchanging the blow. Tsunami does fall, but CHEMIN will be finding TSM no footstep, and that looks like TSM should be out. Walkouts, even though they're in a difficult spot, finding a couple of players from TSM. They did get one finish for themselves as well on TSM, so they're making life difficult. Now look at this brilliant play coming in terms of cover from both Juicy as well as his teammate Raid, as Tsunami, unfortunately they could not cover him or either revive him. But right now look at the push coming in. They've timed it perfectly. Aru, he gets knocked, but right now on the other edges of the hills, it's going to be CHEMIN trying to push up, so they need to be worried about it. Yua OP is caught out mid in the open and there's nothing that they could do to get him back. But now Destro, he's spotted on Juicy. The connection is there. Now Raid, it's going to be very difficult because there's a hill, and CHEMIN, they're looking forward to push up. Destro is here. CHEMIN is looking forward to another chicken dinner today. Delta is pushing up. This should be an easy one. And yes, 8-bit coming so close. We thought they could have gotten the chicken dinner, but unfortunately, what did they do? They did not, I would say, prepare and think about the last few fights that could have been there. And unfortunately, CHEMIN will be getting their chicken dinner and denying 8-bit of theirs.
Oh boy, just when we thought we might have another one.
Exactly, right.
Another unique winner, it's gonna be CHEMIN denying us of that satisfaction, but also putting up one hell of a performance, getting themselves the second chicken dinner in the same day. We haven't seen that as well since the beginning of the tournament, so that's a really good thing as well coming in from the side of CHEMIN. And once again, getting that huge lead. It was already around 25 points, 27 or something like that, and now it's just gonna go up, Lucy. But 8-bit, you gotta give it to them, the confidence and the performance that they've been consistently putting up. That's beautiful to watch, right? I mean, consider the fact that they had really bad first day and the second day as well. Third day is when they started getting those finishes, getting those extra points, and after that, well, there's no stopping them. They almost got that chicken dinner today. I mean, in this particular one, we still have one more game left for them. But CHEMIN, man, oh man, what a way to start things off for them today. And let's take a look at what just happened once again. And let's head back to the match highlights. And it all started with CHEMIN itself, trying to take down multiple players on the side of Blind, while EXO was the one that came out on top.
Exactly. I mean, a brilliant push and play coming in from EXO, but unfortunately, they kind of got caught out in the open as a sandwich. CHEMIN found them. There was 8-bit found them. And I think even another team was there. I think 7Sea had kind of a glimpse of them. But nonetheless, EXO did get eliminated. But here is where 8-bit started popping off. This is the situation. This is the fight that I think 8-bit should have picked against CHEMIN, made it work in their favor, and then we could have seen something else happen. But GODLIKE, unfortunate for them, the fight that they wanted to pick with CHEMIN, that was kind of disengaged and moved away, and they had to pick up a fight with TSM. It looked like that fight they were not ready for. TSM, one after another, they started pushing up. Jonathan, he had a brilliant position. Look at the spray coming in from him. Just minute health was there for Shadow, but he eventually gets that knock confirmation, but not the finish. TSM were able to push up. Aquanox does fall apart. This crossfire being held from Neo was just brilliant, but the timed perfection push coming through was there, and Revenant's team teammates kind of helped over there for TSM to eliminate GODLIKE completely. But 8-bit, what a show for them it has been. And TSM, they did not stop. They did not care whether players were pushing up or not. They were making sure they did the damage. But CHEMIN were, again, they understood that on Miramar, their matchup that they played for match 2 here on the last day, it did not work in their favor. So they said, wait, we made the mistake there, we are not going to be making the mistake here. They corrected it, and right now you can see how well they have gotten their chicken dinner. And we did talk about this, right, Edge? If you remember, on day 1 it was actually, can we see repetitive dinners on day 1 itself? From day 1 till day 3, we did not see repetitive dinners on the same day. But today on day 4, CHEMIN said we are going to be breaking that curse, breaking that momentum, breaking that situation, and we are going to be getting repetitive dinners on the same day itself.
So we still have 2 more maps left. I mean, CHEMIN, they still have 1 more to go, and if they do, they get themselves, if they get themselves another chicken dinner, that's going to be them getting 3. And Darshita is going to be really happy because she wanted a team to get 3 chicken dinners, and CHEMIN might just deliver it for us. I mean, there is a chance, but it's gonna be Erangel if I'm not wrong. So CHEMIN, they gotta be really, really, careful because everyone else now are looking to take down the big dogs. CHEMIN Esports ending up with 30 total points, 15 finishes, along with 15 placement, 30 bomber. Well, I wanted Rivalry to do that, but unfortunately, they have not once again put up a good performance. Team 8-bit though, what a way, what a comeback coming in from them the past 2 days. 10 finishes, 22 total points. OR Esports, well, once again, looks like they got their confidence back from the last one. 7 finishes, 15 total points. Walkouts after, coming out fresh from a win. Well, looks like this wasn't a great game. They did manage to survive till the end, but only 3 finishes there, Sam.
Exactly. Not great in terms of the finishes, but looking at the number of placement points they're able to grab for themselves, I think they should be getting into the second page. TSM, they're already in the second page. They're going to be stabilizing the position, but here's where 2 teams I think should be moving out of the second page. That's going to be Marcos as well as Revenant. Revenant were at 100, Marcos were at 103 or something. Here they've added 5 and 4 points respectively for their name, but look at Walkouts and 8-bit, who are the contenders to jump into the first page. They have 13 and 22. So I think it should be difficult. Insane in the 7th position with 5 points, clashing with Marcos. EXO here with just 4 points. GODLIKE 2 points, but GODLIKE they're way up on the first page, so nothing for them to be worried about. Same goes for Global Esports, just 2 points. But Rivalry, we were talking about them, Edge. They need to think about it, but they got themselves only 2 points here. And first page, not a lot of changes. You can see more of stagnancy here. CHEMIN in the first spot, just creating the point difference like it's nothing. 45. We saw till maximum of 15 or something from day 1 till day 3, but right now it's 45. Close to 2 different maps is the point difference that we are going to be seeing here. OR is going to be coming to the second position. For them, it's going to be a difficult edge to come to the first. TSM at the third with 138. GODLIKE pushed down, but does not matter. 129 points for them. Global Esports 124. Hyderabad HYDRAS 121 at the 6th. 7th for Blind Official, clashing with same number of points. That is going to be 118 with the team that is at the 8th position, NIGMA Galaxy. This is your first page. And we said the first 8 teams, kind of not a lot of changes that you'll get to see. But what has happened on the second page, Edge, is going to be the thoughts going on even in our viewers' mind as well as us. So viewers, it's here. Marcos still here. And Marcos have not been pushed out. But where is Revenant? They have been pushed out. 8-bit is here. Walkouts are here. And that's where we said there's going to be a lot of changes coming here. SKYLIGHTZ have made SKYLIGHTZ were also about to kind of get pushed out, Edge, but they're here.
8-bits here. I don't know if you noticed. 8-bits here. They made their way from 18th to 9th position now. Absolutely beautiful performance coming in there. But here's the thing. They only have 1 more match left, and they gotta, put up a decent performance. It doesn't have to be a really good one. It doesn't have to be a 20-pointer as well. Even 10, 15 points is gonna be okay. But if it's 0, and if teams like, the teams that are sitting in 17, 18, and 19, if they put up a good performance, then, these teams, all these teams, to be honest, SKYLIGHTZ, what are the teams? 7Sea and NTT. They might be, overtaking 8-bit and pushing them down to 14th position. And after that, in the final match, if 8-bit doesn't put up a good performance, they might be pushed down to 17th as well. And, it does happen, right? 1 point Sometimes that's all it takes. And trust me, I mean, see, if you're 16th, if you're in the 17th position and the 16th position team, if they have something around like a 10-point lead, it's okay. But if you lose out on the not qualifying to the grand finals on the basis of 1 point,
Yep.
that hurts a lot. And also walkouts making their way back to 12th from 17th. I mean, all thanks to that chicken dinner last time, but also this time 13 points. And Revenant, well, they still have a chance, but they have to put up a really good one. And Rivalry, well, I think that's gonna be lights off for them this time.
I agree with you, Edge. I don't think Rivalry will be able to do anything from here on. There's one last match that they have. Same
They
goes
need
for
55.
Team Forever. I think they're also done. One more match for them. Because getting 40 points in one match or even 50 points, God forbid, is going to be so difficult, meaning that you have to get how many? 35
35.
finishes. 35
Ooh.
finishes. Literally chop the entire, I would say, map in half and take those finishes in your favor. Not going to be happening. Very difficult. XSPARK and Insane as well, looking very bleak right as of now. But one highlighting thing for XSPARK is going to be, along with Revenge, is that they have 2 more matches left. Enigma
Yes.
also the same. They have done with 14 matches. They have 2 more matches. So Enigma can push themselves up to the second page where they were, along with Revenant. So Revenant have been pushed up. Revenant have 1 more match to play. But here's where teams having 2 more matches in the last page have high hopes, but teams having only 1 more match, it's very bleak.
2 more maps. And also XSPARK, I mean, talking about Insane, right? They only have 1. And I'm actually going to be disappointed if they don't make their way to the top 16. So this is going to be their trump card right now. I mean, I don't know, maybe Neo has to step in and step up huge, for them. And we all know the potential he has, right? And we need everyone else coming in from Team Insane as well to put up a better performance. I mean, let's say if there's 4 players and everyone gets 4 finishes, that's 16 finishes. It's a bit too much to ask, but if you kind of divide it into that, it's kind of doable, right?
Exactly.
One player getting 4 finishes, it's doable, but it all depends on the positioning and the way that they're split up on the map. So let's see how it pans out. But right now, Team XSPARK, they have 2 matches back to back, along with Team Revenant. Is it Revenant? I think it's Revenge.
It's Revenge,
right?
not Revenant.
It's
XSPARK
Revenge
and
having
Revenge, along with Enigma.
So they need, let's say, they need around 40 points to have a really good chance of qualifying. 25 will do to will push them to maybe 16th position, but 40 is the sweet spot for them. So 20 is what they'll be hoping for, what they'll be aiming for. But once again, all they need is 1 good game. They still haven't had that, both XSPARK and Revenge.
XSPARK were having, I wouldn't
Decent
say
performance.
Exactly, decent performances, especially their second day was good. We saw them popping
True.
off really, really well. But after that, that couldn't have been, I would say, consistent on day 3. If it was Edge, I'm pretty sure XSPARK would have been in the second page and we would have seen them qualifying as well. But as you said, they have 2 matches. The hopes are going to be complete sky high, roaring for XSPARK. I'm pretty sure the viewers are also will be exciting for that. Do let us know in the chat section. But also, if you're just joining in us, it's 4 matches done. Semifinals is about to come to an end. 2 more matches. Erangel and Miramar is where we're going to conclude. But if you're wondering who those first 4 winners are, we started off with CHEMIN getting a brilliant chicken dinner starting of the day. The second map also looked like it was theirs. They could have had the chicken dinner, but they got 17 finishes for themselves. But Team Forever said, let's not give away our chances. Let's try our best, put up a best performance. They got their first chicken dinner ever on the last day. But then Walkout said, enough is enough. We have kind of gone bleak on our performances, not showed anything to our fans and the viewers out there, and they immediately come in clutch, get that chicken dinner, the second one for themselves. And after that, they came close. They did not move into the second page, and with the performance here on Miramar that we just witnessed, they moved up. But again, CHEMIN, who did not get their chicken dinner in the second matchup itself, they got it here in the 4th matchup. They said, we are not going to give it away, but finally the 30 bomber matches are here. We did not see it a lot. I mean, day 1 had 30 bomber matches, day 2 only 1 or 2, day 3 also same. Now day 4, the fourth match was a 30 bomber. Every other match was 25, 26 points. So I'm not too sure what we have in the last two matches, Erangel and Miramar, but whatever it is going to be, Edge, it's going to be power packed, and teams will be like having cutthroat competition, trying to pull each other down. Whether it's 1 point, whether it's the entire squad, they'll try to do their best and gain those points in their favor.
Yep, it is gonna be power packed, action packed as well. It all depends on these final two maps. Who's gonna be, I mean, it all for Group 8 is the final match, right?
Exactly.
And I think, and after that, they're gonna be praying. They're gonna be watching that final one really close, guys. For some teams, it's gonna depend on that final match, right? So they're gonna be legit hoping that the teams that are gonna be in like 17, 18, and 19 position, maybe even 20, for them to not have a good game.
Yes.
Right? Maybe if they're from Group B or C, that's what Group A teams are gonna be doing. But this is the final one for them, so they gotta put up a really good performance, bring out the A game, bring out the A team, as you said, make sure that they give it all, because after this it's going to be grand finals tomorrow coming in, that is, but one last map for them. Erangel, they're going to be ending on, they started off on Erangel and they're going to be ending on Erangel as well. So I mean, you gotta say, I mean, you can say that the odds are on their favor a little bit, maybe just a bit, because they're gonna be playing on Erangel rather than Miramar, the biggest map. So they can have the slight advantage that the brackets gave them. But teams, you never really know, right? Maybe you saw CHEMIN. They put up a good performance on Erangel and also Miramar now.
Exactly.
So, I mean, there are some teams that do really well on both. Some teams that do well on Erangel, not so well on the other ones. So it happens. All these teams, they keep going up and down. Everyone has up and downs. But I'm really looking forward to see if CHEMIN can pull off a third chicken dinner, because now we have three teams with 2 chicken dinners. And that brings us to what? 19 different winners, if I'm not wrong. So,
yeah.
Oh, 18? Is
18,
it 18? Is it
18.
I think it's 19.
It's 18 because WALKOUTS got a repetitive winner and CHEMIN got a repetitive dinner. So we are stuck
WALKOUTS,
at 18.
CHEMIN, Marcos. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. 4 repetitive winners.
Yeah.
Then. 4 repetitive. That's why we're stuck on 18. So last 2, Sam, we were hoping for 20. Maybe these 2 can give, bring out, maybe 8-bit can take home 1. Maybe GODLIKE. Did GODLIKE get 1? I don't think Oh, yeah, actually they did.
Yes.
So maybe, what, scratch that. I don't want GODLIKE to win. I mean, I do want GODLIKE to win, but I just hope I want.
You were about to ignite the chat right now.
Exactly. I don't want to, ignite that spark in the chat, but I do want that spark in that team XSPARK. So maybe XSPARK can get 1 and 8-bit, and maybe even though XSPARK, if they get a chicken dinner, there's a really good chance of them qualifying. But if not, at least they'll go down swinging, right? Maybe in that 17th position.
The probability, the chances are there. As you said, 1 chicken dinner and then a good performance. And today, it has been that situation where we have seen teams, after getting chicken dinner, don't get too confident and do not get eliminated very early on. CHEMIN, they did not get eliminated very early on. They got themselves good positioning and points. Then they came up in the next matchup and played really well. And now again, the last matchup that we saw, the 4th match for the day, they got the chicken dinner. Team Forever as well. They played really, really good. They're trying to get points, but it's just not enough. And also, it's a little bit late. But as you said, XSPARK, if they get their chicken dinner, they're a little bit towards qualifying into the second page, moving into the second page. 1 chicken dinner will boost them to the 17th or the 18th position, and the next match, because they have 2 matches, the last concluding map, Miramar, if they play it decent, get 10 to 15 points, I think we should be seeing XSPARK also qualifying. Along with them, maybe Enigma as well, Revenge as well. These 3 teams have the chances. They need to pull up, as you said, the best of the best performance that none of us have seen ever through this Gillette 7Sea Invitational. Surprise all of us and make sure it happens. Get those smooth saves in. If you're able to do it, you're able to get your team to victory. But as we said, smooth saves will give us smooth shaves as well. So make sure you check out the limited edition merchandise here, Edge. That is the Mark III razors from Gillette. It has the Gillette, I would say, putting in all their efforts to get the community also rolling in for all as esports enthusiasts, especially with coming in for a limited edition for BGMI
True.
specifically. It's not throughout
That's a
esports, but
merch.
exactly, and you do not want to miss that. And if you're looking forward to the purchase link, it's right down in the description. You can just scroll down or hit that show more. But again, do show your support because it's a lots to matches. Hit that like and subscribe. We're going to be getting your grand finalists. It's not only ours or the events, it's going to be your grand finalists, 16 finalists who are going to be battling it out relentlessly from tomorrow. There's no gap over there. That's the best part, Edge. After playing 4 matches here with a couple of gaps here and there between groups, now they have to play 6 matches on a streak, on a row, without breaks, without any kind of changes. There will be map changes, but nothing else. So all the best. Gear up for one half of the tournament to be ending and another half to be started, which is going to be bonkers.
I mean, if we're just getting started. I mean, semifinals, it's just about the qualification, but the grand finals is where it's at. And right now, we'll be heading on to the Erangel one last time here in the semifinals. And with that, for one last time for the semifinals, I'm gonna be pairing up with the one Darshita herself.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, Edge. Well, I've been the most excited one, and trust me, more excited after seeing this flight path. Now, I remember I started my day while the flight path was from Primox to Nova Rupnoy, and now the same flight path is just repeating itself. Just the direction is towards the upper one. That's gonna be from a hospital nearby to Yasnaya Poliana. So this flight path going to be a decent one again, giving an opportunity to all the players out there to go to their primary drop locations, have their hands on everything that they need. But before we go any further, Edge, I just have one question for you. Now that we saw the overall standings, do you have the hope, as I do, of a 200 overall points after the end of this day?
Ooh, there's a really good chance that Kemi can pull it off, to be honest. So this game is gonna be their cards, and to be honest, I mean, there's only one team that can do it, and that's CHEMIN. We all know it. It's been there on the scoreboard as well, and so I think there is a good chance, yes. But if they want to do it, this is the only team. This is the only map left for them, and with that, we have the play zone, and look at that, 60 to 40, or more like 50-50 even, because of that, that military base division coming into play as well. But there's no one there whatsoever. So basically, there's only 40%. No, not even. Yeah, around 40% of the circle left. Up for grabs for all the teams to get their positions in and have those brawls happening. But we want to see those water fights every single time, right, Darshita?
Looking forward to that. I mean, you're saying that gives me hopes, but right now I'm high on hopes regarding the best ever fight between SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and Marcos Gaming. Look at that. These both teams, they do intend to fight each and every time they are in Erangel and when they are paired up together. Right now, it's going to be a fight for dominating at Pochinki. And I guess Marcos, they've already decided to not fight it off. Just say a hi and no, wait, I'm wrong. Marcos, this time they're not backing off the fight. They are going to face it no matter what. A great fight, a 4v4 situation may happen, but again, you don't know, right? That's the start of the match itself, and at the start itself, you don't want to risk anything. So is the case with Marcos, and there you go. Marcos have decided not to get into a fight edge, just go out of that position, find themselves something new, something better, and then maybe later on continue this fight with the sides of SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
Gotta get their positioning right first. You gotta respect the other teams as well. Because for some teams, I mean, and by that I mean teams of Group A, this is the final matchup for them in the semifinals. They gotta make sure that they get as many points as they can. Because once again, that doesn't really matter if you're in position 1, position 16. You are going to be qualifying to the grand finals, where the positions are going to be crucial, right? Then your placements are going to be important. But right now, I mean, it's still important. You want to be in that top 8 to have a good momentum going on, and you want to have that confidence flowing through you as well. But at the end of the day, it's all about qualifications. It's all about, just qualifying to that grand finals, 5 days back to back, 6 maps back to back. It's going to be exhausting, as I said. So they got to be well prepared. And you also need to be confident going in. But look at the side of REVENANT. They're almost 3,000 meters away from the zone. Oh, forget that. He's more than 3.5 Okay, that's
It's gonna be
really far away.
difficult.
It is, but I'm pretty sure they're gonna just use that vehicle to make their way back in, because I think they're at the top, right there. There you go, northeast is where they're at, and they gotta be careful while they make their way back into the zone, because there're gonna be a lot of teams entering. As I said, just 40% of the zone is up for grabs. They gotta be really careful, and Ninja Jar just showing off his, Lambos there, even Equinox. Well, not just the IGL for TSM, but also the star player, if you ask me.
Agree on that completely. On the other sides, we have Blind now. This team, they got a good position already inside the overall standing. So for a fact, if they lose this match, I mean even after getting decent points, the hopes are high regarding qualification. So now that's the point about semifinals and the difference between semis and grands. Now at the grand finals, you are not carry forwarding these points. Everything is gonna start from scratch. But be careful, Team Blind. You need to be really careful again. Point I was talking about, from in the grand finals itself, Edge, everything is gonna start from the scratch itself. You got 0 points. The MVP, they are just gonna get shuffled up again and again with each and every passing match. So it doesn't matter what you do here, you do not take it to grand finals. But one thing definitely you're gonna take back is the way you perform, the way you just strategize everything, and the way you do your homework, right? So if that's going to be the case, these teams, they can have a beautiful experience of the grand finals itself. On the other hand, on the other sides, we have Hyderabad Hydras, all the 4 surviving players. So again, I have no hopes of any fights till the 10-minute mark strikes in.
Oh boy, 10-minute mark is crucial, but 15 to 20, I think 15 is a sweet spot for me when it comes in. That's when you see the zone coming into play as well, and at the same time you see teams being a little closer as well. So a lot of fights will be going in there as well. And let's see, TSM Ninja Jar. Okay, what is he? He's just waiting for his team, or he's just resting there for a couple of seconds. 186 is where CHEMIN sits at. The second highest is 138, 48 difference. That's absolutely insane coming in from them. I mean, sorry, the third highest, that is TSM. I think OR is in second place right now. So CHEMIN, well, they're gonna be looking forward to get that 200, and if they do so, they're gonna be the only team that can do it. Unless OR and TSM, they can get 50 points, but not even 50. I'm sorry, 62. 62 is what TSM needs. But the first zone has already begun, and REVENANT, well, there you go. They took those vehicles, and now they're making their way back. But what do you think? Do you think anyone's going to be making their way to a military base? Because it's quite empty right now, and there's going to be a lot of loot for for any team that makes their way. But the zone doesn't make its way towards military base. Then once again, they have to make their way back to the main island with the bridge. And you know what happens on the bridge, right? Gatekeepers. You're gonna get destroyed.
I want that to happen, Edge. I definitely want that to happen, because it's all about competition right now. And trust me, when you see those gatekeeping scenarios happening, it gets you more interesting. But right now, focusing more on what's going on our screen, that's going to be GODLIKE, the sides of GODLIKE 4-on-4 surviving players. Now, Jonathan, this man has something I've been waiting to see on his monster side. Now, this man, right? You just give him a chance and he'll destroy you. But destruction is what even Zigod did a while ago. But right now, ClutchGod will be taking one player from the sides of Team Blind, and Spy will be the one saying an early goodbye to his entire team. Team GODLIKE have started their day with one beautiful finish they got themselves. But right now, what is the next that they are looking forward to is going to be the question we all have. And there you go. We got a confirmation. ClutchGod is the one to take the very first pick in his name. And look at GODLIKE right now. What they did was they took one player. They didn't even wait for more than 5 seconds there. They rotated there and there. And that's how Team GODLIKE works.
That's the perfect example. The IGL himself leading from the front, getting that first finish for themselves in this particular match, and also instantly giving the call that, guys, it's okay, we got one. Let's just reposition. Let's not give. I mean, now they know that Blind is going to be coming in for that. That those revenge peaks, those ego peaks, right? Yeah. They know Blind's going to be wasting a lot of time there. So, GODLIKE working smart, and also they need to make their way back into the zone. Look at CHEMIN and REVENANT; they're really far, and also ENIGMA taking a bit of damage there from the zone as well. but they're going to be coming in. So nothing to worry about that. Worry right there. But that second zone now, thank God, no one made their way to military zone military base there, because it's kind of avoiding the zone right now.
Great.
But the bridge is still in, and we did see a zone last time where I think Ferry Pier was in play, the final zones. So maybe that can happen again. You never really know. But what is happening here? I see three teams right next to each other. Team Forever, Blind. They're respecting each other, but at the same time, Blind, they gotta be cautious because they are a man down, and every point, once again, I believe this is the final map for them. So if they go down early here, there's not going to be a good one for them.
Cautious needs to be the sides of Team Forever. Look at the position. They are stuck between two teams, and you know, right, how devastating it can be. But right now, Ninja Jord gets down because of a beautiful head connection from the sides of, Global Esports out there. Fearless gets caught, one more player down. So right now, 10-minute mark was all I was waiting for, and look at the timer. It's just
Oh boy. It is not looking great. 10 minutes hit. And 63 players still in. So we're looking good as of now, but Blind. They gotta be careful, as I said. But Team XSPARK is another squad that I'm looking forward to. They gotta be careful. And HYDRAS, oh no! Carry his puns out! Oh no! Scout takes advantage of that, but Mavi takes on XSPARK as well. Now Team XSPARK, this might be the opening that they needed, but there is going to be Team TSM coming into play as well, third-partying the hell out of both these squads. HYDRAS in deep trouble, and I think they're going to let them fall. They're going to let them drop. Ultron gets one, and the two surviving players on the side of HYDRAS, they make their way back to safety, and Scout is like, you know what? I'm just gonna run over you, fella, and get that finish. Two quick finishes, and Scout, sheesh, a lot of damage onto him, but he's driving. The driving skill coming into play, but Equinox on the other hand takes on one player, confirms it, and that's going to be Mavi going down. Shadow G takes down Scout as well, but can he get that finish? He's out in the open, there's no way, and if Scout goes down, I think, the confidence on the side of Team XSPARK might go down as well. Equinox is peeking, he takes a bit of damage there, goes back to safety. Scout's still alive. They gotta make sure that to get him back to get back on his feet. But Ultron, wow, that's some precise gameplay right there. Beautiful performance from him. Takes him down in Equinox in the shack. He's taking a lot of damage there.
needs to be careful, but Shadow OG, he will be giving Scout the taste of his own medicine, and the way Scout eliminated one player will be the same way Scout gets down to the ground. And what I mean to say is that vehicle. No one likes that, but that's going to be the case. On the other side, the zone shrink comes in, and somewhere nearby, we are still on hopes that, the bridge is something we are having our eyes on. A beautiful, not exactly a central shift edge, but again, a good shift is what I can probably say. CHEMIN Esports, they have been pushed out of the zone again. So is REVENANT, so is Team XSPARK, Hyderabad HYDRAS, two players of TSM. So it's going to be very interesting, but look at CHEMIN Esports, what they are doing. They are going in for a wide rotation, and more than wide rotation, they are concentrating on surviving and trying to get that 200. But Enigma down to the ground. Jonathan, one more grenade. Two grenades, two successful grenades. Neo will be confirming one. Enigma Gaming faltering down. Looks like they aren't having a good day today. Enigma, Rex is right exactly in the front. ClutchGod is looking forward to do something, but Eggy will be trying to capitalize on the mistakes he got just made to come out in the open. Couldn't capitalize, and that's him just compromising himself out there.
Ooh, looks like Enigma want to take this fight, but Rex, he goes down to Neo. Neo doesn't waste any time. They confirms that finish, and Eggy. Well, there you go. Here comes the time for for them to just survive. And I think GODLIKE, they don't know where Eggy is, so they're trying to clear out every single angle. But Eggy is in a cheeky position, and also so surviving right now. They shouldn't go down, right? They need as many points as they can. And all this is happening. Enter Detroit takes down Revenant Paradox on the other side of the map.
That's gonna be 7C taking players down of Team XSPARK. Prince will be confirming Fearless, but Team Forever, they are still stuck. Again and again, Team Forever, you'll find them in a complete awkward position, I would say, because look at that. You have two players right in front and back, but right now, talking about Jonathan, now the reason I say I'm waiting for the monster side of Jonathan is because he got 10 finishes for himself, and we know this man, right? We know how deadly he can turn out when it's the most needed for his team. So that's something I'll be really rooting for right now. But 4 finishes looking good for the sides of team Godlike right now. A beautiful start. I'm just looking forward to is more and more, at least a double digit. Now, talking more about the scenarios right now on our screen, Team XSPARK got eliminated, but the 3 teams there are just waiting. Not sure why the situation is getting prolonged too much edge, but again, right, when you prolong a fight too much, it can get you difficulties and attention of the all teams surrounding you. No,
Exactly.
Anchor? No, why? Why in the wall? Oh my god, not just one. Wow, he took one player off. Second one right exactly in the front. Encore, beautiful. 1v2. Oh my god.
Just like that, HYDRAS eliminated. Oh my god, that was... I thought they maybe, they didn't know that there was a player, but it was all intentional. They wanted to come in fast with those vehicles. He did have a teammate in the end, but what a way to, start that fight and eliminate HYDRAS in position number 15 there. Godlike still looking strong. 4 finishes, still have 4 players surviving. Clutch God, he's given some really good calls right now, but Enigma, Eggy is still alive, trying to survive for as long as he can. It's going to be Team Forever trying to take a fight here against players of Revenge, actually. While this is happening, NIGMA Galaxy, they get themselves a finish on one of the players inside of 7C. Akshay takes a bit of damage now. Finally, player 6 dealing a lot of damage onto Akshay. But guess what? A lot of teams are making their way. CHEMIN, Revenge, Team Forever as well. And Dreams now taking a bit of damage from the side of 7C, who's trying to get their revenge onto their fallen comrade there. But here's the thing. NIGMA, they have a really good position, especially the high ground advantage. And CHEMIN, there you go, the dominance have started. They take down Neo on the side of Godlike, while TSM Jod is trying to take down players on the Revenant side. Robin finishes off Godlike's Neo.
Esports getting eliminated. Whoa. Grenade, boom, Jonathan down. And not dusted yet, but it was just a way to... Was that player waiting for me to say that as soon as I say Jonathan gets eliminated completely? But CHEMIN Esports, right now, Delta is the last surviving player. He does as much as he can, but our hopes of 200 gets denied as CHEMIN Esports gets eliminated. Nothing to worry about for the entire team because they are going to get qualified no matter what. #1 is the position the team is holding out there. On the other side, we have sides of NIGMA Galaxy, we have Team Forever, we have Entity, we have still 13 remaining teams with 42 alive players. Now, Entity, they have been caught in a complete open area, and that's going to be Daljit out there trying to figure out how to take one player down. But Vixie, on the other side, gets finished by the sides of 7C. Now, Aladdin and Prince right next to each other, but they both are low on HP max. Beautiful grenade connection gets done, and that's going to be Shadow OG down to the ground. Max right now with that Molotovs is trying to connect, but there are still 2 surviving players that TSM have, and trust me, Equinox and Ninja Jot, that could be the most deadly combination you could ever have. Gets destroyed, 1 player down to the ground, second one gets eliminated. Max with a beautiful 1v3.
Whoa, okay. And just like that, TSM are down and out, and a dominating performance coming in from Max, as you said. That is just beautiful gameplay coming in from him, and the way that he was moving around that one single building was just beautiful to watch. And NIGMA Galaxy, well, from 1 to 4 with only 2 players surviving. They gotta be careful. 7C is lurking right behind them with the high ground advantage into their favor as well. There can be multiple teams in front of them, but that zone is gonna be coming in and working in the favor of NIGMA Galaxy, while Global Esports, they're trying to take down the players on the side of Team Forever. 7C are trying to make their way back in, while NIGMA Galaxy, they're just waiting for this position and that zone to come into play. And Godlike, they gotta be careful. They only have 2 more players left. Clutch God himself and also Z God. So 2 gods on the side of Godlike. Well, let's see. They already have 7 finishes, and Manya, well, he's trying to make his way back onto the leaderboard right now.
Forward to that. Right now, Z-God on the other side is holding a beautiful angle. Now with that rooftop angle, I mean beautiful just because he got a higher ground advantage. But again, disadvantage of not being inside the play zone is something they need to look forward to, because at the end of the day, play zone is something that matters the most. Overall standing is something that matters the most, and right now qualifying is something that matters the most, no matter what. Blind on the other side, they have been holding a position. MJ can be a surprise for 7C. Aladdin takes a lot of damage, couldn't capitalize, and that's gonna be MJ. He just relocated, he just compromised himself trying to take and give a surprise to 7C. But again, is this 1v2 gonna work in his favor? Is going in for grenades after grenades on the sides of Team 7C. There's gonna be a hell raining on the sides of Team 7C. But again, MJ, he is just left out in the blues. Grenade gets connected. Savitar down to the ground. MJ trying to go in for the last one. Needs to patch himself up before everything. But guess what? Aladdin, he is very low and he can single-handedly pull off this 1v2. Is that done? Aladdin down to the ground. And dusted.
NIGMA Galaxy? What are you doing? That's a violation. You can't do that. That's absolute... Exactly, destruction. Those grenades were on point, but the play zone is going to be, causing MJ to go down. They're finally, NIGMA Galaxy, losing their players, unfortunately for them. But Esports, they get eliminated, which means the hopes and dreams for them and Team XSPARK are looking grim right now. Somras takes out MJ, stealing that finish. Actually, that was the play zone that took him down, but, now NIGMA Galaxy down to 1 surviving player, Max, if I'm not wrong, who... They already have 6 finishes to their name, so there's a beautiful performance coming in. But what more can they do? GODLIKE, can they get themselves the second chicken dinner? They really need it to confirm their slot as well, because the difference is not that huge for them. But just in case, just to be careful. Daljit trying to revive his teammate. The grenades are going to be launched right now. Manya running. I'm sneaking slowly but steadily into that fight. We're down to 29 players, 11 squads right now. Troy goes down to Somras on the side of SKYLIGHTZ. But let's see, Knuckle is still down. Why is there no revive coming into play? And GODLIKE trying to take down Pleasant SKYLIGHTZ. Going to be Gamla Boy with those grenade finishes. Beautiful to watch. And SKYLIGHTZ being third-party by Entity now, and also GODLIKE Gaming. GODLIKE Esports. Did I just say GODLIKE Gaming? Oh
God. Yeah. Why not? The name itself says God itself, but let's have a look on what Marcos Gaming is doing right now. At the beginning itself, I thought, Edge, that Marcos and SKYLIGHTZ could have a fight themselves and could decide what happens. But right now, Maxkush will be taking Z-God down to his ground. Manya, beautiful. Deadpool gets punished out there. Manya is looking forward to push and completely eliminate those players, but will he be able to do that? Because right exactly in front, there are 2 players surviving. 7C gets eliminated. Manya gets the move he made just now, and that's going to be 2 players from Global Esports down to the ground. Rage exactly in the front. Knuckle trying to capitalize over this entire situation. Will it be okay? That's going to be 1 more player down. Williams, the last surviving player, takes down Knuckle. Instant trades coming back and forth. That's going to be Joker and the last surviving player from Blind as well. That's going to be a 1v1, but out of nowhere, that's going to be Team Forever marking an entry into this entire fight, and Global Esports getting completely destroyed. Now, there's no hope of revival. That's going to be just the last surviving player. What more can he do? But Maxkush, he did a lot and took domination as his job right now.
Domination is what he likes, and he is dominating everyone right now. Blind gets eliminated, unfortunately for them. But here's the thing. We're down to 15 and 7 squads. GODLIKE still alive, but Marcos Gaming, they're putting up a really good performance. They're sitting on 17th position. Sorry, 16th position. Keep that in mind. They're on the verge of being eliminated. And if I'm not wrong, this is their final matchup as well. Global get eliminated with 0 finishes. What? I saw a lot of knocks, but I think there was only finishes. And Eggy, he survived all this long. And that Molotov, is it gonna be hitting him? Nope, no sir, it won't be. KlutzGod, he knows that he's a sole surviving player. He takes him down. Wait a second, player 6 stole it. Oh no, but KlutzGod will not be complaining because he was in a really bad spot, right? It's not going to be complaining, but it's going to be Revenant's Encore taking out one of the players there. Enigma Gaming, they're down and out. Max, because he wants this frag onto Clutch God there. He wants this finish at any cost. Godlike, if they lose him, well, things are going to get so much worse for them.
Gonna be the case. Team Forever, they are trying their level best to eliminate Clutch God, but why do I feel like they're not up to the position? Well, player 6 he is not, but Clutch God, he comes out of that smoke, makes his way out, completely out, and that's gonna be Team Godlike getting eliminated. Now 3 players, 9 live teams, and the hopes are really high regarding Team Forever taking this chicken dinner. Now how far can this chicken dinner take Team Forever? Even if they get it, is going to be the biggest question. But Revenant, they have a greater chunk in the play zone, and that's what they are rooting for right now. They'll be denying entry to everyone trying to enter, but eventually, if they do that, they'll compromise themselves, and they just are 50% low on the player standing. Top dog, his location has been compromised. Marcos Gaming, they have their crosshairs set exactly at the head to pop off the head, but Dino, he is just waiting down. Always Bolte gets caught. That's going to be a lot of damage getting dished on both of the side. Always Bolte with that grenade, he can make this happen in his favor. The grenade goes, but doesn't get any kind of connection.
Down to 9 players, 3 squads still in. Team Forever, West Bolte is burning. Bob Killer takes him down. Is he gonna be gone? Is he gonna be gone? Is a question, but I think he's gonna survive for now. But there's gonna be another grenade cooked up, and now the zone is coming into play. You gotta make your way back in. Marcus Gaming, they gotta be careful here, because when they make their way back, they're gonna be out in the open, and that's what happens when you're out in the open. Top dog takes on one of the players inside of Marcos. That's Zon going down. Mascos takes on Paukulo as well now. Team Forever looking really, really good. Marcos, they only have one more player surviving. That's gonna be Paukulo going down as well, but Encore, the sole survivor, is it? Never mind, he has one more teammate with him, but he's going to be taking down multiple players on the side of Team Forever down. And now Revenant, well, they're trying to put a mark for themselves. It's going to be Top Dog taking down Dawn. It's going to be Top Dog getting himself a double. Where's Bolte finally takes on Encore, now sole survivor. A 1 versus 1. Guess what happens? Encore goes down. Oh no, Top Dog at the end. That is so unfortunate. He had a good position. He had a good position, but he just couldn't, put up a good performance there at the end. Unfortunate timing, but Team Forever, another team that got themselves the second chicken dinner for the day after CHEMIN. But as you said, Darshita, what is this gonna do for them in that final overall scorecard?
How far is this chicken dinner getting Team Forever? Is it taking them in top 16 or no, is something we'll get to know in a while. But what this map has been, oh my god, what an amazing map that we just witnessed right now. I mean, right from the start itself, while we just had the fly path up on our screen, I felt like there's gonna be an amazing match, and guess what? It was one of the most brilliant match ever. I mean, it all started with Godlike and Enigma, I guess, having a fight where Godlike eliminated 3 players of Enigma. The last one, he tried to survive. Not sure of how long he did, but that's how Godlike started it. But at the end, I guess Clutch God was the last surviving player, and that's how he got eliminated.
Unfortunate for Godlike, but Enigma, he survived, and I think he got himself his team at least 4 extra points. So you gotta give it to them. Every single point counts, right? And Enigma, they worked on that. But CHEMIN, on the other hand, they wanted to get that chicken dinner, but unfortunately that didn't happen. But yeah, let's take a look at how things went down here. It all started a bit late. We had to go for that 10-minute mark, and then we saw the initial fights between Team XSPARK and HYDRAS. Beautiful start for them, but they just couldn't keep up with the momentum.
True. On the other side, TSM, they got into a fight with Team XSPARK. I mean, Scout was doing a beautiful job. He took 1 player down, but instant back and forth trades were going on. Right now, next we had Enigma, and this was the fight I was talking about. Enigma versus Godlike, where Godlike 3 players of the sides of Team Enigma, and I guess Eggy was the last surviving player. But a beautiful 1v2 is what we just witnessed from the sides of Enco. He took 1 player down. The right second one was exactly in his front, and he just capitalized over that, and that's how they got eliminated. Esports, I guess Esports, the only thing that went wrong was their players faltering down, because we have seen this happening always. Esports, after they lose 1 or 2 of their players, the entire squad falters, and That's happening again and again. Enigma Galaxy, beautiful job. I guess we even saw a 1v3, and that was Max or that was Max or MJ, not sure, but at the end they were even eliminated.
Fortunate for them. But the way that Max was playing and MJ, the way that he was moving on the map with this particular fight, boy, oh boy, look at those grenades. He's perfectly positioning it, timing it, and then he knew he took down one. He only had to take down one more player, and he's outside of the zone as well. He just stood there. He waited for the perfect timing. He wanted to get that finish. Got himself two, but yeah, he did go down. But you know, he did get himself two. He would have gone down without a fight, but he did put up a beautiful one. But then Global, unfortunately, I mean, you see on the skill feed, I could see continuously that, you know, Global were knocking down players, but they went out with 0 finishes. How did that happen? I still cannot put my finger on what went wrong.
It's always about capitalizing on the knocks that you got, or you know, right? There are a lot of players nearby trying to snatch away everything that you got. So maybe that's the reason Global couldn't get so much out of this entire map. The Team Forever, they did a great job. Trust me when I say that, because 10 plus finishes is what they got, plus 15 placement points in addition to that. So it's gonna be a 25 plus match that they had for themselves, but the question remains the same. How is this gonna matter, and for how long or for how far is this victory gonna take them? 11 finishes plus 15 placement points is what Team Forever got, so that's gonna be 26 as I was talking about it. Revenant on the second with 18, Godlike got third position with 16, Enigma Galaxy 14, Marcos got 12. But Edge, do you think that's it's the last match for Team Forever, right?
Yes. Yes, ma'am, it is. And I mean, look at that. 11 finishes. 26 total points. Revenant Esports, though. 6 finishes. 18 total points. Almost pulled it off at the end. Godlike, well, better performance comparatively. 8 finishes and 16 total points. Enigma Galaxy, beautiful, you know, work by MJ and Max themselves. 8 finishes and total points of 14. Marcos, well, they survived till the end, so they're going to get 10 points for that, but 2 finishing points. So 12 total. Enigma Gaming, unfortunately, couldn't get a lot of finishes, but they did survive. So 4 points for that, 6 total points. Entity Gaming with 4 finishes, 5 total points. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming sitting in 8th position with 5 as well. Blind Official, 4 points, 7. Esports, 4. TSM, 3. Team XSPARK, well, they needed 20. Well, they got 3. They were only 17 apart. Anyway, Global Esports, no finishes, 2 total points. Revenge, nothing, only 1 total point. CHEMIN, coming off of a beautiful victory, absolutely nothing. They were destroyed. And even HYDRAS, not by one squad. They were destroyed by Revenant, and I believe it was Godlike that took them. No, sorry, it was Team XSPARK that took them down.
Match Edge. I mean, I'm just waiting to have a look on the overall standings right now. And please do not tell me that we are not going to have overall standings on a screen, because I want to see.
We need that suspense.
No, please, why? I want to see how far has Team Forever went with this victory for themselves, and how much point difference does CHEMIN has from OR after this. Okay.
Oh, we got to skip.
No. Oh my God, why?
Oh boy, it's just the production just playing with us. And
I mean, they heard you right. They heard you real right now. I mean, you just said that they're gonna keep us in suspense, and look at this.
I mean,
No.
we had the we had the overall scorecard for 22 maps straight. 22. And when the time
By that.
the one match we needed it, right? We wanted to see who's gonna be coming in. One match. We wanted to see who's gonna be and what the jumps are. Production is like, nope, we're not gonna, let you have that. We're gonna keep you in suspense, but it's a good thing as well, because we don't know who's gonna be. I mean, we know that the top 8, top 5 at least are gonna be sitting there, because I'm not really sure what's going on after that. Even my math is not that great for me to decide who's gonna be in, for me to actually predict 6, 7, 8 position as well. But one thing for sure, Team Forever, they now have a better chance of qualifying when compared to the last match, right? And I believe it is the last match for them. So the chances are good, but here's the thing. XSPARK and what's the other team? Revenge, is it? I think they need to put up a really, really good performance. At least a 30 bomber. At least a 30 bomber for them to have, let's say, I don't know, 30% chance of qualifying.
Oh my god. Why is this happening? Miramar, I mean, do you feel like the history is going to repeat? CHEMIN got first, CHEMIN got third. Forever got second. I mean, Forever got second, Forever got fifth. Walkouts, I don't know if they're playing or no. I mean, if they are playing, the history can repeat, and we could just see a mirror of what exactly happened in the previous three matches. Oh my god, I just got into hopes of overall standing, but that was a total prize pool we had right now. No, that's gonna be, ladies and gentlemen, the prize pool to be unlocked after this last match ever. A total prize pool of $20,000. Now, would you like to split it apart and let our audience know about it, Edge?
I mean, 1,000 for the MVP. Well, if that's going straight into my pocket, I'm gonna be happy.
Okay, okay.
But
The
I mean,
50% is mine then.
we're not playing, so we can't really get that. But it's higher than getting in the anything that team 4 gets, right? Team 4 to 7th or anyone actually. To be honest, MVP is the most important one. If you ask me, the most prestigious one, not the most important, but the most prestigious one, because that's the only play. That's the individual award, right? The only individual award that you get, and for you to be called the most valuable player of the entire tournament, that is huge bragging rights. I mean, imagine if the player is from the one that's actually winning the entire thing, right? So you are the best player, and you are also from the best team. Now, that's epic. But actually, I mean, imagine this as well. Let's say team 13. Okay, let's say the MVP is from someone that's not in the top 13 teams, right? Maybe from 14, 15, and 16. It can happen. And if it happens, it's kind of disappointing to see, the best player of the tournament is from a team that didn't even get a piece of the prize pool. But at the same time, that tells you how close the competition was and how close, they were in terms of, position placement or whatever it is. But that number one spot is what they're hoping for. But right now, it's not about the number one spot. It's not about the prize pool. It's about making it to the grand finals. It's just about qualifying the hell into that grand finals. One last map. And Group A, well, it's all done and dusted for them. All they can do right now is sit and pray, and we can see the beautiful faces on the Hindi desk there. They are, I can see him already holding his hand, so maybe he's praying. That's what that's what Group A's teams are going to be doing, right? Praying. I mean, I don't want to, not in a bad way, but they're going to be hoping that Group B and C's teams, they don't have a good game, right? Because if they have a good game, the ones sitting in, we don't know who's sitting in 14, 15, 16, because we didn't get the overall standing, but the team sitting in 14, 15, and 16, if they're from Group A, and if anyone in Group B and C, they're in 17, 18, and 19, if they have a good one, well, the ones in 14, 15, 16, they're going to be knocked out that time. They're going to be super sad if the difference is 1-2 points.
The most difficult part for Group A, now that they are not playing, and guess what? Walkouts is gonna play. So the hopes of mirroring what happened in the first three maps gets me high, really. But again, whenever I'm high on hopes, I get denied, as I just got denied right now for the overall standings. I mean, why in the world would you keep me in so much of suspense right now? But right, our audience is quick enough. I mean, the quicker enough, I would say. They're smart enough. They would have already calculated. So, ladies and gentlemen, you guys can use the chat section and even let me know and break my suspense, because I'm not so good at maths. I mean, I doubt even Edge is. No offense with that, but definitely let us know in the comment section down there, who do you think are going to be the teams qualifying for the grand finals. Now, when you talk about qualify, Edge, I feel like there's a door in front of you which is locked. You got 16 keys for that door that has been just kept in some different directions, and the top 16 teams to get the key first gets the entry. No matter how close the 17th is, it gets denied.
True. And for a second, I was like, how would you know that? There is a door right in front of me. It's locked. So I was like,
Okay.
how did
Okay.
that know that? That was on point. But then I knew that you were actually trying to relate that to something. But yeah, you're right. 16. right? 16 teams are going to be qualifying. 24 are going to be, 24 are the teams right now, but only 16 are going to be qualifying. Those 8 teams, I kind of feel bad. Rivalry is one that we know for a fact are going to be out, right? I'm not really sure who else. And if Team XSPARK, if they don't have a really great performance, if they don't drop a 30 bomber this time, I'm 90% sure that they're going to be out as well. They still, they're somewhere around 84 points, if I'm not wrong. And last time I checked, 17th position was 105 or something, 102. So they have a good chance of qualifying, but they need a 30 bomber, at least a 20 pointer to have a chance of qualifying. I'm still not saying confirming the slot. I'm just saying a chance of qualifying. Team XSPARK and even Revenge, they need a good performance. 25 to 30 points is what they need. But for Rivalry, well, it's all done and dusted for them.
Fortunate, right? It hurts for us to even say that. I mean, it feels like we are being too harsh right now, but it's the last day, guys. It's the last day, and there's no other day of comeback that you guys are looking forward to. So, for the one last time before we head towards the match itself, I'm gonna shout it out loud to each and every team who has just given their best right now, because at the end of the day, these 24 teams, they have been invited. They have done a lot till this time. Yeah, couldn't qualify is gonna be a different case, but the competition is so close, right? Couldn't even qualify, but just because of 5 points, 10 points, or 11 points, that's a real cut close competition for qualifying, and that's what this Gillette 7Sea Invitational is turning out to be amazing, but a roller coaster ride at the same time. For the teams who are still on the most highest top out there, they are scared. And the one they have already fell down and are safe and secure right now are enjoying. For example, the first sides of the overall standings, they are enjoying right now. But the second side, not exactly the second overall, but again, the down 5 position is something that I'm really scared of, because with this map, everything is going to turn around.
True. One last map. Only 2 groups, by the way. So for Group A, everything's done and dusted. So the final 2 groups are gonna be jumping in. They're already logged and launched. They're in the air. They're about to drop in. One last time for the semifinals, Darshita. It's happening. It's gonna be Miramar. 16
Let's go.
with 64 players. Everything's on the line. Everything's on the line. It's not about the prize pool. It's not about winning. It's only about qualifying. I mean, apart from Rivalry, who are kind of already out, but everyone else, 8-bit, Insane especially, OG, OR, Extra, Soul, SKYLIGHTZ, Team XSPARK, one that I have my eyes on set, 7C, NIGMA Galaxy, who had a great game, HYDRAS, well, they need to secure it as well. Revenge, they still have a chance. NTD, all these 16, actually 15, because I took down a Rivalry's name there. Yeah, 15 teams. The first 15 minutes are going to be crucial, but it all depends on performances right now, right? Survive for as long as you can. Doesn't really matter if you have no finishes. You need to get at least 20 points, and that zone is beautiful because a lot of teams are already in it.
Didn't see this coming. I wanted something to be more intense, but right now the BGMI gods, they have been a bit lenient on the teams. I mean, look at that. I just guess you have 6 or 7 teams that are out. Rest the 10 teams, we are finding them already inside the zone itself. So a good way that have these teams have started on. And trust me, you are rooting for Team XSPARK, right? Look at the position they are holding right now. A beautiful position, right? Exactly in the front. Yes, I agree. There's a split these players have, but even right, individually these players are so talented. They can at least pull off a 1v2, 1v3 easily. But is that going to be the case? Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last map. This is the last chance some of these teams got to qualify, or that's the end. There's no more matches happening after this, and it's just gonna be the results that we have on our screen.
No more matches for today, guys. No more matches for today. Don't worry. We still have the grand finals. So, I mean, yeah, last one. One last game. And you can see no drop clashes. Everyone's respecting each other. They're making sure that they have enough loot, making sure that they have enough time as well coming in. They got to make sure that they come out strong. And also, they want to end on a good note, right? It doesn't really matter who it is. They want to end their, if it's the last match for them in this tournament, they want to have a good one. At least one last match.
that is gonna be the case. Now, right now, all these players have is, let's just end it on a good note. Let's just ending in such a way that no one ever forgets it. So maybe that's the way these teams want to end the semi-finals and start their grand finals with all the energy that they need. Right now, Seoul, all the 4 players surviving again for 10 minutes, no hopes of seeing anything happening around. I know Edge are going to be rooting for 15 minutes, but I'll be on my 10-minute marks again and again.
Yeah, I mean, I need at least 15 minutes to, get that feel going in. And, as I said, that 15-minute mark, I mean, 10 minutes, yes, you see those initial fights happening, but that 15-minute is where you have those crucial fights happening, because that's when you start losing, teams, right? That's when you see the eliminations coming into play. And now, okay, that's a really good position coming in from Insane. Look at the split coming in from everyone. Beautiful, but I don't think that scope is gonna be of any use on a. I mean, I think that's a mini 14, and if that's a mini 14, that scope is of no use whatsoever, unless he wants to take a really close fight. But SKYLIGHTZ, well, they gotta be careful. They're making their way back in, and Insane, they're still going in that for that loot, and they have vehicles ready to, just in case, to reposition themselves if they have some unnecessary fights happening. They don't want to lose their players early. And Insane, I mean, for SKYLIGHTZ, this is a, it's not a do or die situation, but for Insane, it is a do or die situation, because they still haven't, if I'm not wrong, haven't put up a great performance last time. So they're still not in the top 16 here, Darsh.
True, that's completely true. Now, for some teams, it's really risky to have a fight right now. It's all about them getting into calculated fights, Edge, because right, the position these teams are holding, they have all the numbers and calculations done. So they know how many points they need to qualify, how many points they need to survive, or at the end of the day, it can get them into a lot of risky things. EXO, 8-bit on the other side, are these two teams really nearby? Oh, okay, I do see them a bit far away, but not so. So maybe there could be anything happening. But ladies and gentlemen, the points table that you see right down the map is all about this specific group fighting it out in Miramar. Not the overall table, it's just what has happened previously. I guess before the previous match, right? Not even the match has been calculated on what happened previously. It's just 2 maps prior, and I'm just rooting for teams like Revenge, TX, Insane, OG, Enigma, EXO, and even WALKOUTS right now, because the cut competition is what we have from 8-bit till EXO or Enigma, because the difference is of just 10 to 15 points each.
Not a lot.
Yeah.
That is not a lot of, not a lot of distance. And also, you can see top 3 teams are from Group A. As of now, that is. Right? OR sitting on 4th position right now. NIGMA sitting on 5th. HYDRAS on 9th. And is this a sneak peek? I think it's a sneak peek from the overall standings there, Darsh. We got a sneak peek. And Akshay, well...
Okay.
We got a sneak peek of his driving skills, and I'm hoping... I'm hoping he doesn't have a driver license yet, because if he does that on the streets of India somewhere, well, that's not safe, fella. But anyway, that sneak peek that I'm talking about, 8-bit is sitting on 12th. Look at what we were talking about forever. No, I wasn't fast enough.
Okay. Miramar is turning around to be a bit more, I mean, not funny is the word exactly, I would say, but interesting. But right now, what's more interesting is 7C Sarang and the position he's holding, because Insane, they have their crosshairs exactly on Sarang. Now, any moment, Sarang, I don't know why is this man isolated. Every time we have a look at 7C, single player, 2 players, we find them isolated, and that's what they get punished for. That's how Sarang got punished, gets eliminated completely. 7C being pushed down to their 3 players. Savitar, his vehicle is on the edge of getting exploded any moment. So right now he finds one nearby, exchanges it, but unfortunate for the team, they have lost one of their players before 10 minutes itself.
10-minute mark not even coming into play, but first elimination. Their 7C. Did you see where their position was, Darsh? Because are they in top 16 yet? I think 7C is like okay, right? I think they're doing okay. I
Yeah.
think they don't need a really good performance. I think a decent performance coming in from them would be good enough. But yeah, they lose one. Now they gotta be careful. They're going in with 3 players only, so they gotta make sure that they survive for as long as they can. And rivalry, well, they split up 2-2. That's a beautiful split coming in from them, and also that's a really nice cover fire coming in because one of them is pointing towards the towards one direction, while the other one's giving them a cover on their 6. Now that's the kind of teamwork that I want to look out for, right? But also another team that I'm looking out for is Team WALKOUTS, because they're putting up some insane performances. But OR, oh no, they're really far away. But OR, I think, has pretty much confirmed their slot, so not gonna be not a trouble for them. But Team XSPARK, I want them to have a good performance, regardless of them qualifying or not. I just want to go. I wanna see them pop off, because we didn't see them having really great games. Yep, we did see some really good ones coming out, but for them to have a good one, a great one, that didn't happen yet. And Team HYDRAS, on the other hand, they gotta put up a better performance as well.
On the other side, we have Entity right exactly in center of the map itself. 7C, I mean, just looking forward to what this team is going to do after losing. Prince, no, why? I understand that I haven't used my dialogue since a long time. That's going to be welcome to Miramar, but that's not the way you start your day on Sarang. You have already lost one of your teammates, and right now I'm looking forward to a fight between Entity and Seoul, where Hyderabad HYDRAS, they are looking forward to going for a third party, and any moment now they can try and capitalize over that. But do I look one more team there? Oh my god, look at that. Not 2 teams fighting it out, but they can be third party from 2 different directions. That's going to be 4 teams trying to figure it out, fight it out. Soul, 1. They'll be confirming 1. Goblin gets traded instantly, and that's going to be Hector. Right, trying to go and give a revival and a cover fire. Enigma, Eggy will be taking 1 on Entity. That's going to be Enigma, Hyderabad HYDRAS, Entity, and Team Soul.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Beautiful Scar precision there coming in from him. Enigma in deep trouble, but also Soul, they gotta be careful. Goblin is just revived back, and Entity Shadow goes down to Aksha's grenade once again, and Troy is confirmed by Omega. Soul putting up a really good performance. Aksha takes on Shadow as well. Now 2 finishes already for the side of Soul, and Akshat, another contender for that MVP, trying to put up a good performance right now. And look at the way he's peaking right now. He is not scared at all. He's ready for this, because he knows even if he goes down, his teammates are ready for his cover. But on the other hand, HYDRAS, they gotta be careful. They gotta be cautious, because they're out in the open. Not a lot of cover for them. But Enigma, Eggy's bleeding. Eggy is bleeding, and I think finally Evo, he's gonna come in for his rescue. He has the vehicle as well, so I think they're gonna make their way back to safety, reposition themselves. While Striker, he's dealing a bit of damage down to the players of Entity right now.
Be the case for now. Striker, Ace Black, these players, I mean, a while ago there was so much chaos here, so many teams trying to take that position for themselves. Hyderabad HYDRAS, they were a bit away from the fight, but as I said, they were trying to go in for a third party, and I guess that didn't work in their favor. But 7C Savitari gets 1 on Enigma. Eggy not just down, but it'll be confirming him down there completely. Enigma on the other side, they have lost Eggy completely. Now, again, they have been pushed down to the 3 players left behind. And right now, we talk about the zone edge. It's going to be beautiful now. I mean, a center shift is something that I look forward to, but I get denied again because it's going to be a hard shift towards El Azhar and Del Valley. But a beautiful zone. Most of the teams are right now pushed out of the play zone. They need to make a way out and migrate inside, because already there's a lot of crowd waiting inside. I wouldn't say cheering, but they are waiting inside. There's a lot of noise that you hear nearby. And as soon as you try and enter the play zone, there are going to be a lot of bullets all over.
I mean, I don't know about migration, but I do know about migraine, because I feel like I'm going to get one. I'm so tensed, and I am so confused about who's going to make it to top 16. and I'm not even playing. I mean, we are not even playing Darsh, and we are. I mean, I am tense at least. I am looking forward to see who's gonna be in that 16th and 17th position to be exact, because that is the one that's gonna be so heartbreaking to watch, right? I mean, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Okay, I mean, you're still gonna feel bad for them, but that 17 and 18 spots, it's gonna be so close. It's gonna be heartbreaking for us just watching. And for the players, you can only imagine what it's going to do to them. So everyone's trying their best right now. You can see still no elimination, no squad eliminations just now. Seoul is trying to put up a really good performance. They have 3 finishes and also no player down just yet. 1 player on his knees, but he's going to be revived back, I believe. So same, 1 player down, but team XSPARK. Final chance for them to make their way into that top 16. Scout, a lot of hopes, a lot of eyes on him. He's not having. He's recently he's not having a good performance anytime. So you know, maybe this time he can bring out everything that they have. And Mavi, well, he needs to step up as well, huge, and try to maybe pair up with one of the teammates. But it looks like Revenge are coming in for a fight here against Team XSPARK. And if that happens, and if XSPARK goes down. Oh, wait a second. It's actually both these teams that need to put up a good performance. And for them, fight against each other right now, whoever goes down are probably out of the tournament.
Now, this is where difficulties is, right? Revenge, they are looking good, but not so good. On the other side, they are fighting it out with 7Sea as well. On the other side, they have Team XSPARK, but Adi will be taking 1 player down with that grenade and confirming 1 at the same time. But Aditya is looking forward to and Revenge, and he does that by taking Insane deep, not just down, but completely eliminated. Mac will be taking 1 on Aru. That's going to be OR. Jelly, the IGL himself out, and the entire team, if I'm not wrong, goes out, done and dusted. Revenge on the other side, they're looking forward to rotate for the zone, but Scout, he is right there standing really strong. This time, he takes 1 out. He's shooting for the second one as well. Takes 1 more. That's going to be Mavi. Akshay right now is down to the ground. Revenge, not looking good for them. Akshay trying his level best to survive, but for how long can this man survive? On the other side, Scout is being caught. That's going to be 420 OP. He is trying, but right now what's happening is Team 8-Bit. Now, we were talking about a fight edge between Team XSPARK and Team Revenge, but 8-Bit was something that I was having my eye on, and look at that. As soon as this fight starts, they have been pushed out of the play zone, and right now they'll be rooting. They'll be trying to find a way to get inside the play zone, but 8-Bit and Team XSPARK is a fight that ain't gonna stop. Revenge gets caught there. Juicy gets punted by 420 OP. That's gonna be Sonic, and I guess the entire squad of Revenge getting eliminated. Unfortunately.
Just like that, that's a really good start for Team XSPARK at least, right? And HYDRAS having a good time there against players of Seoul as well. I'm sorry, I think that was 8-Bit that lost a lot of players, and that's XSPARK actually taking them down. But also HYDRAS now putting up good performance. Mavi dominating. That's what they needed. That's what they needed, and Omega is the only casualty for the side of Seoul. But Insane, they lose 1, and as I said, Insane, another team that are in a do-or-die situation right now, because this is their final map as well. I mean, everyone's final map, but they're still not in top 16. I mean, after everything they've done, you would actually believe that they're in the top 16, right? But guess what? They were not consistent enough this time. They have 5 finishes right now, but oh, Hector, beautiful movement. The way he came, what? He managed to take him down as well. But he goes down, and with that, Seoul are down and out, while Team XSPARK, they're taking a bit of damage there. Enigma takes down Goblin, while Rexy takes down Akshat, and also SKYLIGHTZ Gaming get themselves a couple of finishes there. But oh no, Scout is out. Scout down and out. NIGMA Galaxy, they're making XSPARK pay.
Definitely our Team Seoul gets eliminated. Now, Team Seoul, they were on the second sides of overall standing. So right now, I'm really excited to know that how this elimination will affect them. Will it get them out of the top 16 as well or no? But on the other side, Team XSPARK getting decimated. That's going to be 420 down to the ground. Ultron eventually gets eliminated. Mavi is the last surviving player. Domination is the title what this man got a while ago. I'm looking forward to, will he be able to do? No, he can't. And that's going to be Team XSPARK done. Not sure on how much in the points table, but in this Miramar action, it's a goodbye time for the sides of Team XSPARK, Team Soul, Team Entity as well. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming and WALKOUTS, they are right exactly in front of each other. WALKOUTS, they can make the history repeat. Edge, you remember what I said, right? A mirror world is something that I'm looking forward to on what has happened in the previous 3 maps. It can happen again, but right now, NIGMA Galaxy, they're looking forward to a fight. Eventually, backfires as Nikhil will be taking MJ down. Vixie up for revival. Why in this world did he want to revive a player in a complete open area? That's what he gets punished of. But a bit safe and secure as Nikhil wasn't able to connect the shots on pinpoint precise decisions.
With that, actually, Team XSPARK and Revenge, both of them are not going to be qualifying.
Ouch, that hurts.
That hurts because they needed 20 at least. At least in like 2 games, they needed 25 to 30. And this at last game they got 3 to 5. This game, once again, 4 to 6. That's it. That doesn't add up to 20, and I think that's gonna be the end. But SKYLIGHTZ, no, ENIGMA actually sandwiched between HYDRAS and SKYLIGHTZ. Oh, that's a really bad position and also unfortunate. But that M249 long range? What are you doing,
Okay, let's
SKYLIGHTZ?
see. Something new is what we rooted for Edge right now. So Vexy is on the urge of showing us something new. But Pukar, surprise is all what they got. And that's how Pukar went down to the ground. Rivalry Nikhil looking forward to a fight with the sides of NIGMA Galaxy. 1 player down is what Nikhil took already. Second one with a DMR. Oh my god, Nikhil. That's going to be a mini 14 connection. He got themselves on WALKOUTS down to the ground. That's going to be SKYLIGHTZ to Vexy, taking him down. Max, the last surviving player. Not sure of how long can this man survive. Just went into his vehicle, going out of that fight, but he can get himself between the sides of Hyderabad. HYDRAS out there. 7C, the 2 surviving players for them. That's going to be Savitar down. Prince and Aladdin are going to be the 2 players standing. Now this duo, I don't know if it turns out to be deadly or no, but if they revive Savitar back to his life, they can make things work in their favor. Sirvi standing right exactly in the front, trying to just have a great angle on Aladdin, and fortunately now Savitar, he can get a life.
Oh boy. This is gonna be interesting, and at the same time, it's gonna be hard for Prince to actually survive here, because that's a shag and that's penetrable. Prince taking a lot of damage. Nikhil wants to get this one. It's gonna be Aladdin with the backup coming in. Prince is surviving right now, but rivalry's Nikhil. How did he get Oh, wait a second. He's dominating, but OG Ash on the other hand, they're popping off. EXO in deep trouble, while NIGMA Galaxy, they're putting up smoke screens right now, and NIGMA trying to take him down, and X-Max is down and out, and so are the hopes for the side of NIGMA Galaxy to get that chicken dinner this time, and that's gonna be the end of them in this particular matchup. And Pukar barely surviving, just barely surviving right now with 2 points, adding 20% health. But anyway, he's gonna be passing himself up. HYDRAS taking down the players on the side of ENIGMA right now. ENIGMA Gaming in a lot of trouble, but Ace Blood goes down. And with that, HYDRAS are out as well.
For Hyderabad HYDRAS, 7 teams, 20 live players. Edge, it's gonna be really interesting. 7C Prince right now is trying to find some beautiful angles. 5 finishes. A good one is what 7C got for themselves. But again, a chicken dinner would be just like a cherry on the cake. Now, I mean, cake is something I like the most, and that's why I keep on giving cake references. But on the other side, we have Savitar, Prince, and Aladdin standing strong. From the sides of Team Insane, we have 3 surviving players. And as I said, reviving Savitar would be the best possible decision. Look at this man dominating once again. Sayyam, we found the sides of Viscott out there trying to take him down, but couldn't get any connection. Beard Baba from WALKOUTS is being caught by Gamla Boy. That's going to be Yuva OP trying to take him down, but no, the history ain't repeating. The mirror world getting created as Team WALKOUTS gets eliminated completely. 16, 15 alive players, 160 meters away from the zone is what these teams are right now. They need to figure a way out to make it inside the zone, because 7C, they have captured the zone already, and they're waiting out like hungry lions are waiting for their prey. And if you get caught here, it's gonna be really difficult for you.
It is gonna be difficult for them for sure, but there's just a couple of trees now for their cover. It's gonna be Trigger taking out one of the players as well. Believe with the M249 confirms the frag on to Mac, An insane 5 finishers, rivalry 5 finishers, and with that, we're gonna be bidding them goodbye in this tournament for sure. If my math is not that bad, I'm pretty sure about that as well, but it's gonna be SKYLIGHTZ. Now one more is 7C going down to ENIGMA Gaming. Savita, that is 7C Aladdin, although confirming the finish onto OG Believe. We're down to 12 players and 5 teams right now, Darj.
Interesting. It's getting very, very interesting. Edge Pokar right now is in front of our screens from Insane. We have Sayam. Look at this man. You see, we just do not say I got your back. This man is showing it properly, but no, Sayam, you do not do that. At least right now, he carried forward his teammate, but gets punished out there. Prince get punished, and that's gonna be one down from 7C. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they have a great opportunity to take a third one for them. The only team out here to take 3 chicken dinners. It can be SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. Now, is that going to happen or no? We aren't sure of anything, but with few minutes on board, we are getting to know each and everything. Team Insane gets eliminated. That's going to be SKYLIGHTZ Gaming. All 4 players surviving. Right exactly in front, we have Viscod and Somraj getting into a 1v1 situation. Viscod gets punished for that, and that's going to be Somraj being better this time. Now, Trigger, he's up with that grenade. He can go bonkers with it, but no, he's not up with the information, and that's why the grenade ain't getting any connection. Somraj, oh man, you got so crazy today. That's going to be a jump shot, getting a beautiful connection. Team SKYLIGHTZ Gaming got 13 for themselves, and right now they are trying to convert it on a 15-15 and a 30 bouncer for themselves. Will it happen? Maybe yes, because Aladdin is already punished. Prince, a 1v4. Now, SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they are looking forward to a 30-match bomber, but 7C, if they get this 1v4, that's going to be the most craziest end ever to any semi-finals. Aladdin, finally, he gets punished. Prince, his location is being compromised. Grenades all over. Pukar, he knows his location and he don't want to wait even 1 second. He wants 4. Finish exactly in the front. No,
oh my god, disrespect.
No,
That's
you
insult to
don't
injury.
do that. Oh my god, the most ever craziest end, a beautiful one for SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, the only team to get 3 chicken dinners in this entire journey of semi-finals. What a beautiful way to end this.
Oh no.
Oh
That is
god.
that's pure confidence. And also, you know, the way that they made their way in, and then they took out the pants. They were going in for that melee finish there, and they got it as well in the end. So that was just beautiful to
My
watch.
god.
But yeah, as you said, SKYLIGHTZ, the only team with 3 chicken dinners, and also on 3 different days. It wasn't the same day, right? I mean, first day I believe they did get it, and then second day I think they skipped it. So yeah, third day, and no, actually, second day they did get it. Second is last game of the for the one that they got the second one, and then today once again the last one. I think SKYLIGHTZ just wants to end the day off strong, right? 3 chicken dinners for themselves now. Absolutely beautiful performance coming in from them. But you gotta give it to 7C as well. They played it beautifully, but the man advantage that SKYLIGHTZ had. What can you do in such situations? 4 versus 2, and then those grenades. Once again, where were the utils coming in from 7C? I didn't see any at the end. But on the side of SKYLIGHTZ, they had everything that they needed. They were grenading the hell out of them, and obviously they took him down. I mean, Prince was low, Aladdin was low as well, and then that's why they got that melee out. All they knew, one hit was all it took to get him down, and that's all they needed. And what a way to end things off. But let's take a look at how it all begun in that final map of Miramar here. And you can see NTD was the one first squad trying to take down Enigma, but unfortunately they were completely caught off guard.
Okay, 7C started the domination in the start itself. I mean, look at that. Yes, the one player, he was punished bad. But again, Insane on the other side, they did a beautiful job. Revenge and XSPARK, these teams, they needed a 20+ bounce for them to confirm their position for grand finals. But eventually, after Revenge went down early, I guess Team XSPARK eventually got eliminated. Now, they did a beautiful job, I would say, by eliminating, I mean, getting in a fight with Team 8-bit, because at the end of the day, you know, right, to get 20, you need both position and placements. And That is something that I was having my eye on. On the other side, Scout was down to the ground, and I guess after Scout went down, the entire team faltered. Mavi was the last surviving player. Was not sure of what Vixie is having in his mind, and that's how he went down. Nikhil, he took MJ down. Now Vixie here got out of that vehicle to revive MJ, but Nikhil could have done a better job. Eventually, if he was trying to take MJ down, he could have took one more player down, and that could have been two for him. But nevertheless, on the other side, we had WALKOUTS and SKYLIGHTZ getting into a fight. Nikhil again. They had a 1v1 face-to-face situation with the sides of NIGMA Galaxy, where NIGMA Galaxy, I guess they went really ham. But again, Nikhil, the way this man has played with that mini 14, man, oh man, that's a mad one. Prince, he was stuck in this situation. WALKOUTS, they tried their level best, but again, that didn't work in their favor. OG was right exactly in behind, and that's what is Miramar about. You need to not just clear your front, but your back as well. And if you don't, you get many surprises, and that's what the overall scenario was. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they got into a fight with Enigma as well. 8 finishes already in 23 minutes is what they accumulated. Prince was completely caught by... every time, after 15 or 20 minutes, you talk about every fight you have SKYLIGHTZ Gaming giving something or another in that fight.
True. SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, they were popping out right from the start, right? They took their sweet time getting all the loot, getting all the utility, the resources. But here's the thing: this fight between them and 7C, explosion finish onto Aladdin, and then Hookah with that final blow right on the back of the head. That was quite funny to watch. But a 30 bomber by SKYLIGHTZ Gaming, 15 finishes, 30 total points. Third chicken dinner for them. And with that, I think we are kind of stuck with 18 different winners, which is still a really good number. 18 winners out of 24. That's a really good number. And I believe the only ones with no chicken dinner are Rivalry. I think Revenge didn't get any. And 8-Bit, unfortunately, couldn't get anything. And I think XSPARK. I mean, apart from them, I believe everyone else got themselves at least one chicken dinner. That's mad insane, let me tell you that. Oh, wait, I think there's supposed to be two more teams, right? Because
Yes,
I think I only named 4. Well, we'll talk about that in a second, because 7C, they're sitting on second position right now with 18 points. Orangutan came in with 17. Team Insane, 13. Enigma, 10. Beautiful performance from them as well. Rivalry Esports actually put up a really good performance, but I think it's too little too late for them right now. Enigma Galaxy, 6 finishes, 7 total points. Team XSPARK, well, they did what they could, but that's not good enough. 5 total points. HYDRAS, 3. Team Soul, 3. WALKOUTS, 2. 8-Bit, 2. EXO, 1. OR Esports, 1. Well, NCT Gaming and Revenge Esports. Revenge, this was the final chance to get themselves a ticket to qualify for the grand finals. Well, they kind of didn't find the golden ticket in their chocolate, so it's going to be 0 total points for them. NCT Gaming, 0, but I think they have done enough to qualify for that. But we are, we have waited for a while now, Darshan. I think it's time for that overall standings.
I've been waiting for this since a long time, and I guess we need to wait a bit more before we head towards the overall standing. But the journey of semifinals was a one hell of a show. The way it started from day one itself, it has been amazing. Now, as we keep on saying more about the semifinals itself, okay. Now the teams, fortunate for these teams,
Oh my
as
god.
they couldn't get qualified. That's going to be the overall standings after match 24. We have WALKOUTS, OG, EXO,
What?
Insane, Forever, XSPARK, Revenge, and Rivalry not getting qualified. Unfortunate for
Oh my
these
God.
set of players.
Okay, this is, Rivalry, Revenge,
No.
XSPARK. I kind of saw that one coming. But look at this.
WALKOUTS.
2 teams with 2 chicken dinners. Team Forever
and
WALKOUTS.
WALKOUTS.
Unfortunately,
Ouch.
I want to see what's the difference between them and the team in 16th position.
2
I
or
believe
3
it's
points.
Marcos or something. If it's 1-2 points, ow, this
That
hurts,
hurts.
man. Difference between, Orangutan itself, they had a really good run. They have more finishes than the placement points. EXO as well, more finishes than placement points. Team Insane, on the other hand, as well, same thing. But I think the balance was just not good enough. All the other teams in the top 8 and top 10, actually, got all the finishes, all the placement points every single time. The teams like Orangutan, Insane, EXO, they stood no chance. But walkouts, I did not see that one coming at all. I thought they secured their spot already, Tarsh.
It's, I mean, even if I talk about it, that really hurts. These set of teams is difficult. I mean, look at the point difference. It's 114. I mean, 15 to 20 points difference. But Rivalry, they got a huge, huge difference
Yep.
here. Now
54.
that, yep, 54, a huge number, right? 54. That's near to 2 matches getting played with 30 points.
Oh,
but
no!
115. Oh my God! One
1
single
point.
point. Oh
And
my
also, NTT had
God.
0 points in the last match.
This is unbelievable. One single point is what takes you out. I've been talking about this
NTT
since day
had
one.
0 points.
Oh my God. That's
Oh
next to
my God.
unbelievable.
Exactly. How did they push down walkouts? They were sitting on 0 points. I think it's Enigma Gaming that pushed them out, to be honest. I think NTT was in
Yes.
15th. I think NTT was in
Yes.
13th. Sorry, 14th. And then walkouts were in 16th. But then Enigma making their way to 13 pushed the teams like 8-Bit Soul, NTT, and walkouts. But unfortunate for walkouts, they were down and out. I mean, look at how close 115, 18, 19, 19, 19, 22, 22, 24. This second page is insanely close. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're in first and 16 once again, but NTT got 0 points. I still can't understand this. But look at this first page here. Global Esports pushed down to 8th. 7C, they made their way from 15th to 7th. Beautiful jump, but once again, doesn't really matter since you all qualify. SKYLIGHTZ is the only one with 3 chicken dinners, but they still can't even get close to what CHEMIN have, pulled off. 188 total points, 96 finishes, just 4 away from 100. Beautiful performance coming in from them. But yeah, once again, the difference of 37 between them and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming.
My God, Edge. This semi-finales is so unbelievable.
Exactly.
As you have said, this is the first set of overall standing, but at the end of the day, doesn't matter because from tomorrow it's gonna be 0 again. And now, from tomorrow, we do not have any breaks, we do not have any group, straight 6 maps each and every day that they need to play. This is how the grand finals is all about. But let me tell you something about CHEMIN Esports right now. What this team has did to be on #1 on the day one itself, they started off in a beautiful way possible. I mean, they didn't get any victory, but we could always see them in the first sides of overall standing because there was them trying to survive. They tried to survive the first day, the second day, and the third day, not taking any fights in the beginning, but engaging in the end fights. And when it came to the last day, what level of destruction CHEMIN Esports has caused, man, oh man, they just got it crazy completely. Let's talk more about the top 5 fraggers. Delta coming back, securing his position. So is Justin. Delta with 33 finishes. Global Esports Knuckle now. This jolly face gets 31 for himself. Justin gets 28. Enigma Eggy gets 27. And a tie-up of finishes between Eggy and Ace Black gets 27. But the team contribution,
Exactly.
look at the numbers.
That contribution coming in from Eggy and Ace Black is absolutely insane. 45 on Ace Black, 45.76 on Eggy. But Justin as well, 28 finishes. I mean, 29.17 because everyone else out of CHEMIN is performing, right? And Knuckle also making his way to the top once again. He was in 7th or 6th position by the end of yesterday. But once again, he's back on the top 5 fragger board. 39.74 contribution for him today. And at the top, once again, 33 finishes, the cute mustache boy, Delta, 34.38%. Along with Justin, 29.17. Quick math, 60 something, 63, 63. That means these two are doing everything for the team, right? I mean, they're doing it perfectly because everyone else are doing their job. I mean, comebacks, doing everything, that he has to. CHEMIN is just so very well balanced. But also, I would like to, point everyone's direction to 7C,
True.
because they're the only team in that, top in the top 8 with no chicken dinners. They found, and also they started off the semifinals on a bad note, right? The first day did not go into their favor, but after that, they found that consistency. They were consistently decent, and also they found that perfect, blend of frags to, placement points. That is the reason why they made it to the top 8. But talking about top 10 of the fraggers, well, that still looks like 7C does have one of them here.
Do have, and that's no other than Spray God itself. Now, on the 6th, we have Neo from Godlike. We have Somraj from SKYLIGHTZ on the 7th. We have 7C Spray God on the 8th. On 9th, we have OR Atanki. And again, we have Kamla Boy on SKYLIGHTZ from SKYLIGHTZ on the 10th position. So I guess CHEMIN Esports and SKYLIGHTZ Gaming are the two teams who got their, two players in the top Fraggle leaderboard. But again, look at the contribution these players have provided. 34 for Neo, 30 for Somraj, 51 for Spray God, 33.33 for Atanki, a perfect balance in the entire number. Contribution for Gamla Boy, that's going to be 29.07%. Now, the KD ratios, yes, there's no one more than the FD ratios, I mean to say, there's no one more than 3. But what insane level of performances these 10 players have showcased us.
True. 3 is a bit of a stretch, but yeah, 2 is decent. Delta does have 2.06, but guess what? 7C Spray God, 2.08 with 51.02 contribution. That's insane. He's doing half. He's got half of the frags for his team. Now that, you have to give it to him, right? He's doing the heavy lifting for the squad. He's doing everything that he could, and I think he's one of the most important players for the team as well, because he's the reason that one of the factors that Team 7C qualified in that top 8 without getting that chicken dinner. Because if there were no finishes, they wouldn't have made their way to the top.
That's completely true. That's, do you even realize, Edge, that we are done with the semifinals? Just how fast time flies. We are done with the 4 beautiful days of semifinals. And right now, yes, you are seeing the top fraggers leaderboard out here. But again, this is just gonna, I would say refresh or restart again on the tomorrow's day with 0 for everyone. So again, letting you guys know that from tomorrow, that's going to be a new start for each and every team out here. For all the teams who have qualified, it is done. It is done already. It is what it is. It has happened what had to happen. But right now, they need to concentrate on the grand finals, because these 16 teams, they got rewarded as the keys they were looking for of the door they had in front of them. And right now, they will be going further. But the team on the top, we have the team at the entire breakdown of finishes and the contributions. A total of 26 finishes for the entire squad of CHEMIN Esports. But to split it apart, I guess, Edge, you are really good on number games, so up to you.
Thank you for that. But CHEMIN Esports, 96, just 4 away from 100. Would have absolutely loved that. But then Destro, 24 finishes for them. Delta 33, Justin 28, comeback. Well, he's a support for the team, so it's it's fair that he's sitting on 11 finishes. Don't think that he's not doing his job, but he is, with those medkits, with those smoke grenades, and with the position, with the cover fire. The only reason that Delta and Justin are able to get those 33 and 28 along with Destro's 24 are because of the reason that comeback is actually at the back lanes trying to cover fire, trying to revive everyone. If you take a look at the contribution as well, 34 on the side of Delta, 29 on Justin, 25 on Destro. Destro right now is absolutely on that, on that verge of, fulfilling his role. Like 25 is basic, right? So he's doing his job. Delta doing a bit more than average, Justin a bit more than average. Comeback, well, he doesn't need to worry about finishes. He needs to worry about supporting his team, and that's exactly what he's doing with 11-person contribution. And if everything goes the same, I mean, if all the three fraggers are doing the job and comebacks doing everything right, they might as well go home with 8,000 USD in their bank account. I mean, who wouldn't love that? But if for that to happen, they gotta be consistent, and they did. And the semifinals on a really good note and in a dominant fashion as well. Once again, total prize pool of 20,000 US dollars. The first team taking away 8,000. Is it going to be CHEMIN once again? Because they ended semifinals on top with no one even being close. Or is some other team going to steal their spot this time?
You never know what grand finals is all like, because you know that, right? Everything is restarting from the zero itself. So again, the amount of energy that these teams have put forward, they need to do it again for the next 4 days until the last day of grand finals come. And this time they need to be consistent each and every day. There's no group we have, there's nothing, there's just these 16 teams given these amount of matches. I mean, the match, what it would be, which map it would be, everything you would get to know tomorrow. But for today, it's all about 16 teams given matches and them trying to be consistent on
True.
each and every match. And if that happens, I guess any team can come up like CHEMIN did. I mean, with the number of points that they got, it created a huge jump. They created a huge buffer, and that is something that I've been always rooting for, because trust me or no edge, I always keep on saying that day one is all about the day you run away with points. Now for example, we started with grand finals tomorrow, right? There's a team running away with points. Now 6 matches to be played, each match you get 20 points. I mean, 20 is a huge number that I'm saying, but again, for example, if you get even 15 or 20 points, that's gonna be you running away with so much, right? So
True.
I mean, if it's planned in such a way, you can make miracles happen. You can make sure that there's no one even nearby.
True, that is true. But I mean, we're not really sure about the maps and
Yeah, that's true. That's
everything.
true.
But one thing we are sure of, that every team's gonna be playing 6 back to back, right? So that's
Oh.
5 days of action. That's 30 games. It's gonna be long. It's gonna be exhausting. It's gonna be exciting, and it's gonna be explosive. The only thing I want these teams to avoid right now is I don't want to see any self knocks or team knocks, man. I mean, we
Oh,
saw a lot of
please.
those, right? We saw some. I mean, today it didn't happen. Thankfully, not even a single time it happened. I don't believe it happened in any of the games that I wasn't there as
Okay.
well. But the last 4 matches, I didn't see anything happen. I knew it. I knew. Did something happen when I was not there?
Yes,
Did something
yes,
happen?
yes. It was the sides of Team 8-bit
Oh
Madman taking
no.
Juicy or Madman. They just took one of them out with the grenades itself, and that's the reason I always say, right? You have missed a lot of action when you are not on desk edge. I am the lucky one to witness each and everything.
Unfortunate for me. I mean, I was so excited that I was trying to prepare myself for the last 4 matches. I kind of missed these first 2, but with that, we are gonna be putting an end to the semifinals. We are gonna be back tomorrow with new faces. When I say new faces, it's the same face of me, Darshita, and Sam, but with a lot more excitement, because it's gonna be the grand finals. 5 days back to back, 6 matches back to back, the same 16 teams. Once again, congratulations to every single one that have qualified. Disheartening for the other 8 teams, especially WALKOUTS, man. It's 1 point difference. That's gotta hurt. But with that, it's gonna be me, Edge, alongside Darshita. We'll be signing off today. We'll be back tomorrow. You know what time we are gonna be there. You know what channel we're gonna be at. So make sure to check out, Skyesports. And also, make sure to support your team in the chat. We'll be back tomorrow. Until then, good night, take care, and stay safe.